Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here, coming off a bit of a choppy session yesterday. We did get a little more negativity coming into play late in the day, led by some of the tech names back to the downside when all was said and done as we await more developments, or potentially more developments and more headlines coming through as far as the debt ceiling negotiations continuing today in Washington. We'll keep an eye out for anything as far as market moving headlines to come through. On that note, we are awaiting, and we'll keep an eye out here for, we did get some housing start data there for last month that came in a little bit lower than expected, it looks like, but housing starts not going to affect the market overall. We'll have a look at Tesla coming up this morning, obviously coming off of Investor Day yesterday. Interesting comments, to say the least, from Elon Musk throughout the event. We'll talk about that coming up. A lot of individual names moving around here once again, including all the Chinese ADRs back to the downside after a nice day higher yesterday. We get the reversal today. More economic data out overnight in China suggesting maybe that country's recovery hitting a bit of a snag. It's going to be an interesting day for those. It's Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some positive numbers to kick things off so far this morning. 0.31 for the S&P, the Dow about 0.4 right now. NASDAQ 0.14 to the upside. The TSX 0.2 in positive territory. Futures, anyways, here in Toronto. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum at the bottom end under pressure a little bit down there. 1%, 1.5% for Ethereum as we get going on a Wednesday morning here again. Going to be all about some discussions that are allegedly going to take place in Washington today with this debt ceiling on everyone's mind. I think we're less than 2 weeks away from this deadline that has been thrown out. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's a hard line in the sand, but it's a deadline for when they have to get this done. Speaker McCarthy on CNBC this morning talking a little bit about how there was some progress made, I think, yesterday between the two sides, but saying that taxes will not be discussed, and they are still quite far apart.
Yeah, but looks like there will be concessions with respect to spending somewhere, somehow. The deadline, by the way, this Janet Yellen June 1st imposed deadline doesn't take into consideration reallocating certain assets in the government. So, you know, it's a loose deadline, as you made note to. But I'll keep my eye on that. It looks like they made some positive gains yesterday, both parties coming out saying they had a new framework with which they were going to work. We'll see what that means. Yeah,
we'll see if we get anything in addition coming through today. Retail names back in focus. Meanwhile, we did get that retail sales data yesterday that came in lighter than expected. Home Depot, not great, kicking things off. Target this morning, a little bit better. So we'll have a look at some of the retail names coming up. Regional banks as well back in focus today. WAL, guys, coming out with deposits from last week that were actually better than expected, back higher for Western.
Yeah, that's watching the regional banks again. PAC-W with that little flush at the end of the day, recovering a little bit of it. But I'm going to shout out Hamster One here for a quick second.
Hamster.
Because he was saying something in chat this morning, and it was talking a little bit about the Dixie.
Yes.
And
the what?
The U.S. dollar. The Dixie. Whatever.
Wow, Neil.
What? I'm just saying. It's USD. And quite frankly, it's a big move here. Dollar index. We've been talking about this channel for a little bit. I think a lot of people have been sort of watching this, bounce off 100, nice little consolidation here. If you make this break, would we have a sell-off in tech if we break this 103? But it is worth watching to see what happens. If we break higher, it's going to be a little bit inverse. We know the channel that we've been in the overall NASDAQ and the ES not really moving a heck of a lot. But if this breakdown happens or breakout happens, you can expect, do we fall off of some of these highs? So the Q, we've been trying to break out on the Qs for a little bit here, obviously unsuccessfully. But if you look at when that bottom channel, it was right in March when we started to make that bottom channel, we've been gliding upside in tech. We have had no real breakout since getting through resistance. It's been decent, but it's been a slow grind up. So you should have your eyes on that. Like usually it matters when you break out of the range or hit the support or hit the resistance. Well, we're at that resistance point now, US dollar index. So let's see what happens with the Qs. Early start is as usual, pretty much flat with the overall market, with the exception of Apple, which made a move. I know you're noticing.
Yeah, I just bought. Yeah, I was noticing
Yeah.
Apple there. I was writing down the sticky note, and we just had a visitor. Keegan is here from Calgary, so he came here to say what's up. If he's around to ring the bell, he can do that, but that's an hour from now. Yeah, so I went to go grab him, so I still got to post the sticky note. But I was like, what? I was doing some research, looking at Apple, and here's Apple. Apple just came. I don't know what was going on. 172 down to 171. I like the 170 long anyways, so I sat in there and took a 170.98. So I'm already long here in Apple. We'll try to get something out around 40, which is where, I mean, we can get it out right now for 30 cents, but let's see what's going on with Apple there today. But yeah, another great day here. And I had to apologize to Keegan because he's from Calgary. And, you know, I thought yesterday was so warm here, and then you wake up this morning and it's like 5 degrees Celsius or something, and it seems like
-2 with the wind chill.
Was it minus? What?
Well, with the wind chill,
this is insane.
There was it's insane.
I
had
was
to wear
wearing shorts 2 days ago.
It's not cool. You know, basically, it's like
Sharif was wearing shorts.
No, but the whole, it's just that Mother Nature, last FU, your plants are, your flowers are blooming, all that good stuff. That's just, it's Canada. You know why? Because May 2-4 weekend. So you guys get Memorial Day. We get our holidays like the week before, so next Monday is the holiday here called May. We call it May 2-4, even though it's not always on the 24th. And it almost feels like there conspires to be one last cold stretch for that long weekend. I remember you'd be going up to like Sable Beach or something like that, which is local here, and for some reason it'll be like 10 degrees that's when you get your getaway, or you go camping or something and it's freezing cold. So that's Canada for you. Just drink more coffee.
If the Jays can't beat anybody in the AL East, you
just got to give more sideways
all right,
glances.
I'm going to ask the 8-ball.
Judge.
Will the Blue Jays beat the Yankees today? Because we seem to not be able to ever beat them.
Yeah.
Very doubtful.
Oh, come on.
Well, I mean, Alek Manoah, shoot himself in the foot. That guy should, I mean.
It's a problem.
It's a problem right there. And you might be right. The pitch clock plus
the pitch clock is an issue.
You know,
with
his
him,
conditioning maybe. I don't know.
Maybe?
Who knows, man?
I'd say it's a strong yes on that one.
He was going to get paid a lot of money, so the Jays saved themselves a lot of money there.
He still has a ways to go, though. He's got a few years for it.
You're a third of the way into the season now. He has, 10 starts? How many starts do pitchers normally get?
He gets 30, 32.
Okay.
He won't be this bad, but it's not going to get that much better, I don't think. But anyways.
Tesla, Google, PAC-W. You talked about Wall. All these regional banks starting to get off the upside. 450 was pretty key on the banks yesterday on PAC-W. So we'll pay attention to that. I'm looking to get out some Apple. And Keegan, why don't you go stand in between Sharif and Brendan there, and you can get on the air. I like your shoes, by the way. Let's go back over to Brendan and Sharif and Keegan from Calgary.
Keegan, everybody, joining us at the desk, just hanging out. How are you? He doesn't have a microphone, so no one's going to be able to hear you. But welcome to the set. How's it look? What you thought or no? Yeah, he's just saying he's been watching for 2.5 years. So
that
welcome.
was my experience too.
He's going to hang out for a while. Yeah, it was a sticky situation at the Blue Jays game last night. I saw. What is with the Yankees? Neil, that sideways glance was questionable.
That was 2 days ago.
No. But yeah. I'm saying now we get the pitcher last night was thrown out of the game because of sticky hands.
Oh, he's been cheating all year, that guy.
Yeah. Here's the main headline we were looking at this morning when we sat down. All about debt ceiling talks, as I mentioned. Target coming through as far as retail earnings back in action this morning. We got Home Depot yesterday. It wasn't great. We got April retail sales yesterday that weren't great. So we'll have a look at Target and TJX, top of the list today.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on TJX because the earnings today were not that bad. And the guidance wasn't all that bad either, but was it flat right now, Brendo? Down 1%? So I'll keep my eye on that one. The Target one, not as good, though, this morning.
Yeah, more weakness, anyways, so far for retail names.
Yeah, Target, as we like to call it. I don't even know if we like to call it that. Not much movement here today. I feel like this is like Home Depot all over again. We've seen times where you get the actual good trade action on these, but no volatility. Quite frankly, it would have been a heck of a lot more exciting if this had done. Look, A lot of times what's actually worked for these retail names and the best trade was when they were gapping significantly to the downside and then rallying on not necessarily poor earnings, but it's more about the guidance than anything else. I don't think we're terribly surprised about this. However, there was a wick down in the when it was released. That was very short-lived. It would have been sexy if we're at 150. Obviously, we're not going to be getting there. There's not a lot to see unless you break the top here at 161. So I just think it's a little bit more caution that gets thrown in on the consumer end of things, and understanding that, hey, when you got less dollars to spend, you're spending more of it on your mortgage payments, and credit's a little bit more thin, your car payment goes up, then at the end of the day, your discretionary income isn't the same and you're going to have lower spending. That's not rocket science. Most people will tell you we are in a recession. Ask anybody in the shipping or trucking industry if you're in a recession in the United States, and they're all going to say yes. They usually know. But the market, typically speaking, doesn't necessarily, we don't go down because we're in the recession. No, as a matter of fact, when a recession gets declared, that's when the market usually is spiking, because then you're going to take those measures, whether it's lowering rates or pausing in this particular case, and then you can see things come back to the upside. So I think we're not going to be looking too much at target here today. At least I don't think I will unless 161 goes. Usually the retail name we pay attention to is going to be Amazon.
Yeah.
Not necessarily thinking that. Look, Amazon was so bullish yesterday, it's hard to want to think about fighting this name. Now, if we do get that, I guess, breakout on the dollar, then I suppose you got to be thinking about some shorts, and where would those be? 115 maybe, but you've got air up there on the daily. I'll only say 115 because of what happened yesterday. Nothing scientific about that. It was one of the stronger names. And if it holds the breakout, that would be holding that 113 channel on the back end, which could get tested in the pre-market pretty early. That's the name to watch. Well, I mean, you can watch Target if you want to, but that's the name that I'd be watching over Target. It was so strong, so bullish. It's hard to get away from it. If I trade a short off 115, at least I will let it get to 115. If we're there and we're ripping on the dollar, then it'll probably make some sense to try and fade some things up at the top, but not fighting it 4 or 5 times. I had 4 shorts, maybe even 5 when it came down to it on Alphabet. I don't think I want the same thing. Even if I like the short at 115 on Amazon, I don't think it's worth taking 5 times.
5 times, no. I'll probably be fighting a couple of those names all day today, including, of course, Google. We'll talk about that as we go. But yesterday's Home Depot number was bad, right? I mean, 290 all the way down 278, 275, and then we were like, oh, this is going to be a problem. Ripped up there right away in the pre-market. Sort of held some decent highs around 280. Then you opened the day up around 282. Nice move down to 276, which were these pre-market bottoms, and then a huge move back up from 276. This is all before 950 up to 285. So you had a $9 move right there. So down 4, up 9 on Home Depot. Now, obviously, it's a $280 stock. So, you do get that big action, off the jump, and then kind of just settle down, watching out for some of those tops. So if you're going to do the same thing sort of today for Target, it's basically the same kind of an answer back and forth again here, where you get Target, although not a huge move, has that bottom of 155. I could see us heading to the downside, coming into this 155 area before trying to make a move back up. So for me, I'd say you watch out for Target to make some kind of a move like that. Let's just go over to the daily just to see where we are on the daily. I mean, Walmart's been performing really well. Target's kind of just middling here. So we'll see what happens, but there's that 155. I think that's a good dip down opportunity. Right now, the spread, of course, 70 cents. Decent volume, 400,000. But right now, Target, I would say wait for the dip. Try to play that Home Depot move back. So down and then straight back to the upside, especially with these futures starting to tick a little bit higher right now. I like Target for the long, not the short, but let's wait to see where it prints first. So watch the open. Watch the open. It seems like Keegan might want a job up there. Let's go back over to the desk.
Keegan's teaching us a few things right now, guys. So, if you're just joining, viewer Keegan is here just hanging out for the morning. We'll get into a few other things that are moving around. I saw some people mentioning this one, Space. Virgin still higher. Nice day yesterday, 4.5% here in the pre-market. They launched, here, let me bring this over. They launched, or they were talking about the dates or the window for their next flight coming up on May 25th. So a little bit of positivity for Virgin Galactic. This one as well, I saw a few people talking about now. ServiceNow had earnings going back a week or so ago. A ton of positive analyst mentions over the past couple of days, including 1, 2, 3, 4 today here from Barclays, RBC, Guggenheim, and Mizuho on now. I mean, a big $400 stock, though.
Using that keyword, the magic word, share repurchase program. So it looks like they're authorizing about $1.5 billion worth of share repurchase. They don't have to do it all at once. Their free cash flow position, though, not bad at the moment, $737 million. You think they're going to be using some of that. Their CEO coming out to say that they are a growth company at heart, but they want to use the current macroeconomic environment to fix the dilution in their shares.
Just noticed, guys, space actually looks pretty good. Haven't had a look at this stock in quite some time on a daily time frame. Got down to 3 a couple of times. And here we are at 450, trying to test the top end of the range here on this positive news.
Yeah, 25 is the number to think about for Virgin Galactic. That's the launch window that's the next launch window. And on top of that, it's a short float. So the short float's about 25%. That's pretty much what is going to get it elevated at this point. You know, it's a long-term sort of spec type play, but it's about the squeeze aspect here. So you get to making a double bottom at 3 and a potential break of 450 today. I mean, outside of the fact that $5 happens to be the 200-period moving average, it's just a round number. I would tend to think, that's a place where you might be thinking about short. What I know I will be a fan of, well, I'm likely a fan of, is if it gets to $6 pre the 25th. Once you get to that time, obviously, these launches can go and it can be good or it can be bad. Typically, if it's bad, you know what's going to happen if they pull it back. However, even if it's a bit of a success, a lot of times you rally into that news. So I'd be looking for that resistance up around that date. First things first is today, potential 450 breakout here for Virgin Galactic. Not a lot of pre-market volume, so it doesn't feel like it's got everyone's attention. Right now, everyone's looking at, there's a few small caps like EPOW, Zila from yesterday's making moves, and that has a little bit more excitement to it. If this was the one that everyone was watching, I would think that 450 break would be much better. But yeah, too many names, I think, clogging up the, I guess, I don't want to say like the Twitter sphere or the social media sphere. The active traders don't seem to be interested in Virgin Galactic. Otherwise, it's set up for a good break, but no volume, no love.
Just working on the sticky note. It should be out right now. I just wanted to say I didn't even look at Virgin Galactic. I'll leave that to Neil. But there are some names. We've seen Carvana yesterday making some moves. Yeah, well, I mean now it's back down to $11. But we're watching out for. I believe it was at 13. Where did we go yesterday? Yeah, so we started the day. Yeah, so there was, sorry, not 13, it was 12. So 11.50, 12, then a nice little bump back up to 11.15 right now for Carvana. So this could be another name here where we have, that big short interest, and there's the 13 level that we're, got to zoom back in a little bit here to see that a little bit better. There's the 13 level that we're sort of talking about. It's 13.50. There's 13 again. So we'll see what Carvana wants to do. It looks like it's sort of deciding, and to me it looks like it wants to break down and then relook at 7 and 8. So we'll look at this for Carvana today. Not too much volume, but that's just 93,000. That was on my mind. Quickly before we go back, let's check out the imbalance locator right now. Nothing really on there. I know there was some, I feel like I saw someone talking about Snapchat, but it's not really doing anything today. Snapchat on the daily also hanging out. Square, there's really nothing on the imbalance locator yet. There's your wall as a bid up to 35. Wow, that's pretty nice. Yeah, so other than that, we'll have to wait. Like wall was down to, man, this was 11, 12, 13, 14, $15 a week ago. Now you're up to 35. Western Alliance, hurt me one time. That's a great little buy if you picked it up down there. Not good if I do this, of course. But there you go. That's a nice little move, man. 12, 13 bucks up to 35. Looking to take down 40. I mean, we'll have to see if this gets going again. This looks like a short, but again, with so much news coming through here. Tesla plant in India. Oh, there we go. So I didn't even read that note. Considering setting up an additional plant in India. So Oh, yes, sir. By the way, let's go. This is for you, Keegan. We'll spin that. He's in the building right now. And there's a little money dance for Apple. We take a quick 50 cents, man. We're long at 170.98. We're out at 140. If you do the math, that's 42 cents, Sean, not 50 cents. But we'll start the day off with a little bit of a bid pickup there on Apple. But that reminded me of the plant in India. I think it's smart to do that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Then you're getting sort of out of the political storm that can be China. Not that it can't get ramped up in India as well, but they seem to play a little nicer right here. But you know, China's been
A
really
little bit.
But China's been really great. I mean, China's helped spark this huge rally in like every tech name in the last 20 years. So.
Oh, you can't look, man. Like China's way too important.
But now the next part is India.
You got to diversify. There's more people in India now. That's the new next market if you're looking forward.
And if you have bonds, then you got to diversify your bonds
You
as well.
always diversify your bonds.
You know, shout out to Riza and all those guys.
Wu-Tang Financial, baby.
Wu-Tang Financial, can't go wrong. Wu-Tang Financial was short SIVB apparently. All right, back over to you guys. We have no idea what we're doing over here.
At the top.
A few interesting names, guys, as far as upgrades and downgrades go this morning. Tencent on this board, TME, top of the list. There was multiple names, Citigroup on here, but there was multiple analysts with a positive note on TME. Here's Win. I'll show you in a sec. Not a lot of volume, but nice look as far as the chart is concerned. BioNTech. Shout out to COVID, if I can do that. I don't know. Anyways. ON, the sneaker maker, now downside. Wework, DVN, and the Home Depot. There's Win. 2.6 here higher, but getting into some multiple day levels here. Good look, though. Nice gap for Win.
Second there, I was like, what in the actual
It's too
heck
bad
is
that he actually
graphic?
said what that was.
No,
because
'cause I
Neil
was-
and I were looking here and be like, I'm going to ask Keegan what that symbol is because I have no idea about what that was.
A dollar says Brennan didn't know until he looked it up, for sure.
Right, he did not. I would agree with that one. I would agree with that one.
What? You didn't know that? Did you know that, seriously? Actually,
the ON
he gave a
logo.
serious face, like he knew what that was ON's logo. Okay, we're probably not looking at that one, but Win, interesting at least, I think, here, because, you know, it's everything about it has looked fantastic. If you believe anybody in the industry, there's more growth to come. And did it just, like, okay, well, it's kind of trying to break the channel, but it somewhat bounced off 100 here. So it broke the 50 period, you broke the upward channel, and it tried to flush, and you could be recovering that today. So this is one of those interesting pivotal kind of days. Maybe you just put in a little bit of a wipeout bottom, and you're trying to get back up to the 50 period. That's usually a pretty strong move. Checks notes, last time it did this, there's the wick underneath. There's it regaining. Now this time it was bouncing off to 50. That's a heck of a lot stronger. This time you're solidly beneath it. All that said, there's always the opportunity that it could do one of those, hey, now we're holding 105 again, and we just washed some people out yesterday. So, you know, if this one were to break back above 108, that looks pretty bullish once again. They're on Win. Probably not going to be looking at ON. I want to say that's the... I do owe Brennan $1, by the way. And I want to say is that the Federer shoe? I think Roger Federer had something to do with that, or I don't know, one of those sports guys in Europe. Not something I'll be paying attention to. Allbirds, those are the ones I own. The stock's a heck of a lot worse, though.
Yeah. I would just have to trade Nike if I was in that game wearing them today. But yeah, no, I didn't even. I mean, Win disappointed off that earnings report. So I don't know. We're gonna have to wait to see. It is a nice upgrade a little bit today, up that 2% there again for them. But other than that, man, 10-cent music could be something. And then, you know, we talked about this the other day. What is Wework's symbol? I thought it was just We.
It is just We.
It is just Wework. There it is. It didn't like 35 cents. I thought this was a disaster when we came to market with this thing. Not we, but when they did. And you can see where Wework is right now. This is just going to get reverse split, and then we can all short it once that happens. So,
or
35 cents. It's going to get delisted, right? It can't stay down here. So it's going to have to figure it out. We saw that happen with Zila. Now you're going to see it happen with Wework. Just a matter of time before this gets reversed up. And then everybody says, oh my God, I just made 500% in my account, but you didn't. So let's wait to see what happens with it. I think if you want to take a shot at 35 cents, hey, you could still lose all your money, right? When it goes down to zero. So I just be very careful. You buy it at 35, the next thing you know, it's at 25, and you're down 30%. So just be careful. This name just seems to be a disaster. Wework was on the downgrade side, wasn't it? I believe. So,
I mean, it has to be.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it was on the upgrade, this is not an upgrade that I would follow, but I feel like there's more work to be done because some of the commercial real estate has to bounce at some point. So you got to figure out what's in their portfolio and go from there. I like Simon Property Group. I've talked about that, SPG. I like the dividend. I like all the real estate and the commercial properties that they're in with strip malls and higher quality spots. Wework, I feel like if you're in commercial real estate right now, there's so many people working from home. Apparently half of Manhattan's empty. You guys tell me that. I don't know. We're going to have to wait to see what happens with Wework.
All right, let's talk SMFL here quickly. There's a few people still mentioning this one. Under 1 million shares, guys. 624, it's tough to see, but 624,000 share float there for SMFL, up 37.5%. I'm just trying to figure out whether it was the CEO or just another company executive on Benzinga talking about a partnership with Cloud Kitchens, enabling delivery of the company's ice cream bars.
Brendo, you missed the best part of that.
Enlighten me.
High protein ice cream bars. Now, this is a headline I can get behind. Come to my screen, please, Mod. Look at that, Brendo. Delivery of high protein ice cream bars. Yes.
My bad. SMFL, still trying to get higher here, guys.
SMFL is shaking my something leg.
Yeah, well, you know exactly what that is.
Yeah, 500,000. People wondering who's that in the middle?
It's Keegan.
It's Keegan. Keegan messaged me on Instagram, so shout out to Keegan if you want to follow me at TraderTV Sean. Don't follow the one with 2 N's or 3 N's or the dot or the Trader TL Sean or anything like that. Follow at TraderTV Sean. Keegan messaged me yesterday. He's was at the Blue Jays game, said he wanted to come through. So I said, let's do this. He ran here at 8:29. That's part of the reason why I had to get things figured out. And then I introduced to Neil. He said, what's up to me? Took some pictures, and I said, go sit there. And now I guess he's staying forever. So
chilling.
Shout out to Keegan over there. But what were we talking about? SMFL. I mean, that's just going to be another one of those names where you're going to have to play. Neil has it up on his screen. I haven't even looked at it because
I want to say it's more
apparently
up.
It's Canadian as well, right?
Look, man, I think it's up because Zila had a reverse split and it went up. And so this is the latest in the, hey, we're going to do a reverse split. It's going to get sold off like normal. And then when it catches a bid and has any kind of a catalyst, let's just go moonshot because there's a low float. Now, that actually ends up working because when it starts to go upside, you can have the float get soaked up rather easily. It's already done 4x the float right now in the pre-market, maybe more than that. It's held 3. I suppose this is really setting up for a potential breakout here. Whether it's like a 330 at the open, stick a stop on this at like 295. Here's what we usually say for these. A, no one ever went broke taking profit. That's if you have it overnight. But the other side there is, if it starts breaking up and it's halted at like $5 and $6 and goes to like 10 and whatnot, like chasing it up there is nonsense. If this happens, I'm not saying that's going to happen. However, when you're looking for these, at least when traders try to get maybe like they're long in here, just setting like a 290 stop, and they're risking their 10% to try to get 3 or 4x, and they're in it early, like at least that risk to reward allows you to make profit and then hold something for the moon. I don't particularly like it. It's actually been bearish personally. I don't really see it as enough of a catalyst to get going, but I suppose if it breaks out, if we get a halt where you can get it under $4, I probably would take a shot at it, but if I'm chasing this when it's gone too far, I really don't want any part of that. A lot of times you're looking for the short once a stock like this gets past $10, and it has to get there first.
I don't have anything to say.
Now in the chat, guys. So Keegan saying that, this is Keegan, everybody. He's joining us from Calgary, saying that 0.35? Negative 0.35 is where we're going to end today. So if anyone's playing along, just seeing some comments from Jeremy Diamond, according to our friend Sharif. Yeah, they're talking about banks. It's fine. I mean, there's so much we can get into as far as tech is concerned today. A couple of minutes here before we bring in Arun. Why don't we talk some Google? It was so strong yesterday. Just kind of hanging out at the top end of the range right now, 119.5 to 120. Coming back into play. That support from late in the day yesterday. Still positive, though. What a day, though, for some of these tech names.
Yeah, and we talked about this with Michael Moss last Friday. He said he worked at hedge funds and the decision-making process with which they use, and how once big pieces of information like an IO event or earnings comes out, they digest it, and then they act upon it later. But Brendo, I just want to bring our viewers' attention to Amazon, who is, I think, strong on the day, as well as Tesla. If you come to my chart, Mahad, for a second here, it looks like we're getting to yesterday's high that we made at 1475. We just broke the 1450. So Amazon looking to go 11 of 12 days green.
Monster, absolute monster, right across the board as far as tech has been over the past couple of days. The first segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV will get you 10% off. Bottom of the screen there, TTV, promo code 10% off from Surge Trader. Guys, what do we do with Google today coming off that huge move yesterday?
Well, see, I mean, the proper approach to trading Google, especially when it's this bullish, is to, short every single curl on the way up, and then stop shorting when it makes the high. So that was generally speaking what I was going for yesterday. As you can tell, it probably didn't work out, but all kidding aside, it already showed you a 116 to 118 channel that broke, obviously, yesterday. So maybe you're going to form a new one here. You have a lower high at the 119 area. The thing about Google, and I'm going to pull up my weekly chart for Alphabet. So just give me a second here. We'll get my weekly up from Trade Ideas. This is a 122 to 123 top there on the weekly. That's really the level. I know it turned at 120 to 121 yesterday's trade, but quite frankly, it's got a couple of dollars till it gets to what I think is an actual real resistance zone and not just a round number. So if it were to get to 122, 123, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like if I was waiting for the more significant level, I wouldn't have been as wrapped up trying to catch shorts off 120, which were okay at first and then eventually broke out. So I like 119 here. That's, until proven otherwise, that's the new 116. It's pretty loose, but exactly the same formation happened last time. We broke the channel. It held that support. It dipped back in the afternoon, double bottomed it at 116, and then it held that for 3 days and broke back out. So if you're in an upward trend, that's where I'd start. If 19 holds the open, then you're looking longs above it, as long as we're still looking strong in the market. That could set up a 120 breakout once again, and then 120. It's about 123 that I'm thinking that short over there on Alphabet. Strong move, it's all breakout. Just look long until proven otherwise. That 19 would be it for me. What's with the no shirt?
No. What about coffee? Yes?
No.
No. Keegan
seriousness?
just met Randy, and then Keegan just bought a Tesla because he met Randy.
Apparently.
So everyone loves
Nice.
Randy.
I need a coffee.
Yeah, what's up with that shirt? No, that's a pretty aggressive shirt.
It's
there,
like
Randy.
it's so negative, man. I don't know.
That's just when you ask inverse questions, Like, I really don't want a coffee.
Well, exactly. You have to think about it. Yeah.
Let's see if he comes through. Yeah, look, so I just wrote down on the sticky note today, please no more shorting of Google. I mean, if I can somehow be convinced of it, it has to be once I see a level like that 120 yesterday, and once it forms out, because it's just, I mean, I sat here the last couple of days and shorted this 118 this day and got blown out when it take it. Well, this wasn't that bad on this day because it was 118 and it actually didn't get blown out. It was yesterday right here that there was a problem when it just kept on going all the way. Basically, didn't stop all morning, and then eventually in the afternoon we made back a decent spot, but we didn't have as much confidence as we did here, which for some reason was ridiculous. But that high of 1850 is what I'll go to a 5-minute chart, is what we were playing off yesterday, and that got blown out. So if we just sort of zoom back in a little bit, there it was right there. Google, I guess it was a couple days ago when we sort of busted up there, just didn't believe that the move was going to continue off on the AI talk. And I still think we're in a huge AI bubble here, but it doesn't matter what I think. Price is what matters, and momentum is what matters. And Google has huge momentum to the upside. This was only $104 a week and a bit ago, so you're up 15% in a week on Google, and I don't really see it slowing down, to be honest with you, but I'm with Neil, that 119. I mean, that's exactly what we wrote down here on the sticky note, was 119 to try to take a a look at that. We'll see if it comes through. This is the top that I'm talking about. I can be convinced of shorting 121, but I almost feel like we're going to have to take a break early on this name. It could just get going again, and if it does, I think we'll wind up punching. It looks a little different than it did yesterday, of course, but we still started down low here yesterday, although yesterday, okay, so 0.13, market 0.23. I can't remember if we were up or down because yesterday we closed off at 116.40 and we basically opened up at 116.40 as well. So it looks very similar to what we're doing today, where we're going to open where we closed and then we'll see if we take off. So I could be convinced of going long at this 120.75. If it's a rocket ship like it was yesterday off the open, I don't think anybody's brave enough to stand in front of it. So I will go long at 120.75 on yesterday's high break and see where we go from there. So that's what it is here. And then I think we could be able to get out of this if we come back to 120.30, 120.50. So that way we very much limit our risk and we expose ourselves to the upside. So for me, I think Google has to be a long. We're already long Apple, and we've taken some money out of this one. Yeah, we have bad wicks again. We've taken some money out of this one. We saw a huge dip in the pre-market. I turned to Neil and said, what's that about? I looked at the futures, didn't see anything. Looked at the feed of news, didn't see anything either. So we take that, get out here for 50 cents. Now we'll see if Apple can hold as well. But I am going to be, as we turn around our bears into bulls here, although Keegan thinks we're going to go down. So it's fun. As soon as we turn it around, we get the bear prediction. So
in fairness, we did open the show talking about the USD and why we could be headed south side today.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is still kind of trending higher.
I mean, we can have all the ideas we want about everything, but honestly, it's like what they say in the NBA, ball don't lie.
Jokic don't lie.
You got to, yeah, Jokic don't. What a game that was yesterday. I got out of that futures like we talked about before. I'm still surprised. Like the Lakers held with them, man.
They did.
That game, although Denver was winning pretty much all game and winning handily, that game got close there in the fourth quarter. We'll see what.
So the no means
no,
yes.
Randy.
So no means
no.
Yes, apparently, in this case.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Things on the back, it says yes.
Yeah.
Nope, it doesn't say anything on the back. Just a direct no. All right, cheers.
Cheers.
We should have asked Keegan if he wanted a coffee, but Keegan, the coffee machine's that way, my friend.
You a coffee drinker? No? We tried. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we head. We're a little bit late. Arun, apologies. What do we need to know here today? I mean, not much in the way of economic releases or data points to look forward to.
Absolutely nothing. We're going to play the same game we've been playing for the last little bit. Until something changes, you do the same thing, right? Range-wise, 41.75 up top, 4100 down below. Anything north of 15 to 55, you're looking for potential shorts that they set up on the upper band. On the lower band, mid-20s going on down to 4100, finding a reason to take a trade. So essentially what you have is between 50 and 25, you have a dead zone. So right now the market's sitting at 40. Nothing to do here. If we can get high enough, there might be a trade. If we get low enough, there might be a trade. You do have to be smart about how often and how much activity you put inside the middle of a range because it's way too easy to get chopped up. So be very, very smart of how active you are at this time until we get that expansion through either side of this range or we get some volatility, catalyst, anything to get us going. It'd be great. But until that point, I think the top and the bottom, 41.75 up top, 4100 down below. We need to get outside of that to get some activity there, Brennan.
Morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day from us. Use a QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then it just shows up every single day in your inbox for free. Let's go. Tesla, top of the list today after what happened at the close yesterday. Elon making a ton of interesting comments talking about new models, pretty much guaranteeing there's going to be new models to come. We saw the revised Model 3 that's going to be coming out of Shanghai starting in June. We also got confirmation, guys, that not only is he not going to step down as CEO, but if you put a deposit on a Cybertruck, you could be taking delivery of said Cybertruck later this year.
You ready, Miss Danielle Shea? Your Cybertruck may be arriving sooner rather than later. Yeah, so look, we traded yesterday. It was a positive name for me yesterday. We were long. We were long in and around here, I believe, and we were able to get it. Yeah, 167. That's what it was before the dip down aftermarket. So, or not aftermarket, into the close, and then we get this huge move up after he sort of settled everyone down a little bit here. My notes made Cybertruck deliveries plus a couple talks about some good, new models coming, plus, talking about that, yeah, he's going to stick around with Tesla for a bit. I hope that was his. I hope that forever. I feel like that was sort of a calming. And then the interview with David Faber as well apparently went over well. I talked to Sharif about that. I didn't see it. But I think it's the same kind of stuff here. Tesla today much more aggressive than the market. It always needs to settle down. I mean, every single open seems to be like wild, especially the last couple of days in all tech names. Like this name 2 days ago goes from 167 all the way to 170, then all the way down before, that's 11 o'clock, but before 10 o'clock, you're back down to 165. Yesterday, something very similar where we start the day, I mean, I don't know, where did we even start the day here? Up here, 166, all the way down to, wow, it's not bad, 165, back to 168, then down to 164. Okay, so as you can see, I feel like this move here today, we're up nicely. Let's try to find an area that could be bought up. What about just a 168? We sort of hovered around there yesterday before dipping back down. Then we made some new lows and started to bounce off 166, 167 there at the close. So I would say if you do pull back in anywhere, you could start the bidding at 168, and then maybe if you watch out for it to drop through 166.50, that's $1.50 worth of a hit. I think there's a good chance that we take 170 today. So starting the trade at 168 doesn't seem like it's a horrible idea. There's 170, here's 169.50 yesterday. With a little bit of a better news, with the market going to the upside, with Tesla being more aggressive than the market, I don't think the long is going to be wrong here today. There was nothing that I read in the investor day there, the shareholders meeting, that should be taken as negative, but we'll wait to see what happens. That's the whole point of the shareholders meetings, is to, rally the troops a little bit and tell them what's good. So I feel like he did that. 1.5 million shares is not huge. It does like 100 million shares a day. We'll see if it gets going. We'd like to see the imbalances on here. And now the S&P and the ES both up today. Oil's kind of just hovering around. I feel like Tesla is going to be a long, and no real reason to go short, but that 170 could be interesting.
Yeah, the 170 level, a couple of days in a row now, it's just been that resistance. The one thing I will tell you about Tesla is it is sort of in its own, I don't want to say its own because there's a lot of things that have been bearish right now, but it's been in a bit of a bear. You look at it on the weekly, you've been a series of higher lows. You haven't really breaking back above that 50 period, and in either the weekly or the daily. So you're still rejecting that. However, just because you're trend down doesn't mean there aren't like mini moves to the upside. So double bottom here, holding 165 2 days in a row. You basically broken a significant level 165 and reclaimed it, and then you're putting in higher lows into a 170 breakout. So I feel we are breaking that one out. I'm a little skeptical if we have a crazy day and we get up to 75 to 77 and we fill in that gap that got put in on Friday, then quite frankly, I think that would be a short up there. Just looking at the overall general trend, you also pop that, when I was looking at that daily chart that we just showed you, the 50 period on the daily is at 178. So, we rejected that just beneath the 50 period on the daily would have been up at here at 178. If you break 70, I think there's a limit to how far you could go today. I'd be fading that top. But that 70 break looks pretty solid. I'll probably be there taking it. I don't think you'll have to worry about it at 9:30. Hopefully not, because I prefer breakouts a little bit after that. I mean, ideally, that's the kind of break that happens at like 9:50 or 10 o'clock. But you never know. Like I'd probably go smaller if it's early. But if it ends up in that nice pocket where you're consolidating into it, yeah, I like that 70 break. Dip buys, I might not like it till it gets closer to 165. So I'm really just looking at the break.
WAL. Let's talk some banks here. Back to the upside as far as regional banks are concerned anyways on this. After the close yesterday, WAL saying that deposits come through $2 billion to the upside for last week, higher than expected. Bank of America also, Bank of America Global Research, also resuming coverage of WAL with a buy rating, $42 price target for them.
Yeah, it's interesting to see if we're going to see this kind of good contagion come back into regional banking when things kind of settle down. Does money start flowing back from JP Morgan and the bigger names back into these smaller ones? We'll keep an eye on some of them and see how they fare.
Yeah, so volatile over the past couple of weeks, obviously. Headline driven even, guys, for WAL and PACW catching a bit on that.
Yeah, the market doesn't care about your feelings or your plans. So,
Ouch.
no, but it's, it's true.
It's true. It's very true.
You can want to break out who cares? Most of the best breakouts is just the truth. They happen in gap moves overnight. So chalk this one up as well. It was a perfect flat top break here on Western Alliance, but that's an aftermarket move on, as you said, the improved deposit picture. I suppose if we dip back down in 32, 33, we get back down into that price, I'd be looking for a bit of a bounce long. Everything about it, like you're clearing the 50 period on this move. You've got room to get up to 41. Everything about that says, okay, we'll give it a chance to continue for the next, I guess it's about like $4 to $5, I suppose, till you run into what I would think is major resistance, right? Like the FRC, when FRC went down, this basically held a range between 27 effectively and $40 to $41 this entire time. Before a late breakdown, they had that crazy rumor that they were looking for a sale, and then it's recovered since. So I think you got some room here to the upside. Bit of a spread, obviously, at this time of day. We'll see it test back in, hopefully. Well, I shouldn't say hopefully. We'll see it test back in, and if it bounces off of anywhere near 32 to 33, like somewhere in that zone, that's where I'd be looking to pick it up today. There could always be a consolidation inside, but it's like cross that bridge when you get there, see how it reacts to the open. If we haven't broken that far down, I'll look for something off of whatever support is generated, risk to reward, trying to get along in this. I don't really want to be short these prices. I'm not shorting anywhere here. I didn't pay for locates. And I'm not auto long off the lows. I just need to see the buyers step into this and confirm this breakout on Western Alliance.
Yeah, we've had Pac W. The same kind of talk here about everything. I think we've had Western Alliance is aggressive because I like the way that's moving, and then we get the talk from BAC there as well. I think that's going to be the better one to trade today. But we've had Pac W here on the sticky note a couple times over the last little while, and it's always that same level, 450. So we have it in here. A little talk about the market, and a little talk about a couple ideas: Tesla, Google, Pac W, and Apple. So. Yeah, I look at it, here's 450. We've bounced off 450 a couple times. Yesterday also in this move down. We stopped because the market stopped, but that's 450 still, and then nice little move off of 450 and then closing around 460 and then escalating back up to where we are now, back to $5. So to me, I think this is a good chance to get that long here at 450, and then we'll see what happens back up to $5 after that. So yeah, 455 coming into play. I think it's going to be a good opportunity there to get the long down. And what I wrote down on the sticky note is quite simple. Like Neil said, don't let your emotions get involved. And if it gets down to 450 and you get the long, you just get out at 4, because I think 1-to-1 is 5. I don't think it. 1-to-1 is 5. So if we retrace back down like we've seen before, let it come back to sort of where we're chilling out, that gets you the 1-to-1, and then you hold the rest for the moon, if you think that that's what's going to happen. So we'll wait to see, but I still think that there's going to be a lot of volatility in these names today. We don't have anything on Pac West yet because it's a NASDAQ name, but we'll see what happens when the imbalances come out. BAC and the other banks, man, I'm out of all the banks right now. I'm actually holding a small piece of Goldman Sachs, but I did get out of all that JP Morgan. We talked about that at the 140 area, but I was debating getting into BAC, man. We saw Warren Buffett talk about some BAC buys. We saw him talk about Capital One as well. And if you're looking at some of these, this is right down here at $27. Banks haven't been a great investment, but if the tech is rallying and it's time to diversify a little bit, I think BAC down here might be up to something. 1.17%, nice move. Where's JP Morgan in relation, just real quick? 135, so I still feel like this is about where I got out, because I did get some out at 126, some out at 140 and change, like we talked about, so a good average price there for JP Morgan. And this is hovering right here. So, BAC still down here, JP Morgan a little bit higher. What did Capital One do yesterday? I know this was, again, the Warren Buffett talk. I just want to see how much of a bump. So, again, 86 up to 95, back into 92. So if you're going to follow Berkshire, then maybe, BAC, Capital One, they're all near the bottoms. Capital One, of course, has more exposure to the credit card side of everything. So that could be something if you're not in Visa or anything like that. I still say go into those names instead of Capital One, but Visa's my pick there. Actually, American Express, I like the best out of all these names. So yeah, bank's going to be in talk again today. I think WAL is a good one there, obviously, and then Zion. There's so many different key. There's a lot of different ones there. Zion. Randy says no, though.
Still.
Randy's waiting patiently with that mallet over there to smash the bell this morning. Here's Target. Let's go to the retail group again. We mentioned early, a little bit weak once again. The initial move, if you have a look at what happened when they reported was downside in a big way when this forecast came out, essentially. Profit forecast for Q2. Downside, missing expectations. Profit forecast for the entire year, though, in line with expectations. So one of those reports, and the price action kind of telling the story here, basically flat. One of those reports that could go either way.
Yeah, so they attracted an equal amount of customers into their stores, but their customers spent less money. And they also bought more staples rather than discretionary items. Discretionary items have higher margins. And that story was reflected in their income. Their profit dropped almost $1 billion year over year on the quarter, yet their revenue grew by 1% year over year on the quarter. So looking like a margin story here, Brenda.
Yeah, downside right now, in fact. So breaking back down, still positive for Target here, guys, but a bit of a move down here.
Yeah, look, I mean, Target, we talked a little bit about this. I'll be maybe brief. I think you're probably looking for like a stink offer fade off of the 50 period or the 200, like 160 to 161. It's a really tight cluster there. The market kind of wishy-washy with the report overall, so you haven't really broken the range. That just means to me, if your guidance is poor, you kind of short the top. At least you know where your out's going to be. As far as the long goes, I'm not really looking for that here today. We talked about Amazon being a name in the retail space that will probably trade a little bit more. If you're looking for interesting, you know, a lot of times like what we look for, and it's already started pretty poorly with retail, is like the names with the short interest, right? Like Kohl's and Nordstrom's, when they report, they get going. Yeah, my daily chart hates me on that. But when you get a tight cluster on a stock that has like a short interest, like a Nordstrom's, then you can start getting a little bit anticipatory. Like with a Target or a Home Depot, when it gets to resistance, I would say out those reports you're looking for the fade. But when something like a Nordstrom's gets to resistance, you're looking for more of a break. Not today necessarily. We have to wait around for them to make a move. But they have a short interest, more interesting there. So I'm not going to be trading Nordstrom's. We'll be looking at Amazon at 115. That's the level that I'm sort of keyed in on here. So we get 10 minutes from the open. Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to say I got a couple more messages
fast.
of what's up to Nimit. He's messaging from Singapore. He's like, he wishes he could come in and visit the office as well. Keegan will be ringing the bell for us to open. So if anybody wants to come in, ring the bell. You know, you can sit in the green room, chill out, ring the bell, say what's up to all of us, and get out of here. No, do whatever you want. But we do have a full trading floor behind us. And so Keegan was also very interested in checking out that as well. What are we talking about? Target? Yeah, I mean, some of those, I already did this work before with Home Depot. Yesterday was up and down off the open, and here we go again. See? We were just talking, like I was just talking about this trade at 8:30 or 8:40 when we started, that we could get a dip down into this 155 area. It's the same thing that Home Depot did yesterday. So here's the dip already. Wow, instead of talking about it, man, we should have just shorted this thing. You had $4 now in the money if you did that. But we saw yesterday with Home Depot up and down. I think we can do it again. So this is what happened yesterday. So there's the sort of the down move to 276, 275. Then you sort of start the day a little higher than that, 280. Then you dip down, almost touch that level again, 277 before ripping back up. So Target's just doing a little bit earlier, which a little bit bothersome to me. We'll check out what the imbalance locator is saying right here. But here's Target again coming back down in. There's the bottom from yesterday off that Home Depot number early, 155. There's the break to 155 again this morning. Or yeah, that's at 8 o'clock. Now we're trying to bounce off that again. So I could see us even flushing, now that I see this, even further down before people figure out what they want to do with Target and bring it back up to the upside. The report wasn't that bad. I feel like retail is going to be okay, but I just wonder about Target versus Walmart with more discretionary spending, more grocery happening at Walmart than there is at Target. I think that's going to be part of the story here as more consumers. Home Depot talked about smaller projects, and I feel like if you're going to do small projects, Target's probably pretty good for that with their home furnishings and things like that. So again, not a disaster, but Target on the daily isn't really doing anything. So I would say if you break 150, you're a little nervous about what comes next. But for now, you're below the 50 period, which isn't great. We have to take out 160, and that could happen today, but let's just see what happens here at open. I don't think it's wise to get involved too early on any of these names. Whoa, there's BAC that we talked about, ONON. That was the downgrade, the symbol that we had no idea what it was. And then Target, well, me and you had no idea what it was.
I had no
Brendan, you owe $1 to,
apparently.
because he knew exactly what it was. And then that's it. So I don't even see Target on here. So all is good on that side as Neil's looking for some change.
No, I have a loonie right here.
There was a
I
court.
got a loonie right here.
Okay, yeah, keep that for Prad's beats as well. So, all right.
That's Brendan's loonie.
That's Brendan's loonie. All right, Keegan on the bell in 5 minutes.
They have those, we were just saying, I don't know why, but I see those shoes all the time. They have those weird soles, like with the spaces in between the actual, anyways. Let's go to chips here, back to the upside again this morning, or trying to. We had a bunch of 13F, 13G filings over the past couple of days indicating, for the most part, institutional investment increasing right across the board as far as chips are concerned, which makes sense with all things AI floating around.
Yeah, and we saw NVIDIA was an absolute rocket yesterday on the midday show. The day before that, it was Micron. And today, for some reason, Brendo, I think you found a little tidbit on it. TSM up big. Come to the chart, Mod. Up over 2%, getting that big spike up at 4 a.m. From the Asian markets. It's the lone green name in ADR world today, though.
Yeah, interesting. There was some subsidies coming through from Japan for Samsung, but maybe indicating that they're open to a little more financing as far as that is concerned. I wanted to point out this daily chart on AMD is just insane. $80 up to 102, 103 this morning. Testing this high from back in March once again for AMD.
Yeah, the AMD and NVIDIA story just continues to go here. And I don't care which daily chart you look at, they're both pretty nonsense. And, well, not nonsense, it's fantastic if you're long.
Complete nonsense.
You know, and they're good stocks, obviously, for a lot of reasons. They're getting a little bit expensive, NVIDIA in particular. So I liked 291 yesterday because it had a channel break at that price. Whether we see that today, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It went top to bottom on that break, essentially getting almost all the way back. It didn't quite get to 300, but I think that's your line in the sand. So you're diddling right in the middle. I don't want to touch NVIDIA today unless we test the high, maybe get down to 91. It's not in the zone I like. I still like Micron a little bit better. You can see it's right back up to testing 65. Why does that matter to me? Because this is what this looks like on the daily chart. This is held the 200, broken back above the 200, the 50. You had your golden cross if you're into that, but it's holding support now higher off the 50-period moving average, just bounced off 60. You got higher lows into this 65 level. Now it's breached 65. The breakout's not till 65 and a half. Once it gets above there, I think this is it's just a technical breakout to end not to end them all, but it's a big one. It's a short till it's not. I shorted it yesterday at this level. We get up to 65 and kind of don't hold above. I'll look for that little pop and fade, but you break the 65 half, I'm just going long. You're willing to give this one a bit of a shot because there's so much room to the upside. And a lot of times with Micron, it's a very cyclical name. So, you know, if you think the recovery is 8 months from now or the worst is behind us, Micron catches a bid before things actually start improving because, you know, quite frankly, their last report wasn't necessarily the greatest, but people tend to feel the bottom is in, at least in terms of some of the demand. So I'm looking for Micron at that 65 and a half. It could break that pretty early this morning.
So we had a great trade yesterday. We were very, very patient with it. We traded, it was my number one stock yesterday. We traded AMD long through 100, which was great. We wound up getting most of them out around $100 and like 70 cents. 101 was a good out for me as well, up to 101. And then we were able to hold something, I think it was like 101.50, something like that. We definitely did not hold till 103, but then we shorted and we were able to get the short as well. So we had the long early, the short late off 103. So we're gonna try to do the same thing here today. Let's see if it dipped. I always get the feeling that everything's gonna dip down, which is what screwed me up on Google yesterday because there was no dip at all. So you might have to take a 102.50 area long here for Google, or for AMD, sorry, that's what I'm looking at right now. 102.50 break long on AMD. We only have a couple minutes left, but everyone's talking, oh, we still got China, okay. Everyone's talking about Zila today. I think 750, and oh, that's still the AMD chart, but I think 750 right here on Zila, and we get going. So watch out for that little break runner right now. I'm trying to get the charts to load up here, but let's go over to Brendo, and we'll talk about China quickly, but Zila 750, yesterday's top looks good with a bottom of 6.
Yeah, just noticing Meta, guys, downside here, but right back up now. In fact, pretty volatile volume coming into Meta. But this one as well, Alibaba trying to get higher. Just took out that last pre-market high, trying to close this gap once again. There was some retail sales data and industrial output data that came out overnight in China that missed right across the board. So Chinese markets were down. Typically, that means some of these ADRs are going to gap in the same direction. So another day, another gap here for ADRs, including Baba.
Yeah, and after the the earnings report yesterday by Baidu, Mizuho coming out today reiterating its buy rating with a price target of 170, but that doesn't matter because Baidu's down 3.5 on the day.
BABA coming up on Thursday, of course, it'll be early on for earnings, guys, for Alibaba.
Yeah, Alibaba is just holding the 50 and the 200 on the daily, and that's at 89 and 90 respectively. It's trying continuation of the breakout. It's holding the top, but you're not seeing that break. So, overhead resistance does loom. It punches through 90. I think it can be a good one. Only 40 seconds to go. There's one last one I want to get in here. Bitcoin broke a little bit to the downside, and there's a little bit of a flat bottom here on Coin. This is 56.5. We get through this on Coinbase. I just feel like that's going to be a flat bottom breakdown, not a huge one, but at least a decent one there. With about 20 seconds to go, we got Keegan visiting from Calgary. Keegan with a K, Calgary with a C, and making his way over here. We're thankful to him and for all of our viewers, but enjoy ringing this bell. It's hump day. It's going to be a wild one. The market's up 4 now, but the Dixie says it could be otherwise. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Keegan.
I wasn't sure if he was ever going to smile. There it is. We got a smile. I was like, is this guy going to smile or what?
No,
but there it is.
He's keeping it cool, man.
Right there.
Keep it cool.
He's keeping it Keegan cool. We're going
Chill,
to call that moving forward. But here we go. We ain't chilling at all because the bangs are starting right now on Apple. Apple's now $1 in the money as we continue to go. Thank you, Keegan. Enjoy Toronto, my friend, and thank you for stopping by. 172. It's still ripping to the upside. Goes Apple. We're going to have to wait to Jason Bourne. Yeah, maybe that is what he looks like. Nice move there for Jason Apple. Let's just check out what's going on with Google right now. 120. Ooh, 120. 120 is in the building right now for Google. We'll have to wait to see where that goes. Tesla moving around as well.
Amazon immediately broke
the market. Immediately
broke 115. Like instant break of the 115 level on Amazon and now churning the upside. This is why sometimes it is that opening break, and if you wait out for it and look for a little bit of a later move, you're not going to get it. Oh my goodness, Micron already dumped. Of course it did. Yeah, so Micron already made the fade off at 65. Once again, I was looking for the overfill at the open because the market looks strong, and we're already heading to the downside. And Tesla, south side. So initial move to the upside in some places. Downside here on Tesla, we could be headed to that 165. The 170 break is going to have to be in the back seat.
Okay, well, we said we would try it on Google, and it's right here right now. So let's try it on Google. It's down to 119. Oh, we got it. Okay, I was like, did we not get that 119? We got 119.12. So we'll see if we get something out in the 30s and then hold the rest. This could be a good little dip buy opportunity for us. But, again, I said don't go. I don't want to go short today, so that means must be the day that this is going to go short. But right there, we have 118.50. I think we'll try to respect that. This is a 200 period on the 5-minute. 118.50, a decent level. There we go. Nice little victory dance right there for Google. Let's see if it can take another lap to the upside. Google right now, a nice little 119 buy straight off the sticky note.
Yeah, Amazon's still going here. I want to try to be. Okay, I'm not going to chase a move like that. Tesla's about $2 away from a key level. Micron's still falling. I don't want the long there. Coin's actually making a bit of a move upside. Alibaba just rejected. That's headed to the downside. I know a lot of people are looking at this Zila. Not really much happening on it just yet. If it challenges that high of the day, just watch out. The float is now infinitesimal. It's tiny after that reverse split.
Well, slow down on that stuff.
Sometimes we're going to try there. And the other one was that EPAL. So EPAL was the other small cap. Looking for a potential break. It doesn't look like it wants to do it here. So EPAL, that was the one if you're looking for the consolidation breakout. It's already giving you the consolidation. Now rejecting to the downside. Actually, watch out for that one. Coin's headed up, so we could be seeing a 60 fade instead.
Yeah, we are absolutely printing right now. Apple's still up that dollar, trying to take out 172, that high 172.20. We may get something out right here on Apple as the market's really ripped up, and we had a nice pre-market trade. It's a very small amount of shares, it's just like so, but we might as well hold it. We don't ever want to go too long in the pre-market because then you could be wrong, and then you start the day off with a sour note. But right there goes Apple, starting to rip up. We're now $1.07 in the money, $1.10, and then Google's really having a time here. Let's take one more out in the 40s. There it is. We'll take that 45 fill, and then we're waiting for the rest. I was waiting at 87 right now for Google. Just Well, that was where this 200 period was. Now it's coming back in a little bit, 75. So we'll see if we can get back up to the upside right now. What else is on our notes here? Pack W.
TSM's the big runner right now, too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah. Oh, TSM is running. All right.
Yeah.
So maybe we should look again. Oh, we got to fill somewhere. No, we didn't. Did we get that Google fill? No, I canceled that order by accident. Okay. TSM bouncing off 5. So, or sorry, Pack W. Sorry, bouncing off 5. Not much happening there. I better put that Google offer back in. I canceled that by accident.
Yeah. So Amazon might dip back in here and give a shot to that 115 level and retest it. But TSM, a lot of people talking about this. I know Brennan brought it really, really late there, right at the end of our little rundown. There's a 50 period at 88 even. So you're in the midst of a nice breakout on the stock. I like any dip, probably the 88 half zone at least first. Checks out Coinbase. That's still making a bit of a power move there. And Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot actually headed up right now.
Baba's going up.
And Baba's trying to make a bit of a bounce. Home Depot, 290 would have been that zone yesterday, so about $5 away. I don't know if that wick is real. I just saw this now that there's no way. It didn't really go to 288, did it? And it's back at 84 already. It doesn't seem right to me. That just feels ridiculous. I still like a pop and fade on Micron. I think it has a chance to go up now, but we didn't get that initial fill, so I'm not going to sit there chasing the short. It would have worked out off of 65 on the next bump. We're going to keep shorting this one in front of 65 this time. I was waiting for that back end, anticipating a strong bounce in the market. That happened. It wasn't strong enough to get me my fill to the south side.
All right, I'm going to, this may not work early here on Alibaba. I thought, that's okay. Quick loss. I'm trying, like I said before, man, we're trying to do in and outs a little quicker right now. Alibaba, I thought this 88.50 might hold. We might have got in and out a little too early there on that trade. Let's try it one more time and then give this one down to like 88. I don't know, 88.40, something like that. Just Alibaba was, it's broken a little bit higher. It started to get going a little bit here. I just thought if the NASDAQ did have a little bit of a bounce area, we could get a breakthrough on Alibaba there. We talked about the China story right there. So 88, 89, there it goes. Shoot. All right, well, that's fine. It's just too bad because we don't have as many shares now as we did the first time, but it doesn't matter. We're not getting anything out. Let's see if we get something out at 75 now. Oh, we did. We actually got a 75 fill. Okay, so that was good. Now Alibaba's pulling back down. So, what was a negative trade seems like it wants to turn itself around. We're going to give it to 88.40, these kind of bottom wicks right there on Alibaba, and then see if we can't hold the rest for a potential runner. We've done some nice work on Alibaba in the last couple of days. So I think that like 89 should be tested and then maybe 89.30, especially if this market wants to go. But hey, our stop is at 88.40. So we'll take 15 cents worth of risk. We just took 20 on 20%. Now hopefully we can get this going again. Google not doing anything, so we might have to wait on that.
Yeah, so a bit of a consolidation. Going to look for like the first curl on Amazon above 115 was just at the 20 level. So that was essentially right here. The 115 breakout already happened, so you're going to look for the first curl here. Once I saw a little bit of a bounce off that 20 was actually 25s. I went 50 long. We'll give it to the 25 level. Try to add here, just joining the move essentially after it already broke to the upside. We'll go 116 for the first out here, and then rinse and repeat. Like this is one that on the daily looks good. So we'll sustain this break if it can. Just another one as we just got into our first trade there, at least I got into my first trade. I want to go over to Western Alliance. The top 36 here, it's challenging double top. The wick to the downside up 35, that was too quick. I thought maybe you'd go deeper for a dip buy, but I like this one long. I think there's room to $40 on this. So if it breaks out this double top, I'll go into the long on Western Alliance here on a 36 break. So that'll be, I don't know. If it comes in the next couple of minutes, that could be the next trade that comes here. But we are resisting it for now. But I like the consolidation here.
I took another out on Alibaba, man. I took another 10% out there on Alibaba. We do have a new trade alert. It's going to be Tesla, and well, let's just wait to see where it goes. Bouncing off 167, so if we take that down, we'll get out of Tesla, but we're just going to test that out. I thought it was a decent report and decent meeting there yesterday. So there it is, a nice little dip down, and then let's just take this out now as it's trying to, I'm at 95. Come on, there it is. Okay, so a decent fill there at the bottom for Tesla and a decent out right back at view up. Let's go, baby. Nice little runner right there. Awesome. Trade right here for Tesla, as we did exactly as we said we would. Finally, it's nice to be finally following some of the rules that I kind of written down for myself
AMD
here.
100 soon.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're talking about TSM and everything. So AMD coming to the downside, we definitely want to look at that. I didn't write anything down, Neil, for that. Are you thinking about that long?
Well, So, I mean,
Google's
I
going
think
up.
you almost have to, just because it was such a big level yesterday. It dipped back into that 100 level. Sort of late, you got the break, you got the dip in there. I think it's worthy of a shot. That's a level I almost always want to defend. I just got a reload on Amazon, so that must mean, yep, we touched the high and then came right back in and dipped to that 105.50. So, 105.50. So I was able to get a reload more or less at the same price. Just want to make sure, adjust my stop order there, because that was, make sure I'm using my fun key, the key I like. So we could rinse and repeat off the high of the day here on Amazon. That continues to be strong. I haven't double checked to see where target is. We did say we preferred Amazon for a trade. If 116 breaks, I want to hold through 116, see how far this bad boy can go. One name that we are forgetting that dumped early and is now charging to the upside that Brennan mentioned. Yeah, we're almost at 240 on Meta here. So 240 was resistance yesterday. This one in the midst of a little bit of a breakout potentially as well.
All right, I'm just setting, so we're long everything, man. We just got a good print on Apple there, 171.80 for $1, so we'll take $1 on Apple. The only thing that isn't working is a trade that we just put on Google, by the way, is flying. We got Google really nicely in as well, but here we go. We'll try We'll try AMD off that bottom we just got out of something else again there, man. We got out of Alibaba on the high side as well. We're going to test it against that bottom wick. It's now 940. Here it goes. I was going to say, now let's see if we've made a bottom, but this is why we there it goes. This is why we shorted AMD yesterday. It seemed weak. It is weak. It is weak now, but we saw it yesterday off that 103, and I just can't believe, and Brandon talked about that, how far, we just went short, by the way, how far we've come in the last like week and a half from this 81 bottom off of a bad report that they didn't like. Then all of a sudden ChatGPT and Microsoft step up and try to save them. Not save them, they didn't need that, but that saved the stock as it bumped all the way back up to the upside. So right now, looking a little top heavy up here at 102, 103. So we'll go short, but there it is. We lost on the long, then we took the short, but we are really banking out, man. Tesla is absolutely ripping right now. What is up with Tesla? This is the money dance. We're $1.50 now in the money on Tesla as that is ripping. We're 50 cents in the money on Google as we got a grade out at 119.90 there. And AMD comes crashing back in as well. And Alibaba, don't forget about that name because that's in the 90s now as well. And we'll take a couple outs, man. Today, finally, a banger of a day.
Zila's halted to the downside here. Zila broke $7, so there's the break. Now you're halted 618 halt, 618 indicated open price.
Tesla.
The market's pulling back here. So here's what the market's doing. You had a break of yesterday's high or the overnight highs, and now you're wicking back in. If you hold this is the reload spot. I think that makes sense to me. The market is trying to go up, but there is some resistance when it comes to the ES. A TSM continues to fly. I'm looking for 88s, but it might just have to be a play off of 89. This is sort of the strong one in here. It's trying to pull back. I don't believe in necessarily chasing it. I'm still looking for the dip. Amazon is the one that's set up. Amazon's the one we're going to hang on to. But 170 could still be a breakout on Tesla. It's a little bit early. I hate a break when the market's at resistance. So I'm going to stick with Amazon. We can always play for volume a little bit higher, above that 170 level if it gets there. But the pocket has been made here in Amazon. It doesn't seem to want to break that 116 level. Going to have to be taking some out in front. I want something short pretty much right now, and all roads usually lead to Coinbase for me. So Coinbase is it's now making the break up. So I'm looking for a fade. It is getting pretty darn close. It's a weak-looking stock. You're pretty much right at the afternoon resistance. So if it curls here off 59, I'll take this one as a fade play here, just because it's not setting up for me on Micron right now.
All right, so we are really, really banking today, man. Tesla, $2 in the money. Google, 50 cents in the money. Alibaba is just like a silent assassin for your boy right now. I mean, that name just continues to climb higher. It's too bad that we got stopped out of a little bit, but we are now well up on this name as there it goes, man. Alibaba continues to make a move higher. It's too bad we had a little bit of a quick stop there, breaking through 50, but we got back in there, identified the bottom, and just got in, man. And then here we go. Neil just talked about Tesla 170. Well, we're long at 167.50. I'm sitting here in the 90s. We did not get that fill, so let's go. Let's just take it right now. I just put a 79er in there. We'll see if that can come up. It does go. One more push. One more. There it is. Yes, sir. For the nice little bang trade there on Tesla. We'll take $2 clean, and now we'll wait to see what's going on. Oh yeah, what about AMD is also starting to make that money move to the downside here as we are short $100.85 now on that name. Good out for us on Tesla, Google, Baba, everything, man. Wow. What a difference a day makes. Keegan, man, come back anytime. Nice move right here. We absolutely destroyed this morning. Let's just see if we can't knock on wood and keep our profits a little bit. At least we went long at Google and not short today.
And there's your SFM. Oh my goodness. This is your moonshotter. It's gone. Bye-bye. SMFL just went 75% up. There's the $4 break. Let's see if it holds above. I'm looking for the halt on this. Why is it not halting? I have no idea. It felt like, okay, whatever. I got a Coinbase short. I don't know why why is that still on Coinbase? I just put this to SMFL. If it goes into a halt, I am looking to take the first halt to the upside as a bit of a shot play as a stop underneath. It's broken for even. You know what? If it's not going to go into a halt after this move, then it's not going to make any sense to me. If it goes into one, I'm telling you I want that to the long side, but if I don't see it, then I'm not going to sit there staring at that stock. I'm getting the first curl available on Coin, giving it to 39 even. Amazon still holding the pocket. I just like this one short in multiple areas based on the daily chart. And the market's at resistance. So when the market's at resistance, we're going to put the fade on. That sucks, SML. It should have gone into a halt there. I'm not even sure what's going on sometimes with those. It's still going, 420, 430. I guess the halt bands don't matter. I should have just taken the $4 break. Why wait for a halt if you can just take the breakout? So I'm looking 58 for Coinbase on a fade. Tesla's still looking for that 170 break. You taking out anything in front of it? Because it's starting to reject 170.
Yeah, I took a piece out on Tesla there, 170. That was a monster trade. Yeah, so I actually got out right there right now. I still want to be in it, though, for that break. We did get a great little dip by, and this is exactly what we talked about happening over and over again on this name. Like, every day there seems to be a dip by opportunity, then the rip, and we took advantage of it. So right now I'm only in, unfortunately, about 25% of this trade. So, but the same thing's happening to me on Google. We just got a great fill to get out as well on that one. So as profit keeps coming in, man, we're still watching it, and it's been a very, 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 very profitable day. So that's good. But part of it here is AMD. This story I don't think is over. You talked about looking for a short as you were looking at some of the chip names, and yeah, that is what's pulling down for me right now is AMD. So the net just keeps on ripping here because AMD is actually going down. But some of the stocks that we do have, watch out for some of these NASDAQ names. I'm going to put a bid at, oops, we're not even looking at AMD. Here it is. Sorry about that, guys. There it is. I was going to say we just put a bid at 55 on AMD, and we got it. So right there, nice move to the downside here as it's continuing to go. I'm getting confused because I'm not used to AMD being over $100. So
Tesla just wicked 170.
Okay, good. So Tesla right there. Breaking through, good call on the wick there. So maybe that could be the top there for that play. I'm already in it. I want to see if we can go a little bit higher than this. We like the 170 break out, so that's why we're long down here. Trying to get it. We did take a little bit of profit there. We had to take up that $1 or so, and then it's a rip side move here for Tesla. But again, we're in the money, $2.50 on this, but that's a good call. 170, good out. Let's see what happens now on that one. AMD is also coming back in even lower than it was before, so let's watch out for some AMD movement here as Tesla does retrace back 60 cents.
Yeah, so look, the second I saw that one, I don't like that break. Maybe a little bit if it was later on in a consolidation, a little bit tighter in there to taking it, but the second it wicked the top, that's an entry for me. I was able to quickly add to it. As what it did like an over-under, over 170 for a brief second. It's already hit 69.50. I'll look for 69. This is an upward trending stock, right? So when that happens, to me, you're always wanting to scalp out some of the first move like you would on a breakout trade and then play that retrace. If it holds, fair enough. Maybe you look at where VWAP settles, but it's too early for VWAP at this point. So going to pay myself out there. I didn't use that other stop order, which is kind of stupid. Now I have to adjust my order. I should have used it. It was working yesterday.
Stop order sucks, trust me.
AM's, it's not working?
Well, it cost me
Okay,
$200
I'm not going to
yesterday.
use it. I'm using the other one, so I think we're good.
Up to you, though. I know.
Amazon now has 3 consecutive red candles. I've got the scalp to the high of the day, and all of a sudden the market gave a wick top, and you're reversing here. So I don't want to reload this. I'll just give it to that quarter and see what happens. It's a relatively strong stock. The higher time frame still lines up. You're above the breakout, so if you can hold 115, I do still like it, but obviously you're starting to slow down a little bit. Coinbase, we got the rollover off the lower high. Whether it's here, those are the love. All 3 I'm looking to short on coin just based on where we are on the daily and the overall trend. So looking to short pops in that name. We just got VWAP. I did want to grab more, but we're going to ring the register where you can, and then we'll see what happens next. So Tesla still holding the top end here. Still a strong name. I only got one leg of this one out. Feel like if it gets back down to that 169.50, we should take it again. A lot of times, you don't come all this way not to break out that level. One test, this is a strong name. I do not want to reload on the front end. There it goes, it just broke out. So that's my stop. I'm actually reversed into the long. I think the 170 has a chance here. I wouldn't be stubborn adding unless you get a consolidation above. Amazon's actually breaking back higher as well, so I'm going to go ahead and take some off the high of the day there without moving away from Tesla. So we got the short. Ends up working, but I wasn't aggressive enough getting out, and now you go into that 70 long. So the wick style entry, wait for it to reclaim the level to the upside, which it has done, and then now we're bingo, bango, bongo. I think there's room to 177 on this move, but the market doesn't seem to want to go here because we are still pulling back on the NASDAQ. So it could be stair-stepping up instead of screaming up.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Awesome.
wow, Tesla, guys. This has been an awesome trade, needless to say. But there we go. Good coverage on there. I think it's always worth a shot. That's like what happened to me yesterday. When levels come up there, as a trader, we have to test them as well. So, okay, AMD just bounced off 100, so we got out twice there. Once at $100.30, actually both right around here, $100.25. I'm now bidding down here at 100 flat. So it just bounced off of it. This is what we wrote down here, right on the sticky note. AMD, no, we didn't write it. We talked about it. AMD long at 100, but it's not on the sticky note, so I do take that one back. And I was messaging out, I just tweeted something out. Sometimes the gods like you, right? You guys saw it come down in the trading gods. We saw Google come back in right there, and we took that fill at 119. We knew we wanted 119, and quite frankly, it's written right on the damn sticky note 119, so I'm pretty proud of myself finally taking that trade, and that's exactly what happens. It comes in 119 filled perfectly there on Google, and we were able to, bless you, we were able to get $1 on that one as that goes back up to the upside. Now it's fading back in. I made a keystroke there. I thought I was getting some out of AMD. Remember when I said we'll get some out at 50? Well, I bought a little bit more at Google, but thank God it was just a small piece. So we got out of that right away, but here it comes, taking down 119 to the downside again here. The only thing we're waiting for is an AMD bid. Alibaba has been an absolute beast. We got some out at 89.50 there, but look at the market. I feel like we got to get...
Market's now screaming down.
Exactly. So we got to get something out here a little more aggressively. So let's punch out some Alibaba right here at 94. As you can see, we just did that. So now we're pretty light, just waiting to see if AMD will give us this 100 flat. And after that, man, we good to go, baby. It's Google, though, Neil, coming down to that 119
Intel
area.
Is flushing Intel right now. So two things. I got to update this first. So Amazon double tapped the high, triple tapped, or whatever the heck you want to call it. And then it's a pretty fortunate out because we had the offer at the high of the day. It's now trying to hold that breakout. If we get a bit of a curl here, I'm going to take a shot just going back into this. It's been holding a good range. It's still valid above the breakout price. But look at what's going on with Intel right now. Another day, another flush. You got to be kidding me. Didn't get to 30. That would have been... I mean, if it was at 30, I know for sure I would have been shorted, but, quite frankly, I wasn't looking for this at 29.5. If I was, we'd be all over it. So, strong move to the downside on Intel, no bounce in sight. The one I wanted today is already gone. There's Micron, there's the fade. Congratulations if you got this one to the south side. Just keep projecting 65. It's just an absolute wall for it. Tesla, we reversed. It didn't hold 170.50 here, but it's still a bullish-looking chart. So if you manage to hold this consolidation, the long would still be valid. 169.50 is going to have to hold on the back end. I am short Coinbase. I wish I could tell you I was short one of those chip names, but yeah, Intel now absolutely flushing. The wall breakout, wall got up to 36. There was size on the offer. I didn't think it would be an issue because the volume was good enough. It rejected 36 even. Still valid for the break, but I'm canceling my stop order. When it's $1.50 away from the breakout, I don't leave the order in because the way it gets there actually matters. If it's consolidation break, fine. If it has to run $1.50 and then go, I don't want to be punching the top of a move like that. Thank you very much for the super chat there, Keegan. Already back in there. What an experience. Thank you to the entire Trade TV Live team. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for ringing the bell. Thank you for watching, Keegan.
Yeah, we'll grab, and thanks for messaging again. Follow us on. I've already got a few more people messaging me here on Twitter want to come through. He hit me up on Instagram, so at Trader TV. Sean, thanks, Keegan. Favorite number, maybe 22. So shout out to Keegan there, and thank you
Will Clark, baby.
Thank you for rolling through, Keegan. I would look, here, I'll look at SMFL for you, Scott H, but honestly, SMFL, I have way bigger fish to fry than this right now. As you can see, I'm in 4 positions, but there it is, nice move, up 73% to 450. So there it is for you, Mr. Scott. All right, so Google, this is the thing. It's coming back to 119, so we've done really well. We don't want to get this too far down, right? Like, I don't want to give back what we've made on this take right there. So I'm going to give this a little lower than 119. It's been an area that it's kind of a random one. There's really, I was just thinking 119 could come back in. That's 118.90 there as that top. The 200 period on the 5-minute chart is 118.50, but I don't want to hold it that far down. We've already talked about what the NASDAQ is doing, and we've already banked out on AMD a little bit there. So now we'll like to wait to see what Google does. We'll take another 119 fill, but it is coming back down. So we'll watch out for that on Google. And then, of course, the AMD is really, really a great fill down there at 100. So we actually got that the last time. Now we're pretty light on this name. I didn't think it was bouncing, but it does look like it does want to bounce there a little bit. That is AMD back up to $100.50.
So SMFL, and thank you in the chat for everybody that pointed out, the whole band was actually up at 450. I just looked at the move and it felt like it had moved enough. That's all I'm going to say. I wasn't actually saying it should have halted. I just felt like it, when I was seeing it, that it moved enough for the band. So 450 did reject. It's now back at 4 even. If it holds this can be a nice little entry zone here for, possible move up. It's not the Google 4 break, but it's certainly the nice 4 level there. Tesla just bounced a little bit here, so what do we get? Like, it just put in another higher low, so it's still sort of valid inside of this breakout pocket. If it cannot hold the dip, like 169.30 is just underneath that 169.50, then we get out. Coinbase is solidly cruising to the downside. I have no idea where to join the Intel move. I guess if it bounces back up to 29 maybe, but it's at 28.78, 1.5% down and still falling. So it's falling like an absolute rock. What the heck's going on with NVIDIA? I saw your AMD chart. Yeah. NVIDIA is it's just literally not moving. Intel's getting destroyed. TSM is strong. NVIDIA is just barcoding. So nothing to see with NVIDIA. Amazon's still pretty valid for now. We've gotten a reload here. We'll just look for the high of the day again. If it keeps holding the consolidation, great. It's withstood this move to the downside. I just like where we're at in terms of this breakout above 115. So if it withstands this down move, then Amazon feels like it'll be like an all-day long above 115.
All right, and a shout out to Sticky Note Nation, everybody out there. Let's go. Let's get some bangs for everybody because there's Google again down to 119, and we take that long right off the Sticky Note. So we just tried to get some out at 37 there. We didn't get that fill, so I don't know what's up with it. Maybe it's just not. We talked about this, which is why we're trying to get some more out here. It's weaker today. The market's weak today. The market is. He can call minus 0.35, by the way. So I don't know, that's kind of a random spot there. All right, let's cancel. Oops, cancel. Okay, good. I want to cancel that 35 right now because we just got that. But there it is, a nice little move to the downside, and we just got another 30 print off of a 119 flat. We got 119 flat right there. So we have we have a 12 and a flat gives us the average price you can see on the board right now of 06. So yeah, not in love with this trade, but also don't hate it either. So we'll wait to see if it can get back up to the upside. We do have our out, little lower than 119, like 118.80 or 85, something like that. If it does come in, you will see me get ticked out of that one. I don't know, man. I know Neil's long on Tesla right at this exact level. So let's see if it can bounce around, man. I mean, part of me wants to get out at 170, but we've already seen this 170.50. Plus, we're long from time. So hopefully, the ability to hold on to this will still be in our pocket. But I am looking at maybe getting out if it takes 169 just to the downside, because that would signal, a little bit of a lower break. But I did, like I said, some of us, we've adjusted our charts, right? There's traders that are now using 50 periods on the 1 minute, and I put on here because of Max this 12 minute. So we're learning from each other. 169.50. If it breaks that, I'm going to get out of that 12 minute or 21. Sorry, it's 21. 21 minute SMA there on that chart that I've been watching. So we'll have to wait to see 21 period on a 1 minute chart. That's what it is.
Yes, sir. Well, it's one of the things that we were doing some research for something.
21,
I remember it was like the 9 and 21, very heavily used for day traders for scalping, especially some crosses on those two time frames. So C3AI, it made the move to 25. You guys will probably remember yesterday that 25 level. I said if it got to 25, I'd look for the short. Yesterday it got to 24.85 and reversed. Today it makes the breakout, gets halfway to 26, and then the fade. So, I'm into it for the first time. I shouldn't say back in because I didn't get it yesterday. 25, that's the initial entry point there. And we'll see what happens. I mean, if it's a key level, I'm going to take my shot at it just like I like that 170 area on Tesla, give it to the high of the day, probably only add if we make another failure running at the high of the day there on C3I. So I got that in Coinbase to the south side. Amazon, this market's still looking relatively weak. It's trying to hold on here. Not sure it's going to be able to. It might give it up, and then I'll go. I don't want to hold this all the way breaking, 115 and then all that nonsense. So I'll probably get out of it on a consolidation break, look to reestablish if it wicks that 115 bottom. Tesla may be a similar story, right? It's a reverse. It's still holding the consolidation top side here on that 170 break. But if it doesn't hold up, then you've got one of those crazy little flags, and maybe the short was still valid. So, patient at the start, patient here as well. And SMFL, Smart for Life. It's now, here's the real hold at that $4 level. This is kind of what I was looking for. This will give you like that. It gives you that test. Like, you got under $4 a couple of times, made a pretty definitive bottom here at 390. So I think it's pretty safe. You slap a, like a 380 stop on something like this, and then see if it can get to the high of the day. So SMFL, Smart for Life, the small cap floater that didn't pull a Zila, at least for now.
Well,
it might.
Hey,
they can quadunk in an absolute heartbeat.
Hey, I hope not, but you are 100% right, and that's the thing about these stocks that are these crazy runners that Neil and I both really have no idea what it is, and but hey, that's part of trading. There is to each their own. Some traders will love to trade some of those small cap names, and again, when you're on a little bit lesser, like Neil and I don't have margin issues or buying power or anything like that because we're here on a prop firm. So I trade AMD with the same amount of shares as I would trade like SMFL. Like to me, it doesn't matter. I don't have like a minimum amount of buying power that I need to use or anything like that. So that's a little different than us here. So some of you will trade those runners. I just see a setup in any name regardless of price and get there and take it. And by the way, holy shit, we did it again. I saw Britney Spears is going off a little bit on the rails again. What a surprise. But oops, Britney, we did it again. We just shorted AMD right there again at $100. We're going to watch out for 101, but here it comes pulling back down in just a little bit. And then just to update our Tesla trade before we go over to the big guy, we're going to get out if it takes 169.50. We'll get out of a piece of that. It's just bouncing around right now. So if this market, I don't know, Neil, look at this market. It's going to the downside right now. So I'm really surprised that Alibaba, Google, and the rest of them are kind of holding up. You know what? Google just ripped up.
Tesla just ripped big.
Good. So maybe the market, maybe someone's speaking.
What just happened?
I don't know, but I'm in love with what's happening right now as the market is being spun around and the money is drip, 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 boom right now in hopefully in everyone's account if they're long. Tesla, wow, Neil, that is right, man. That Tesla.
It was violent.
Now $3 in the money for Tesla. So nice move back up to the upside. I feel a little silly not taking something out. So let's do that right now at 170.30. If we were close to getting out before at 169.50, well then let's take, as Neil just put it, let's take this violent move, which it just happened so quickly.
No, I had the level 2 up.
I noticed it as well. I noticed the P&L just...
It was levitation.
Levitated there, and we didn't take advantage of it. Well, the P&L still levitated. Let's see if we can get an out here at 170.30, and then we'll cancel that stop a little bit lower. But we need this out first. Obviously, we're trying to take you know, a little more on this trade here. So $3 in the money on Tesla. AMD good out as well. Let's see if we can get it. But we just keep, okay, here it comes. We just keep throwing over to, come on, Tesla. Let's go 170. Where am I at? I'm at 37 for some reason. All right, well, we don't want to delay too much longer. It is, you know where I'm going to get out, hopefully right now on Tesla. And there it is. So we wait, we be patient with it. That's a good trade. Now we'll cancel our other stop order on Tesla because ho-hum, that's a $3. You know what that is, Sharif? It is this. Get your protein tonight from chicken, Sharif, because that is a chicken dinner winner right there. Let's go over to Sharif.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Zulu Trade. Are you ready to dive into the world of investing but finding it hard to keep up with the market trends? Well, listen up. Zulu Trade 2.0 has just been launched, allowing you to follow and copy the trades of successful leaders from around the globe, making investing easier and more accessible than ever before. So what are you waiting for? Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right of the screen there. All right, let's see how markets are faring. You heard the guys talk about this market retracing, but they are trying to hold green. The ES up 0.15, the NQ 0.04. They're eking on to some green here. The Dow also up 0.2, the TSX down 0.4. We shall see what the rest of the day brings, but what's strong is very obvious. Tesla is an absolute rocket. Strong on the back of the AGM yesterday and Elon Musk's CNBC interview, where he made several pronouncements, including Tesla's dive into the advertising ring there. So they're going to be spending money on advertising dollars. Amazon also looking to make it 11 green days of 12 of the last 12. Multiple funds disclosing new positions in this stock after the earnings last 2 weeks. TSM also one of the lone green names in the ADR world. It's up on news of Japanese subsidies for Samsung chips, which is one of its clients, guys.
So a couple of things here. High of the day break is happening right now on SMFL. At least it's attempting to hold that 450 level. Come to my chart real quick, guys. 450 right here. It's a triple top, or actually a quadruple top on the 3-minute. We did get profit out in front. Here is the dip off that high. As long as we hold 4, we're going to continue to go for this one. I feel like it's got a decent chance if it takes out that top to go into a haul, which didn't happen previously. But that's a pretty solid trade. If you're looking for these like home run on, a lot of times if you get it early on, it's just a little bit better because then when it goes completely insane, you've got yourself a good price. So just want to quickly update that because when it doesn't break the top, it could rug. It's withstanding it at least for now. Coin looking okay. I want to get to Tesla for a quick second here. The market's bouncing off support, and Tesla's trying to put in a higher low above 170. So if we break the top again, I think you're reestablishing, instead of the 169.5 area, you're looking above 170 for a bit of a bounce. This is what's going on over here in the NASDAQ. I almost said NASDAQ. NASDAQ, yeah, yesterday
it kind of is on crack.
It is. Like we wicked the top. Now we're bouncing off the support level. So anything that's strong, I feel like you want to be looking for those longs at this point. You're in a consolidation bottom. If that level gets taken out to the downside, I'm going to be asking myself how to get into Intel short, how to add to C3AI short, and how to add to Coinbase. C3AI, 25 curl. It just broke 24.50. I was able to get out. And then now we're looking for that support from the afternoon, 23.5 on C3AI. So it holds 25 for a brief second after the early breakout. Now it's coming southbound. That was the level, so we got there. We want to be short that name and only looking short. Coinbase, it never got to 60. That would have been the perfect entry. You've now quadruple bottomed off $57. So, I got to respect that. I'll respect that. The market's at lows. 1, 2, 3, 4 times you're bouncing off this level on Coinbase. Yeah, I'd say there's some buyers down here. Whether I agree with them or not is completely irrelevant, but there's clearly buyers at $57 on Coinbase. I'll be getting out of this trade in front of 57. Let's just respect it. I have a trailing stop in now, and I'll try to get out the low as well.
All right, Tesla's absolutely ripping right now like crazy. $3.50 now in the money on this Tesla trade as we are printing on this one pretty nicely now back up to the upside. We did take an L though. We'll flush ourselves on the toilet. We're gonna have one negative name here today with AMD now because that short, we just took a shot right there again at 80s. We averaged into 101 and then got out once it broke through. So our best out is 101.12 right now on that one. So hopefully that can continue to climb upside a little bit. The risky position right now for me, believe it or not, as if. Maybe I just need to stay away from Google. We're up on Google today a lot. It's fine. But I don't know if we have the right read here. We're long again down here at this price. We got a good little level there down at 90, but again, we did take some 10s first and some 90s late. If we had just waited for that, then I'd be like, okay, but let's take out some now as the market's ripping back up and Google really isn't doing anything. So yeah, a little bit of a bothersome trade here for me on Google because it looks weak, and we saw a top yesterday. I just hope it goes up. I mean, all right, we'll take a 10 if, I was gonna say, we'll take a 10 if it'll give it to us. I'm just trying to get out. We do have a little bit of shares here, and it's definitely not performing the way I'd hoped it would. So there we go, we'll take a 10 there on Google as it comes back to the upside. We're long at 06.
It's not just Google. Amazon okay. Failed 115. So like that was the only thing that didn't work clean so far this morning. Amazon failed the 115. I'm gonna quickly show you because SMFL is doing some interesting things here. We'll talk about that $5 level. But look at Amazon. Held 115. The long was good. The reload off 15 looked like it was solid. But maybe it's Amazon and Google falling down with this market in some of the chips. I don't know, because that's the only one I had that didn't work out. So maybe it's a little bit of the same thing going on with Google. There's $5. I got out some in front of $5 on SMFL. There's 4, 450, and 5. That's not rocket science. Now we're just looking for a halt. Once it halts, if it halts up, I'm looking for the exit on the other side of it. If it goes into a halt down, I'll just cover. I'm giving it back in. I'm just going to give it all the way back into 4. I just feel like if it's going to do the home run thing we said, get an early move on these things. Otherwise, you're chasing at the top, which to me, I don't like chasing those at the top. I'm not looking for re-entries in that stock or holding it high or any of that nonsense. It's just see how far it goes at this point. Tesla, with the market bouncing, is still churning to the upside. Not even giving a 170 retest here, so I still like the VWAP bounce, but you could still be playing off the 170 level as well. So let's see what happens. Let's let it settle down here. Patience has worked out a little bit. I did get trailed out of Coinbase. You can see, as I was saying, there's buyers down here. Is what it is. Like somebody like Coinbase at 57.20. Maybe we find out that Kathy Wood's been buying it. But it's at the same bottom for 2 days in a row when it looks like it should be going to the gates of hell. Someone keeps stepping into this thing and it manages to hold it green. I trailed out this little consolidation. I'll go back into the short if it gets back toward the high. Otherwise, we'll just sit on our hands with Coinbase. I don't know if we'll be trading Intel today. It's hard to short this name this far to the downside if the market's on a bit of a bounce. So, this is the Alamo as well on the daily chart at 28.5. For Intel. I think if it breaks beneath that, it gets pretty ugly. So it makes sense that it's catching a bit of a bid here. Shorting at this bottom doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So I might be not playing Intel and Micron unless they get to more reasonable price levels.
I'm just, like today on Tesla, we finally did what we wanted to do. And it was like, we always talk about buying some of these dips. We did it on Google. Well, we're still doing it on Google. It's not ripping though. But we did it on Tesla and we did it pretty strongly, man. Like that 169, as soon as we found out that this base was there, and we got in at about, that fill is 937. So we knew we wanted the long and we saw a little base there. So it was just like, honestly, this take a 169.7, like you want to talk about R to R there. I was reading Brian Shannon's book as well. Like that didn't give me anything to do with this trade, but it's all about like the risk to reward. Like, so right here, that bottom is 167.17. So I was giving this 60 cents worth of risk. It's up right now $4 in the money on 60 cents. So, that really worked out well for me, obviously. And holy Nikes right now. Look at Google. Money. If you're Sticky Note Nation, I don't know, man. Let's put some ones right now in the chat. I'll start right now because honestly, this was off 19. Man, like this was been a good trade for us there off 19. Like we just got it again right back up to VWAP. Sure, we were a little bit anxious. I told you, I don't know if this is going to go. So we got some out right there, but look at this move right up to the upside. There goes. We're at the high of the day, even though we messed up pretty royally and taken some L's there on AMD. We ain't taking any L's on Google right there as that rips always to the upside the last couple days, and there it is, man. Another one for us here on Google. We'll take another, there we go. We'll take a 41 out there as well, so it's a nice move up there to the upside, and there it goes, man. Google, let's just keep on running. 119.50 for Google there today. Good trade on that one. Neil's got the Tesla trade as well. A couple good trades on board right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's all looking, look, the bounce in the market is, I just say it's extensive. Let's just put it that way. That support, we're almost back above, no, sorry, we are back above 13.5. We're back above 13.5. I think the long, at this point, it looks so solid. You've already, look, the shorts definitely love that move in here, but once you double bottom or triple bottom, I guess it is, you're now higher lows across the board. If we take out the top on the NASDAQ today, then yeah, those are both still bulls. It gets pretty nasty. I keep saying if we get that continuation on the break, and then it never happens. So maybe I should just shut up about that. I want to acknowledge some people in the chat mentioning a couple of other things. There's some strength in the airlines. Not really much of a focus, but for those of you that are watching the strength in the airlines, you're already starting to pull back. This is the same thing AL did the last time. It's still actually holding that support on the breakout, so it's still in the channel. It's the slowest breakout I've ever seen. But it is still making that break. Here's the daily. That's 1480. That's the next level it has to take. Was watching that before. That's much better for a swing play because it's holding support and is garbage on the daily chart as far as I'm concerned. Amazon, I guess it wants to sit it out a little bit here because, as you just mentioned, with Google bouncing, Amazon's still beneath 115. So the breakout on Amazon at 115, that was the breakout I liked. We took it a couple of times. The third time was not a charm off of 115, and you're still beneath it. The longer this holds up with the market heading up, and Amazon could be turning into a short here. I'm not there yet where I think it's a flip to the south side, but when I see everything else going, like Tesla's still going, Google actually caught that bid off 119. I haven't checked out Apple and Microsoft, but Amazon underneath that 115, and they are the retail name. And retail wasn't that great this morning when you looked at Target. So it's not that I want to be pumping the brakes, but quite frankly, that long is a failed break if I ever seen one. The other name that's a bit of a dog here and trending toward 170 is Apple. Apple is negative almost 1% and trending down. So there's some things dragging us down here. Obviously, I don't have to tell you Intel is dragging us down, but they don't move the market. Right, that's just a weak chip name that's not even that big anymore. Apple is holding us to the downside here, to a certain extent Amazon as well. But if Apple can't get going off 170, which I think could be a scalper's dream long, then this market's not going anywhere. I'm trailing Tesla as far as, at this particular point. The dip buy is so far away from where I'd like it that I'll put a trailing stop in. But this Apple, I'm joining the short. We're not going to get 173, but if we get maybe VWAP in a curl on Apple, I feel like this is the name. I'm leaning short Apple. I'm not there yet on Amazon. I'm really close to thinking Amazon's a short, though.
Amazon. Oh yeah, I'm not close to thinking anything about Amazon. I've just haven't looked at that, but yeah, good coverage on that name for sure. Here as we get ready to rock and roll once again. I mean, I'm still on Google here, really enamored by that trade because we've gotten hit over the last couple of days, but we really sort of adjusted what we wanted to do today. Be very, very patient with the name and not get caught in a short bias. We talked about only going long, and we actually wrote it right here on the sticky note. Only go long here on Google. So we are able to do that. It does make a nice move up, but we are sort of starting to get some out now as we do realize, obviously, that there's not as much strength in this name as we thought. But, I mean, has anybody been sleeping on this name right now? Money. It's the money dance name. It's Alibaba. Today we are $1. Like, look what we have. $5 in the money on Tesla, 70 cents in the money on Google, $1 in the money on Alibaba, and we already took $1 on Apple, and then we lost, unfortunately, on AMD. But the AMD out was, thank God, we're able to get out of that one because AMD ripped our face off back up to the upside as that was the short that I picked, and it was fantastic early. Remember, we screwed up going long the first time, so that's an L there. Then we made it back and was doing quite well on it, and then we're small in the red on this because we did short. These purples are shorts. I just didn't believe it was going to break this $100.70. When it did, we should have got out of the way, but then I defended VWAP and the 50 period to obviously no avail right there for AMD. But yeah, the market is now trying to go back up to the upside. There's that infamous flush that we've seen every single day. I don't know if it's been a flush like this, but we've seen a move down, and I don't want to talk about the market, but definitely been seeing it on all the stocks. So there's a nice move down. We take advantage of that one. And I don't know, man, Tesla, I don't want to look at this thing too much and worry too much about it. But the 21 period on this one, shout out to my guy Max back there. The 21 period right now is at 170.90. I think we'll add that to our 1 minute chart. We've been looking at that again. I know, like I said, I think you might have the 50 period on as well.
On my dailies, yes.
On the daily. So yeah, you don't use it on the 1 minute. I have it on the 1 minute, and I use it on the daily as well. So we're sort of trying to implement a few different things here. And stocks can run forever. There's no doubt about that. But
that is
you
true.
know, taking,
ask HKD.
Yeah, ask HKD, ask at least a couple stocks a day. You seem like it's never going to stop. But
well, SMFL.
Yeah, did that stop at 450 there?
Well, 5.
5. Okay.
So it did this. If I was flat this stock, a lot of times if I had paid for locates, because actually I didn't pay for locates on this thing, which is pretty dumb. You should always have locates if you're going to trade it. It wicked 5 even. A lot of times that's a short entry. But to me, with that long, the 4 long, the entire plan with this silly thing is just get the first break upside. I didn't get that, so you get the 4. If there's 450, there's 5. I just want to hold it. It has to break support to get me out. Otherwise, if it breaks 5, like who the heck knows where these things can go? As far as I'm concerned, when you look at the daily chart, why wouldn't it go to $7 if it breaks out from the $5 level? So you give it some room to run, but you pay yourself out so it can't turn into a loser. I did just get trailed on Tesla. So there's that curl. And again, like I prefer like supply zones a little bit. So when I see the move, like this is the gap we're breaking, the 170 upside. So I like the breakout there. Played it short until it showed me the breakout, and then we played the short. There's the supply zone right at that 172 on the way down in this gap. So I'm going to look to usually get out there. If it dips, we come right back into 170. Anywhere close to it, look for that long. If you consolidate, look for a breakout of that zone. It could be like 72.5, 73. It could just be off the 72 level. So I'm now out of Tesla. I'm reloaded in C3 AI. I say that with a bit of cringe because the market's still going up here. And if AI gets back to 25, then this reload, it's probably going to be short-lived because I don't want to hold this all the way back to the high of the day. I'm just going for this little curl off the lower high on C3 AI. I'm going to sneeze now. So if we don't hold VWAP here, I'll probably wait till it gets to the high of the day to get into more of this or to take the short again. So you've actually held 24 pretty decently. Coin, which we were in, that is now, like, look at like Coinbase, man, like, for some reason, I refuse to go long this stock.
What is that doing short? That's a great trade, though. Who cares?
Yeah, but is it not if it was any other stock? If this was Apple, well, the way it's going up here, you got to wait for it to start failing. At back end, not front end.
Straight up.
But if this was Apple, I'd be long at 57.5. If this was AMD, I don't know, Nvidia, I'd be long 57.5. Name the stock, and you're going long if you see a bottom like this 2 days in a row. Like double bottom 2 days in a row off the same level, actually a bit of a higher low. That consolidation break. That's where we put the trail. I don't think it's worth it to be aggressive with the reload. That's kind of what I'm saying here.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong.
Like, I don't know why.
I'm just biased to that stock as well. So
I 100% agree. I just
89.34.
What's Bitcoin doing?
I'm trying to figure out Alibaba here because I know you got out of Tesla. It's still at that level. I feel like that's where we've already done well. I mean, we both did well on Tesla. There's no doubt about that. And I do feel like maybe the market's bouncing around. I do see. Can you confirm that Biden's going to speak? Oh, I just saw it right now. I just saw the confirmation. I was going to ask Sharif, but I don't want to anymore because
well, that sucks.
10:45, speaking about the debt ceiling. Now, whether or not you guys let me know if there's rumors of a deal. This could be absolutely nothing. Could just be like, we're nowhere near. Blah, 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 trying to put some pressure on the other side. That could easily be what that is right now. So the market's not really reacting at all to that. That news just dropped literally a minute ago. Nothing really happening on the market here at all on that, but we'll wait to see if something does come through. For me, Tesla, I told you where we'll probably hold it. We have the 50 period right there. We were talking about that. The 12 period, 21 period on Tesla, which I'm going to add once we throw over to Sharif. I'm going to add it to the chart so we can get a look at where it is because I do like that number. Google fell down a little bit. We just got a good out there at 60, but this is going down a little bit too far. Oh man, all right. We sort of spotted that this name was not necessarily in trouble, but just that it was not. You mentioned Amazon. Obviously, you did the work there with.
It's still
right, still relatively weak, I guess. And I just feel like Google. Not feel like. I mean, I can see what's happening. It is weak right now. Although you're getting some nice bumps up, and honestly, Google is. Tesla's my #1 stock, but Google's #2. So that's right there. We only traded Google. I mean, BOVESPA's really good, but again, we hit Google 4 times, but so we only hit Alibaba twice here. But there it is, a nice move on that one. So right now, Google, I still like it. I still respect you, but yeah, it is coming back down a little bit. We're going to get another out at 40. As I'm going to put that on my chart, and we're going to make sure that we throw over to Sharif.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, not a whole lot today in small cap world. There is SMFL. This has been the rocket of the day. Smart for Life, guys. Up on news that they have partnered with Cloud Kitchens for the delivery of, yes, you guessed it, high protein ice creams. Something I can definitely get behind. Price action is decent, above VWAP, a series of bull flags pulling back now, rejecting off that 5 initially. Look for support at the top end of this range here, maybe 450 to 435, that 15 penny range. There was also this one, guys, MOTS, Modus GI Holdings. This was strong earlier on. It halted to the upside, then to the downside, now below VWAP, and just barely holding on to $1.101 low. This one's holding on to that dollar level, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I still think SMFL can go, but it's catching a bit of a base. It just doesn't want to break $5. Again, if it halts to the downside, I'm waiting for $4 anyways. We'll see what happens there. I got out of AI in that lower high, and I'm looking for it to challenge the high of the day there. Just be cautious. The market is screaming back up to the top, so allow it to maybe get to the top. Speaking of that, Coinbase just wicked the high here. Let's go to the 3 minutes so you can see. So it just wicked the high. Kind of allowed it to make sure that it wasn't a complete fake out last time. I did chase it a little bit, but yeah, I'll go off the high of the day now. It looks like it is a decent setup. Intel is such a dog. Here comes SMFL right now. See, it doesn't want to halt to the downside. So I'll go to SMFL here because that just made a pullback. It just bounced off VWAP. If it does a consolidation off this price again with a higher low, that could set up a re-entry and just do the same thing the second time through. This is a much deeper pullback and doesn't want to seem to halt when it goes 10% on a pull, but it has to break this support here at 390. We already got the scalp trade out of it. I want to short Intel, but like this is, the market just bounced from the bottom almost to where we broke out on the NASDAQ. The ES is looking nice, and Intel bounced all of 20 cents after dropping almost a full $1. So yes, it's weak, but am I really going to short it with a 5 to 10 cent stop? That's what it looks like right here, because if it plays catch up, this thing could just absolutely rip your face off, given how bad it's been. Now, we'll see. I mean, I don't like the fact that Biden's talking in 20 minutes, but I do like the fact that this is looking like a bit of a rug pull. And if we break 28.50, that's just one of those, I got to have it if we break this flat bottom on Intel. I hate having to wait for that move when it's giving me a consolidation. So if I stop out at 28.90 and it seems unreasonable, it's because I'm very cautious shorting the bottom here on this name, and I don't want to lose more than 10 pennies on it.
Okay, so yeah, it's all good. I don't have much to report right now. Google does make a move back up to the upside, so we do get that fill that we wanted. We put a little dotted line into here for the 12 period, but it's not exactly lining up with my e-signal, so I'm going to have to find out what's up with that. So we're still going to follow it, and I'm going to look at it. Probably have a setting wrong on one or the other, but there it is right now, and it's very, very easy for us. If you're part of our platform, you just go into here. We added it, create, simple moving average, 12 period. I put it purple with these dotted lines so we can look at it. Probably has something to do with these inputs, but I want
it's probably the input
high, low, open, close divided by 4. Is that what that means? I'll take that. High, low, open, close divided by 4. So that way we get a more smoothed out trade, but that still shouldn't matter that much. But, you know, we'll watch out for it right now as well. Yo, what's up, my guy? Right there. Okay, let's go. Google, nice move on that one. Alibaba still nicely in the money as that's going up to the upside. And an out on Alibaba because there it is right there, 89.60. So if I'm using the 12 period, we would be able to get out right now. I never want to ever use, again, like I'm not, you know, CMT or anything like that, far from that. But, you know, we're going to give it a little bit of room once we break some of these levels. So 89.50, and we're going to make $1 on Alibaba. So that's where I'm going to try to get out at 89.50 on Alibaba. So, all right, let's go over to Sharif.
Hey guys, yep, TSM, you guys mentioned this one earlier. Taiwan Semiconductor has been an absolute rocket today. It's knocking on the door of 5%. We're up 4.8, right on the door of that 90 level.
What stock was that?
Oh, TSM.
Ooh, TSM. Okay, I knew I'd heard it, but me and Neil were talking about another trade.
I'm still actually, I'm lonely bidding this stock. I can cancel this. It's always happens.
It's a 21 period.
You always 9 in the 21. That makes way more sense.
What am I doing?
The 9. It's a 921. So, anyways, TSM through 89 pretty solidly. I just canceled my 88 dip buy because we're obviously not going to get that. 90 even could come and play. The fact that you're dragging up, I just got in that. This is exactly why I want a tight stop on Intel. Because when you're screaming up here in TSM and the market wants that high, as weak as it is, if this stock plays catch up, it's got still room to go. So I've got an 83 short. I'll tell you guys right now, I'm stopping out just above 90 even. I'm going to be safe about it and not use that thing that failed yesterday. So you'll actually see this one go out with my limit on the chart there. So my limit order is at close to 29. It doesn't really matter where you cross to. It's like a market limit. Plenty of liquidity on Intel. Yeah. So I'm short the bottom. But this is the bottom into a market which is looking pretty strong. So if we turn, great. This stock should be weak. If we don't, then hopefully it's not too big of a stop. But I waited for a bit of a stronger push this time into coin. So it kind of got up there again. I didn't really short this. I shorted it here. It's hard to see. It was already pulling back. Whatever. So I got the short here, 58, 88. It hasn't broken 59 just yet. The high is 98. My stop out, creatively enough, was going to be at 59, or at least close enough to it. So Coinbase, once again, it's a strong-looking name. We're a little bit more patient with it, trying to catch that curl. Here's the curl now. 58.5 was a level last time, so we'll go with that on Coinbase. Strong move to the upside. Don't tell me Zeal is going. I don't know. I'll bite.
Well, I mean, it's one of the best companies. I mean, it might as well go up when the market. Congratulations! That's what it's all about, man. Make that money.
Well, sometimes some people, people put in the chart, Zeal is moving upside. I'm like, it moves like a tiny move. This is going. Yeah, this is starting to go again. It's held $6. I don't know why I'm missing some pre-market data in here, but either way, it held support sort of off that pre-market level. You're getting a nice breakout off 6. It still has a chance to take out, I guess, like $758 yesterday was a huge rejection. So it's got a chance to take that out. Just understand when you zoom out, it's got a lot of work to do considering where it came from yesterday. Like there's a lot to chew through here for some it's not really bag holding levels, but for some rejection levels yesterday. Doesn't mean it can't do it, but it's got a lot to work through. SMFL still kind of holding 420. I'm long at 412 there. So coin short, Intel short. You know, if you're gonna, the way I see it today, like Coinbase, fine, that 59 level is working, but let's be real. I came in today thinking it should be 60. It's been the lower high for now. It's still pretty bullish here. As a matter of fact, as bullish as it is, be a little bit more aggressive getting. I think VWAP is the out here. Double bottom, I'm thinking higher low is going to be the best. If that's going to be 58, we take it. Intel makes way more sense in terms of if you're going to try and hold out for dear life, wait for the actual low of the day here. I'll get something out in front of 70s. Not a lot of things are profiling for fantastic shorts. One of those, Apple, is still weak. It just got to VWAP, so I don't know, Apple's been weak all morning long. I thought maybe you would get to VWAP and you play the over-under game, like it pops above. You get that barcode where you're shorting just above VWAP and allowing it to break. So I'll let it get a little bit higher because this is what's happening in the market. You're still all green on the 15-minute. You know, you're not. The breakout was at 13.525, so you got 5 handles till you get there. And so you challenge that high. Once you're rejecting it, maybe see a little bit of signs of weakness, then you get into an Apple. Then I would think about an Apple short. Intel I don't mind because it's already setting up for me. But yeah, I'd be a little more cautious with something like an Apple. As we go to Sharif for the crypto update. Good timing.
Yeah, Neil, a quiet day in crypto world. We're now below 27,000 on BTC. We're technically down 1% on the day. ETH not faring much better, down 1.25 as well, below that 1,800 level. There is interesting news here on Coin. This is the chart on Coin, guys. This is the 3-minute chart on Coinbase. Meddling in the Middle East, Coinbase to strategically venture into the UAE for international operations. It looks like it wants to center its international center, I guess, out of the UAE, and I know that was a tough one. Neil's face, I saw Neil's face, sending it back to you guys.
Honestly, that was priceless.
Oh my God.
Whatever. This is live, man.
He's human.
If you talk, I've actually said this to a bunch of my friends whenever like a broadcaster makes a little bit of a hiccup. I said, until you talk that much on air, don't talk to me about that stuff, because you will make brain farts and like this, whatever, you're forming a sentence, doesn't come out the right way. That just shows you that it's unscripted and live. And people are having to go off the cuff, which is what we do every single day. I'm not here to tell you it's easy, nor am I a professional, but that was a good one. I love stuff like that because it shows the authenticity. Damon M, SoFi, Snap, and Beyond rocket ships. That's a trio of rocket ships I'm not usually expecting to see. So we'll check out some of those. I don't know why Beyond Meat none of those three names actually have catalysts as far as I'm concerned, but one that could end up being a rocket ship. And I'm just going to throw caution to the wind here with Coinbase. It's starting to reject, took some out 60s instead of 50s. What you're getting here, double bottom, broke the high. If it puts in a higher low, this gets awfully bullish really quick. I'm thinking VWAP here. I don't think we're getting back to the low of the day. That's just a gut feel how strong the market looks, and given what the chart's telling me there. I'm trailed out of Tesla looking for the re-entry point. It's challenging this next breakout. If it consolidates here, maybe you're looking for a consolidation. I thought maybe we could get to 171 or maybe even breach a little bit lower and get back into this area for a long. That never really happened, but you're still valid to maybe grab something in this range as long as the futures can hold up there. Yeah, so 2 shorts, 1 long, Snap. I don't know why this is okay. I mean, it's still only at $9. I don't know if there's a story here, but up 5% is pretty solid for Snapchat, and it is breaking out on the daily. So I hate looking blind, but this is a consolidation break if I ever saw one with room to $10. It doesn't look like it's screaming up. It's just the last move was pretty violent through 9 even. This is usually a decent trend trade. So if this dips back in, I think it can be worth it. I'm just going to double check to see what's going on here, because usually there's a reason why it's up this much.
I think there's a lot of these names that have been beat down that are going up. Palantir's going back up. But you know what? We still do the same thing. And as we spin this thing, as Tesla right now is 450 in the money. And yeah, like Neil said, I mean, imagine talking like this. Well, obviously we don't have a script, and trading and trying to entertain a little bit there. Wow, look at Google as well. Alibaba. So you're right. Shout out to David in the chat. Yeah. Duh, it's not 12, it's 21. So now we got the 21 period here as Alibaba continues to climb back up to the upside, 89.75 now as we are now look what we're doing today. $1.30 in the money on Alibaba right there. One clean trade. Google, like honestly, Google, let's just keep going, man. Like, we just got long again at 11. Here's another 20 cents on this, man. Like, Google is just like, today, whatever, man, stink face that one. And then look what's happening right now on Tesla as we go like this with Tesla and try to keep you entertained a little bit with some of these graphics, as there goes Tesla right now. 172.50 just touched through. So we're $5 in the money on this name. Alibaba, Tesla, and then, yeah, we already took some money out on Apple. We should have reloaded. I mean, here's the Apple trade. It just sucks because it was, well, it doesn't suck, but there's the early take at 171, out 171.40, out 171.80 right there. And we just bounced off 170. We should have been there because, again, that is a sticky note name that we ignored right there. But Tesla, run, my friend, as Sharif says, run. I know that Sharif is loving Tesla, and so am I today, because this has just been an absolute rocket ship to the upside here. Where do we stop? We have 176, 175. And not only that, but we talk about it all the time, and sometimes we don't follow our sticky notes or anything like that. But, now that it's 10:35, the market's kind of chilled down. We've already sort of made our trades here today. Don't forget to check it out on the sticky note right now. Shout out to San Antonio Spurs, Wembanyama yesterday. That's a great landing spot for him. I guess Pop doesn't have to retire. 170 long right there, man. We talked about that. Must not going anywhere. Cybertruck deliveries, new models, everything was a great talk there yesterday. And we know what can happen when Tesla gets going, and that's exactly what happened today. Even if you don't have the 167 like we have, the 170 is cash, right? So nice little play up there. But here we go, man. We are starting to dip down a little bit. 171, I could mess with this. 171.75, my new targeted out for Tesla. Just going to put that order in.
Yeah, and I just adjusted my stop because I think this is that time of the day you take stock of where things are at. Yeah, it's 10:30. We're getting into that. sometimes it's a lull and the market's at a bit of a high here and it's kind of slowing down. But SMFL, this is the one. It's now bouncing off 4 again. So I do favor the idea that this can be a bit of a reload. I'd like to see it sort of show a little bit more strength. Like you had, after it bounced underneath $4, it just immediately reclaimed it, did a wick underneath one more time. So there's your wick under, and that's when I entered. So it held 4 once, had a close above, wicked underneath 4, and then that was the entry. So I'm waiting for it to break underneath $4 to take more shares because it feels like that's what it wants to do. I got one leg out of Intel short, sort of in front of the low of the day, and I didn't replace. There we go. So I got one leg out in Intel in front of the low. I'm going to take another one out here, then hold to 28.50. This is clearly. I mean, I don't have to tell any of you guys with what's going on with TSM, with what's going on with AMD, NVIDIA. Here is. NVIDIA almost got to 300. If it got to 300, I probably would have taken a shot. But everything else is strong. Intel's weak. That's why we're sitting in this one to the south side. NVIDIA, speaking of which, it did eventually break out. That breakout occurred 296. You have a nice little, I guess, consolidation zone above it. That could set it up for a long off 296. I do like that setup. But I think the Intel is going to be the dog here. And Snapchat, I don't know, man. They got an upgrade with a price target of 12. It looked like it was calming down at 9 even. Nah, it's still going, man. Still going very slowly to the upside. This is a nice little linear move that I do want to get involved with. So congratulations if you've got this one. Sometimes an upgrade's all it takes. As Sean mentioned, I think it probably is more to do with the fact that a lot of beaten up names are all going at the same time. But it's a trend I can get down with because it's got $10 in its sights. I'm not going to play it this parabolic up. I'd rather see it pull back in. There's been several chances to get back into this stock. So I'll wait patiently for those. I thought coin was maybe a little bit too strong here. This one could be breaking out. If it breaks out at 59, sometimes that's all it takes, man. This could be headed toward that 60 level. So I'm not going to be fighting this one, going into it over and over again off this level. It's worked twice, but you can see the first time worked a heck of a lot better than the second. Be careful with your shorts. If this is the day that the NASDAQ goes, then you don't want to be caught in any shorts that look like they're not Intel.
Yeah, Intel was actually one of the top stocks on the show yesterday, and I only put it on at the end of the day, so I like that short for sure right there. Look, guys, I'm going to tweet this out because I don't know, like, do we just going to get out at Alibaba if it breaks back down through 90? I mean, we're long here at 88.50. Alibaba makes that move all the way back to 90. It was a great stock for me yesterday, and it looks like we are sort of rinsing and repeating that good feels today here on Alibaba as we begin to take out 90 and everything here on this name. So there it goes, man. A huge move to the upside again on Alibaba. We traded it yesterday off 85 long and really took that one out. And now it's a nice move right here again as Alibaba just continues to climb. All right, so here we go, man. I'm not going to reload Alibaba. This is Google. Google down here because we're going to get out. I just want to make sure the stop works. I'm going to get out if it breaks 19s. I mean, it's just come down here too much. I was going to give this a little bit more room on it, but nah, I'm not going to. We'll try to get a little bit of shares. We'll buy some O2s right now, but this is going to be 10 cents worth of risk, and that is that because, like I said, we've identified this name as weak, and we don't need to be here if it is weak. So we'll watch out for it. We already know it's weak, but we'll give this a little bit of a shot because we've done it so many times. So, you keep touching that stove, eventually, as the story goes, you will get burned. So we'll have to wait, and I feel like we're at that spot right now. So we're long at 07. I mean, we could take a 10-cent hit. I don't think we've ever taken less than 10 cents on this trade. So far, so good on it. But here it goes. It's testing 119 again. But by the way, Tesla is now, Sharif, and it's perfect that we're going over to you, is now $5 in the money off of the sticky note, off of that dip down buy early. And honestly, man, maybe we get out at 172. Like I keep saying we're going to get out, but we haven't gotten forced out yet. Like none of our stops have hit. They're all just keeps on going to the upside. We did take a 170.50 because we wicked that high right there. So we were wondering if that was going to be tested again, and it was. So we got out there at 170.50. But for right now, man, Tesla is just ripping. And by the way, I got to get some new lines because, yeah, we did it again here on Google as it just going right back up. We tested 119 again. And honestly, Sharif, man, can this day or this morning never end? I mean, this has been such a great morning, and we throw it back over to you.
Feeling it on that Tesla trade, Sean. Hats off to you, my friend. All right, mostly green board, guys. Let's have a look at what we're seeing right now. Banks decidedly green. Comerica Bank up almost 10%. Zion 7.5%. Those are being lifted by multiple tailwinds coming into the banking industry. Win lifting up the gambling names. Las Vegas Sands also up 3.5%. Win 6.5%. Norwegian squeezing in there in the consumer discretionary sector, up 3 1/3. TJX and Bath and Body Works lifting up the retail names as well. The airlines also strong. UAL up 4.2%. Delta up 3.5%. American Airlines up 2.5%. Those are all being lifted. The lone red names, guys, healthcare decidedly red, taking up its own little corner there on the top right.
Remember, healthcare has been that inverse, for like growth stocks, right? So, when growth was taking on the chin, healthcare was the other way around, and then when they reached those highs, it's been a bit of a reversal. I don't know what a TIO is, so I'll have to look it up in a second. It is going absolutely crazy. This is the daily chart for Tingo Group here, and it just opened back up after a halt. It tapped the high of the day, and is starting to come back in here already. So that's a 475 top. A $4 double bottom. What the heck is the narrator keys that I just turned on? I don't know what the hell this is. I'll just close it. Now it just opened something else. Double top here on this end is TIO. The float on this is 120 million. So it's a decent size on the float, but it just reopened, kind of making a bit of a break. We'll see what's going on. I don't really have a story on this one, but a big mover already. I know Zila just made a breakout here. Oh, yeah. Zila just got to 750. Double top is at 790, an $8 break, maybe imminent here for Zila. All roads lead to that one. If this breaks 8 even, I'd much rather be playing this off halts. This is hard to chase, but that double top looks pretty enticing on Zila. I'm not sure, again, what that TIO is, so I just know that it's moving. What's that?
Means uncle.
Tingo?
Means uncle. Apparently someone said.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what language, but it means uncle.
Shout out to that. Appreciate the chat. I don't know what's up with that one.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the symbol.
I think, Zila breaks this top. I think this is going to be a heavily looked at top break. Maybe it's crowded. I'd prefer this thing going to a halt, and then maybe you could just sort of, take the halt print and take that into the open and go really binary with it. I feel like the break, you're immediately putting a stop at 750 or something like that, because I would not want to get rugged on this one. I got it, as I said, I got it a coin, and I'm glad I did. I should have maybe reversed long. It just felt way too strong up there. Somebody's buying this bad boy up, and maybe it is. I should be, if we dip back in, maybe I just need to be long the stock until it gets to at least 60 to 61. That'll be the next level up. I do want this short again, but it has to get past 60 into that 61 where we were yesterday. Sometimes it's not enough to sniff it out. It should be long this name. I said this like 3 times today. I don't have a single long in the stock. I don't know why.
Yeah, what's up, man? I'll be everywhere. Oh, we just got out of Alibaba, and I want to say a big thank you to Sharif there, because sometimes it's great to get sort of that feedback from him talking about killing that Tesla trade. So I say thank you to Sharif, man. Always mad love for you for that. But you know what, man? It's about time to get out on this trade. I feel like it's $5, $5.50. Oh no, you're having software problems.
My keyboard's not working.
Oh no,
language
tension Rob.
What the hell is language notes, and how do I turn it off?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I know someone that knows what it's all about, and it's her.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
All right, shout out to everybody. Please hit the like and the subscribe. Shout out to JB Harris. Shout out to everybody in the chat there. Yeah, today maybe I'm doing quite well, and that's been great. But like I said, I don't have a problem telling everyone it's been rough for some of those days. I talked about getting hit on Google the last couple days. But again, you put in the work, you do what's good, and we talk about our winners and our losers. So, I'm here every single day. And I actually can't even sleep at night thinking about the markets all the time. Like, it's crazy. Even last night, I started to read Brian Shannon's Anchor VWAP book. And then I swear to God, I was up at like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I was telling this when I woke up to Marissa. I was like, I had an awful sleep, and I blame that book because all I was thinking about was different strategies that I could come in. Honestly, thinking about different strategies to come in and try to put them on. And I actually can't wait. Again, I have Little League and all that crap tonight as well, all that stuff tonight, but I'm going to make sure that I'm able to read that. We were at 2 different rinks last night. So my son and daughter both played, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, worst thing to do would be complain about how much fun you're having raising your kids. So, but it's been a blast, and I got to get on that book. But that's what it's all about, man. What's up, Reliable Rudy? Yeah, look, Baba's going to pump. Hey, man, it might pump. We got Sleepy Joe coming in a couple minutes. So he's going to talk about the debt ceiling, and then we'll just go from there, man. Like, I don't know. I just thought, hey, $90. Baba might run. I mean, it might run, but we put $1.50 in our pocket. We still have Tesla, which is $6 now in the money. We still have Google, which is in the money. So I'm honestly just going to sit here and watch what's good on all these names. We'll take another piece out there on Google. We've had a monster day, and end of story. We'll leave it at that. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's been a really good one. Oh, did he already speak? They said they released a video. I don't know, Sharif, if
Biden?
you can. Biden released some sort of a video 9 minutes ago. Remarks on preventing the government default. Maybe it was prepared remarks that he's already released. So I don't know. But for right now, the one thing that I do know is we're spending some damn money around here. And if we had new graphics, I'd use them. But there goes Tesla. I mean, see ya. Now officially 570 in the money on this trade for TSLA.
Can we get somebody out here?
Glad thing we were able to hold that right now. So far, so good on all of, well, you just asked for Rob now. Go run and get him. Just go run and get him. We'll go over to Sharif. What's up, Sharif?
No, it's set to start still, Sean. We will begin shortly. Come to the screen if you're able to, Mahad. President Biden delivers remarks on preventing a first ever government default. This comes to us via the White House YouTube channel. Should be starting shortly.
Wicked. All right, so that's just a preview of that. Okay, good. So I saw the video and I was like, has he released something? And no, he has not. So that's it. Getting prepped for that. It's 10:48, so that's not bad. We'll see when they come through and talk more about said debt ceiling. And hey, man, if they get you know what? Let's change this. What is this? 172.60. My offer's still 172.50. 172.30 break is what we were looking for there. That's kind of like in these areas. So 172.50, 172.55. We're still happy, man. I mean, if this keeps on ripping, it's going to be a great trade for us. So maybe even breaking 173 we can get out. But so far, so good here as we watch out for debt ceiling talk right now. Swiss Parliament. Okay, looking into Credit Suisse, so we'll look into that. I really like Airbnb. We've talked about buying that yesterday. I did buy some at 105. We were waiting for a 3-day move on Airbnb and off of earnings. It actually continued to go down, but there's 105 there. So I actually like Airbnb at some of these levels. So far, so good. If you do as well, with a nice move up today, just stair-stepping up, there's 105. So it's not like 105 was a great take yesterday. You could have had it today. But it's a solid move right back there up to the upside for Airbnb. So that's been really well here as we go. Only 10 minutes. We're going to throw over to Money Talks in just a couple seconds as we've talked about the DXY today. But yeah, you're right there, Reliable Rudy. Alibaba still going to the upside, man. We've missed out on 30 cents, but we took a lot. We've done well, needless to say, today on that name. If we're going to look for anything, Neil's rebooting his computer, so hopefully that will fix whatever that problem is. 102.12. Just trying to find a short here. We knew we liked AMD short, but maybe that's not it right now. We'll look for something better on that front. Post that trader book, please. Oh, I don't have it right here. Yeah, here, I'll show it. This is what, it's Brian Shannon, and it is Anchored VWAP. So this is the book that I'm reading right now. We do have Brian Shannon coming on next week. So he'll be here next week on the 24th. I'm just on page 43. So I am on page 43. I read it last night, just a little bit there after we put the kids to work. Oh no, I'm past that, but it's right here, talking about limiting losses and principles and all that kind of stuff. So it's anchored VWAP. I don't get a piece of this if you buy it, so maybe everyone buy it maybe after he comes on the show, so then it'll be like, oh, look, we got a huge bump from Trader TV Live. But all kidding aside, a great book so far on anchored VWAP. VWAP's been something that I've traded and used. I got to get out of something here. On my platform from day one. So VWAP has been something that I've always looked at, so I've never read anything about it. So it's going to be great other than what it is. I've studied VWAP a lot, so good to see Brian Shannon putting a book out about this. CMTs Unite. This book should be decent, and so far it's great. So I like it, and it's been a good one. As I don't know where the anchored VWAP is here on Tesla because I didn't anchor one, but 171 is where VWAP is, and we are now $6. $6 in the money on this trade. So yeah, we're a happy camper, needless to say, as our net continues to climb forward. And I feel like the Sham Wow guy advertising. Here you go, Neil. We take that back, and yeah, I recommend it. Today's menu, before we go to Sharif, I know everyone likes it. Guess what meat? If you said chicken, then you have yourselves a winner chicken dinner on your hands, because today's, though, although this sounds real good, to be honest with you, let's hope they don't screw it up. It's Nashville chicken sandwiches with wedged potatoes. So enjoy that, everybody, today. Hopefully I do not have chicken on top of the salad, but we'll see if it comes through. Either way, we're really happy again. Let's go over to the big desk and talk about what makes me even happier on a day like today. It's Money Talks.
The US dollar index, the Dixie, having another good day, guys. Let's go to the chart. Up another 1/3%. The euro down 1/3 against the greenback. The CAD, the loonie, flat, down 0.05%. And the quid down 0.15. The Japanese yen down 0.75%. And the Australian dollar down 0.14 against the greenback. The ruble finally making up some ground here after 4 red days in a row, 5 actually, red days in a row against the US dollar. BTC and ETH both in the negative. All right, let's see what's on deck for earnings. Not too much after the close today, guys. Cisco, one of the lone names that I see there, but tomorrow, definitely some interesting names. You have Walmart, Baba, AMAT, Bath and Body Works, yeah, Canadian play in there, Canadian Solar. I held that one for a while. Should be some interesting names.
My chat's not open just yet, but so hopefully I'm just moving back over in a couple of minutes anyways. My mic should be on. My mic's on. What's going on here? My mic is on. It's not muted. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I can't see the chat because I'm not in it. Cisco could be interesting. There's only one name out there that matters to me. In terms of a trade, it's going to be Alibaba. The play with Walmart, I think, is just to look at the retail and see if they actually bother moving. We didn't see a lot of that. AMAT, not good for a trade, good for a bellwether to be sure. Yeah, but the story is going to be Alibaba reporting in the morning, so we'll react to that as it comes. It's trying to make a break of that 50 period on the daily. It looks like it's going through. The only thing that happened, thankfully, I had 2 positions left. So that's all I got out of Coinbase. SMFL, we looked for the home run trade. It stopped underneath. Don't mind it. At the end of the day, like if you're going for that play, you can get it all out. If it went again, I thought I had a chance to get to like $7, $8, but we're able to take the majority out, and it just broke the bottom. And then the only other thing I'm going to be into is Intel. Probably wasn't worth it logging back in because I know I'm just going to have to join Sharif in a little bit as the market is making a lower high. I did not get a reload in Intel to the short side. I feel like this is one that is clearly a dog today, and we're just going to respect it. The last thing I wanted to point out here, I have not traded this name, but NVIDIA 300, that's still a bit of a thing. If NVIDIA gets to 300, I like to fade. It's doing a barcode like it did earlier. When it did this move, it was a pretty clean breakout. So if we see the same thing on NVIDIA, that's worth it to set alongside on NVDA. As again, 4 minutes, I'll be moving on over here. So thank you, John, for putting up with that. I have no idea what the hell it was with the PC, but it was haywire for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's no problem there. I mean, we're just sitting here talking up hopefully a good game to everybody. We just tweeted out that we put our stop finally in for Tesla. It's $7 now in the money, so I mean, when it tops 174, we're long at 167.50, 650 right now in the money on this name, and I'm going to get out if it takes 173, man. I mean, something has to be pulled back. I don't know where I don't know where Biden is right now, but it's 10:56, so we're waiting for that. That's why I have the stop order in. It has nothing to do with, well, it has to do with Tesla. I mean, we want to take profits if it comes here. This is the 21 period that's sort of just been going all the way to the upside. I'm going to save my layout with that one on there. But I'm going to have to look back, honestly, today at this feed and just see why I made the trades I made, because we today, man, like Alibaba picked that out of nowhere here today. That wasn't, we were talking about China, but I wasn't even really, we looked at Alibaba from yesterday, breaking through there on the high side. So definitely taking that one and loving it. Google has been a real change of pace for me today because we've been really calmed down, just buying these dips. And that last one we were even uncertain of at 119, but we took it anyways with, guys, a 10-cent stop, now in the money 30 cents. I mean, this is the kind of trading that I'm really prone to doing and want to get back to doing that. But the market has to participate with you, right? And so that's that trade. I know, Neil, I don't know if you expected $7, but this move on Tesla has been pretty huge right there. And but it's 174.
You never expect moves like that.
No, but people were talking about 174.
170. The resistance next is oh, my chart's kind of jacked up. Oh, good. You can see this part. 177. It's a gap fill. Like, so now you're past 77. You're through this supply zone. I mean, 176, 170. Sorry, 170. You're through 172, I should say. Sorry. So 176, 177. That's been the top. I'd venture over to my daily. I don't know if that's going to help any because that's apparently it crashed already. So yeah, 176, 177 looks like it's the next level to the upside. Yeah, I only have a couple of minutes, and then I'm moving back over to Sharif. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more interesting. Oh my goodness, Meta's breaking the high of the day. That could be 241 on Meta. I looked up, I was on Meta, and just happened to see this one. So you could see a bit of a breakout trade here on Meta. Hopefully it doesn't make that break until like a couple of minutes from now. But that looks pretty juicy. I was just looking at that. I still think Apple is a bit of a dog, so we'll see what happens here. I mean, quite frankly, it's lower highs. It's not that much different from Intel. The only thing I'll give it is since the bottom, it is all green on the 15 minutes. So not much of a rollover just yet. But if this market doesn't take out the high, I think it's a safe bet that Apple's turning into a short. No idea why it's dog, just here to tell you that it is.
All right, yeah, Apple, another stock that we've done really well on. I'm waiting for that 170. You got to be very, very patient to that. All right, only a minute now, and then I wrap it up. So Neil's going to get over there, Sharif's going to get over here, and we're going to get ready to rock and roll. But here comes Tesla. I mean, here comes Tesla. I mean, I might even change this to 173.20, but we're happy with 173 if it breaks that. Google, man, honestly, it's making an aggressive move here. I'll get. All right, well, I offered 48 and we get it. So again, we'll go diamond hands. I want to thank everybody for that. I'm going to be tweeting out a picture of that AVWAP book because there's been a lot of questions on it. I just saw, what's up to Crypto Gangsta? You messaged me on Twitter. I'm going to respond to that and talk all about it. Uber apparently offering rides now by a phone call, so I think that's pretty sick idea as well, because there's actually something funny that I thought during the pandemic, and I mean, obviously we all have, elders in our life, but it's like people that don't have accessibility as far as downloading apps or really just understanding how that works. For us, it might be pretty simple. I mean, I'm even old for apps, right? But that, not everybody has a cell phone with a data plan, especially maybe in remote areas. Now, Uber's not necessarily going to be in remote areas per se, but I do like the fact that they're finally adjusting that fact that you can now call, apparently. They're going to implement this, I don't know when, but it just says it right here on our news feed that they're going to start implementing that. And I guess, that's the earnings bump. So I just got this 6 minutes ago, so that would make sense with a little move up. But I think that's a great opportunity, again, to sort of expand the market. And I was sort of thinking about that with takeout food and things like that. There's a lot of places that don't even pick up the phone anymore. It's just order on the app. But what if you're not savvy like that? So anyways, I think that's a good take there for Uber. Yeah, let's go. What did I do? Oh, oh yeah, no, I didn't mean that about, yeah, sorry about that Joe Biden stuff there. But we're still waiting for him. It's 11 o'clock as we wait to see what's going on here with Joe Biden. And I'm going to respond to everybody about that book, but what a great day it's been here. It's Uber. Uber's starting to rip right now. You may want to look at that again with Uber. So let's go over to the Midday Show with Mr. Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. And what a morning it's been on these futures. We went red, then we went green, and now we're printing above the 550, the 13,500. Yes, 13. I got my level straight, guys. I'll get it ready here. 13,500 on the NQ, and we're printing towards that 550 level. Let's go have a look at the 15-minute chart here and get organized with our levels, because I have not had an opportunity to do that. All right, so 13,555, I believe, there is the high of day from yesterday. We made that around lunchtime, ironically enough, the slower time of the day. So let's go ahead and put that trend line right around there. 13,550, that'll be the level that we talked about yesterday as well. So a recyclable level, but when we look at the 15-minute chart, we see continuously higher lows here, and despite the fact that we haven't made a newer high above yesterday we made a new high, and looks like we're setting up to make one, and if we don't, we still have a higher low. So looking mighty strong on the NASDAQ, and the move on some of these names today really echoes that sentiment. We saw Tesla on the back of a fantastic interview yesterday. If you were a neutral or a fan, I think you liked the interview yesterday. If you were a detractor of Elon Musk's, you definitely didn't like what he had to say yesterday, because he was quite candid. And yeah, the stock is up today, so make of that what you will. It's up 4 points, and we'll see what it does in the next few days. Also up on the day that I kept my eye on was Amazon. It's since, shown a little bit of weakness, but now it's going to be, I think, 11 green days of the last 12. So this one's been very upwardly bound, making a 115.83. Let's pull that up on the side chart here. Get rid of MGRX, AMZN. There we go. A 115.83 high. We're dancing around 115.25 now, but we're off the lows, no question about that. The level of support on my chart, 113.41. And yeah, keeping my eye on some of these names, just like yesterday. I'm not going to feel like I have to be forced into anything. I'm going to, ease into this, and we shall see what comes up on my charts today. I know you've been trading a whole bunch. I saw some of your trades today. What stands out to you so far at the moment?
Well, that I hate Microsoft.
Yeah, likewise.
No, it's so...
Because we have to go at every single one, display on every desktop. It's very frustrating.
No, it's not that. Like, basically what happened is, people know sticky keys. Like, there's a key combination you can hit, sticky keys comes up, then nothing is working. So there's something called language notes, and somehow it came up. I went to close it, and then everything was just sort of failing. I couldn't type in any of my windows. I couldn't do order entry. It was weird. Like, I couldn't type in a browser, but I could type in one of my chats. It was just weird. So we rebooted the PC and it worked, but then I have to come over here and set up.
Right.
So it's been a good morning. The market somehow is managing, even on a day like today, we're still overall range bound, which is weird. Because when you feel like you're strong, it's like you come back at this time of day and you're still working with the same range overall. So I'm just going to complete my setup. I'm only in one position. I am looking at C3AI, see it above that 25 level. Thankfully, was able to get out of that one. Same thing with Coinbase. Like, it started to break out, and we got out of coin. But yeah, I just really feel like you're at the top end here. I'm looking at AMD. There's so many names that are like this. I mean, you can probably pick your poison. But here is the daily. You're looking at 102.50, 103 yesterday's high, going to be put in here. So you're at these resistance zones potentially, where stocks are slowing down at the top. You do that whole wick bottom, and then setting up for what looks like short the pops or consolidation longs on relatively strong names. So you got to pick out, separate the wheat from the chaff in situations like this. Apple's relatively weak. Amazon, I want to say Amazon was looking good, but quite frankly, it didn't last that long. It was one breakout, Now it looks like we could be reestablishing above 115, so the long could be back to valid on Amazon, another sort of top-end break move that just never sustained. This is my 1 hour on Tesla, don't really need that. So you're back above VWAP on Amazon. I like it a little bit better here, but that was, as the market looked like it was strong, sometimes you got to get out of the way of this, reestablish at a level that I guess it was a bit of a breakout, but I like that 115 a heck of a lot more on Amazon. And you're even challenging it right here. So I don't know if it's going to be arrows up for this one for me this afternoon.
XELA is making a move here, Neil. I know you were talking about that before you came over, but now it is at day's highs. And for some reason, my platform isn't showing me the short float. So and I don't see it either on Trade ID. Yeah, on Trade Ideas. Okay, short float I see, 2.61%.
I don't think it has a big short float.
Yeah, tiny, 2.61, not really important for our purposes, but I can't find the float on this one. Is this one that had the 20 to
200, 1 to 200.
That's it. Okay, so it's like 7 million. I think one of the viewers let us know this a couple of days ago because it was skewed because of the reverse split. Now I believe it is a 7 million share flow. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, or the individual that sent me that in the chat the other day. If you're there.
So here's what I see. I'm just going to pull up Flow Checker. If you're not sure, Flow Checker is good because they give you multiple. FinViz obviously hasn't. That's whatever. So you get 6 here, NA, 1.2 billion. So if you said 7 and then I see 6, let's go with 6 or 7.
Let's go 6 or 7
after that reverse split. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, so it's moving here. Let's look at the 15 because I want to know what it looks like. So let's bring up this bad boy chart over here, and there we go. 15. What do we see here? Okay, so clearly a top yesterday. The top 7.25. That's what stands out to me. Yeah, sure, you have some wicks into 70, into 50, and almost through, and actually through 75. But all the closes on these 15s, they're all below a quarter. And you danced around that even this morning too, right at the bell. You got right up to that 7.25, and then you finally broke out. And there's their breakout. So no levels for me on the 15 here. Let's go dig a little deeper. Otherwise, it's going to have to be a dip trade off 7.25 only. And if that's the case, then that's the case. Hourly, let's see what the hourly brings. What is this skewedness, bro? What is happening with these charts? Oh boy. Yeah, okay.
That's a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating. Let's go to the daily. Maybe we can get some daily here. Oh, you know what it is, Neil? It's a reverse split. It's skewing up the charts because it's just throwing it off. So I'll have to pull it up on a different platform. It's not showing up well on here. But the obvious level for me after the high of day that we're at today, which is 884, is that 10 level. The peak there, we dance around it. But the 884 level is not just a random level. It touched the 50 on the daily. And that's exactly the area where we topped off back on April 14th. We touched the top, the daily on, the 50 on the daily. All right, so that's exactly the area we were rejected off again today. So let's see what this area brings. Maybe you could be looking for a 9 breakout here, an 884 9 breakout. Risky. For me, I'd rather a dip trade on this one, but interesting levels. I like how it's retracing the daily twice.
You know what's crazy? You don't usually see this, but this is like the second day in a row that I've seen someone talk about GameStop, and then I pull it up and it's not a joke. Like it is actually moving upside. So we're up like 5% here on GME here. It's Comp SRX. I saw you mentioning this. Look, a few people have been talking about this looming breakout or ongoing breakout. I think I want to see. So through 23, we were mentioning this yesterday. Daily hates my guts, but
I can pull it up for you.
I know, yeah. If you have the daily, just in a quick second, but you have a consolidation breakout twice now, well maybe 3 times, because if you count, there's 1. There's 2, very, very brief, like you're getting 1.5 day consolidations. Now you're getting a little bit parabolic. Pull up Sharif's chart for the daily. You can clearly see it's on a bit of a collision course. I'm assuming that's the 200 period.
The blue.
That 25 level, it looks like it could get pretty spicy and pretty juicy over there on GameStop. So shout out to anyone that was in that breakout. There's plenty of them moving today. That I like Snapchat on that 9 break looking for a dip. When I was sort of having that login issue, it's still probably valid here, but I don't know if I want to chase it this high up. Maybe we'll get a nice long consolidation break to top or a dip back into 9 even on Snapchat. So there's so many names out there today that are participating in what is a slight upward day. but some of the beaten up names have been a little bit more aggressive. That's my daily not working, guys. So Snapchat maybe back into VWAP. It is curling as we speak. There was a curl just now on Meta, 241, pretty big level on Meta. I still like this for a breakout past here. You're getting some higher lows on Meta. This could be a play to just, if you get dips in the VWAP here at 240. Part of me says, hey, why don't you just short the 241 first? I don't know if I'm at that spot yet. Apple is much weaker. Like if you're shorting a name and you think the market's curling here, Apple VWAP, or Apple above 171 into VWAP, scalp that trade. It's very similar to the Intel setup that I'm in. As the market is at a bit of a resistance point, certainly the ES, the NASDAQ just wicked the high. So again, you get right up to that top, you wick the high. The last time we did this, obviously we headed to the low. I'm a little bit skeptical that we get back to that bottom. It feels like that up move was too strong to get a complete reversal again. I just feel like we're trying to put in a lower high here and continue to go. So for the stronger names, I think you're looking dip buys, VWAP sets up for something like a Meta.
All right, I want to build on what you were saying right now because I think it's very important. Here, let me just fix this real quick. This is the Meta chart. Come to this. So basically, you were saying it was coiling up for a breakout. It did the exact same thing yesterday, Neil, where it basically had the same top, which was about that 238 top, and it kept dipping, creating higher lows off VWAP. It's doing the same thing again today. Kind of that 240.50 top that it's currently at now, 240.75, where it makes continual dips into VWAP and then makes newer highs. And then the top is breaking out as we speak. 241, good call on that.
I know, like literally as we speak. Yeah. I just put my dip buy in and now it's already making the breakout. So I don't want to chase too far on this, but I'm trying to get in here. I just said I liked this break. I was putting my dip order in there. I'm like, where do I like it? And then didn't have my stop to go long. So it just came back to 08s. As far as breakouts at this time of the day, you want to give it some room to breathe. I feel like if it's going to pull back in here, the 240 half is usually a good zone to continue the move. And then if you go to that higher time frame, as you were mentioning, there's still some room to the top. I shouldn't say like top, but since it had reported those earnings, you've got a little bit of room for this one to run before it runs out of steam. Like 245 is reasonable, but 243 half, 244, that's the previous top. 245, maybe just psychological resistance. So we'll see what happens here with Meta as the market is sort of curling a little bit, so you want to be cautious with it. I still like that Apple short idea. I'm going to get that one off VWAP.
Yeah, it's been very weak. It's been down and to the right while everything, mostly, even Google's break even. I mean, I'll show you what I mean here. Let's go to the big tech charts. Top left is Meta. You can see it breaking out there. This is what I'm talking about. This one over here is Meta. This is Amazon, decidedly green, 1.4%, even though it's slowed down. Microsoft holding green. I mean, it's not great. It's not flying, but it's green on the day. And likewise with Google, it's got a downward slant top right over here, but green on the day. And Tesla, well, you don't have to know about that. Apple, clearly down and to the right, making lower lows and lower highs all along the way. Definitely looks like the weakest of the bunch. Meta is just an absolute rocket. Very frustrated I wasn't able to pick up on that kind of pattern developing, but because it was very similar to yesterday's Meta's chart. This is the 5-minute on Meta. Again, same kind of higher low off VWAP, higher low off VWAP. Again, same thing over here with that flat top breakout. So definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. I'll be looking for maybe a VWAP dip. We'll see. Maybe 240 if it doesn't make it quite into VWAP. I'll keep my eye on Meta. Even though it hasn't been the strongest name of the bunch and it hasn't had the catalyst, the other names have, drawn the headlines. Tesla with the big interview in the AGM yesterday.
Biden's talking.
Bidey?
Yeah,
Bidey's on the mic.
A little bit of an alert to that, just in case.
He had his coffee. I have mine right here, Neil.
We had a few coffees this morning. You got to have your morning Joe if you're into that thing. Whatever your routine is, you got to make sure you keep that routine. When you get a break of your routine, it's crazy what that actually does to affecting a lot of people. And they always say, like, it's the story that stuck with me was I was reading a book and I forget the name of forget the title. But it was when people go into autopilot and do things like, oh, I forget something in the car, like forget a dog in the car or a kid in the car. The most common reason that happens to people in the morning, it's like I literally forget to drop off my kid and they're sitting in the back. Let's just say that happens. Never happened to me. It's because something in their morning routine got broken. And then like
completely agree
you're in
with
this
that.
weird, some people are in this weird autopilot, and then like something goes differently, and then it just throws everything off. So I always find that like your routine is important to a lot of people. If it's your cup of joe, make sure you do it. If it's reviewing trades, make sure you do it. Just whatever works for you here. So I did take that meta breakout. I know Biden's talking, but you know that's a play that I liked anyway. So if we dip back in, I didn't get anything out. I was looking for that 24 level, sorry, 241 quarter level. I'll give it back to about 240 quarters. I am about to get my reload on Intel, I do think, because that's back into the mid 80s here. So looking for that press back into VWAP, and then we'll just sort of work back into this one. I feel like this is a relatively weak name, very similar to what I was just mentioning with Apple. Apple doesn't really get up there. 170. I was looking for the overfills into VWAP here. Again, if I'm stopping out 171.25, I kind of want my fills to be in the 171 range even. I don't want to chase it down 40 cents or so.
Yeah, Neil, I don't have a trade on at the moment. I'm, sitting on my hands. I'm looking at the NQ. I'm looking for a retracement here. Look, clearly it's upwardly bound and has been the last few days. So I want to take advantage of it now that I'm sitting down. So what I'm looking for possibly here is a 13.5 dip, which would still give us a newer low, a higher low on the trough ascent here. So here's one trough, second trough, third trough. If we stop at 13.5-ish area, that will still be a higher low and wouldn't take us out of the trend. Or VWAP. I mean, I'm going to see how it trades around here, 13.512. I'm talking about if it makes its way down here. Clearly, you have higher highs throughout, and we're continuing to go higher here. I may not have a trade on these futures, so I will sit and wait and see what develops. What else is going on? Yeah, this XFOR, small capper. I'm not able to get information on it. X4 Pharmaceuticals. Company profile. I'm not able to see the float. Let me load up the float over here on Trade Ideas. XFOR. The float. Yeah, 94.62 million. What do you have over there now?
I see 68,
okay.
81, 80, 88. It's decent. So it's not tiny, but it's still pretty small.
It's not great. And the short float is negligible, 2.5%. What's up?
Okay, so I'm now into Apple. I was literally just saying,
wow.
What in the actual heck? It was just down here, Apple 170.80,
wow.
And I was waiting for 171 into 171.20. So we're gonna get a little bit more into VWAP here. Meta actually filled to the upside just now.
It's Biden probably.
So yeah, I mean, maybe it's Biden. I'm just gonna get my stop loaded on this one because whatever he's saying can move the markets. We've talked about this before, so we are moving the market. He is moving the market, at least currently. Again, it doesn't necessarily matter. A lot of times you can fade if you've got yourself some good prices, but I feel like this market just got a bit of a jump, and we're taking out highs big time. Like Meta's continuing to go here. What is Tesla doing? Tesla's got to be absolutely pumping.
No, it's
okay. Sometimes it's up so much that there's not as much room for it to go, right? So it actually only went that 30 cents. I got the Meta off the top side here. TSM's continuing its breakout. So obviously, well, I like what Biden is saying at this current moment.
All right,
Did I say Biden or did you say Biden?
I did. I said Biden. I don't think that's rude. Is that pejorative?
I don't know.
No. And if you tell me otherwise, I wouldn't agree. So, yeah, I'm going to call him Biden.
It sounds like
90.04 is the high of the day on TSM, Neil, and this one has been.
That's such a strong stock today.
It's been good, and I booked that earlier on. I said to Brenda, I'm like, what's going on with this one? It was the lone name in ADR that was green, other than 10-cent music. Sean is celebrating over there. What's going on over there, Sean? He shorted the you-know-what out of Apple, and we just talked about that one being weekend. I guess he's printing on that. So shout out to Sean for that trade. And TSM just knocked on the door at 90. In fact, it's knocking again. Let's go to the 1-minute chart here real quick on our friend TSM. Yes, we are at highs. We're printing highs on Taiwan Semiconductor. Where has been the trade here? Ugh. I mean, you just have to punch and hold here. I don't see anything other than this VWAP retracement and this 50-period dip. And these are kind of levels that I wouldn't, the 50-period dip I wouldn't just use on TSM, but I would use as VWAP dip. That's really the only opportunity I saw. Even the retracements here didn't really correspond to, I guess maybe that 89.5 held up, even though, it was tentative how much it held up. So TSM, great name today. Moving, I guess on the news, Brendo was saying that Japan set to subsidize or fund in some way Samsung chips, and I guess Samsung is a client of TSM because TSM is the foundry. Samsung
Literally,
the
like
designer.
everybody. But just come to the chart come to the charts for a quick second.
Wow,
because
that's
I want to
short.
show you what's basically happening over here in Apple. It just went into VWAP. So whatever Biden was saying, it doesn't really matter. It pushed the market to the upside. That caught, so weak name gets up to the top. I'm going to get another leg out in front of the low of the day here on Apple. But again, above 71 into VWAP, that's kind of like that money fill zone. And you're right back into the lows. It's a relatively weak stock that's making that play. Similar move. So Intel made the same push up, got to VWAP, and then reload on the downside. That's just a bad wick in here. It's still kind of holding the top end because the chips might be a little bit stronger. The market is also turning back. So this is the NASDAQ here. We just again wicked the high. Looked like we're taking out, making a run at yesterday's tops, and then another reversal. So you keep wicking the top end there. That's all I see. So once again, you have the market getting to resistance and then deciding it doesn't like it. At the same moment, that breakout on Meta, I did trim some on Meta, looking for a deeper pullback here. It only got to 241.35. I got something out in front of it at the quarter mark. Looks like it is trending back into the downside, at least for now. Market rejects the highs. We'll look to pick Meta back up, maybe like 240 half or something like that. Triple J there in the chat, JJJ, Pack W's picking up here. Okay, I actually did not really pay too much attention to this one. I was looking at Wall for a breakout this morning, Western Alliance. Oh my goodness, how many, enter again? There you go. Yeah, you're right, 18% to the upside. Looking pretty darn strong here. This is, I mean, so it was like I want to say 550. Is that exactly 550? Maybe 545 or something like that. Yeah, so 550 for a breakout looks pretty darn juicy to me, if you can catch that. Nice move on Pack W. Not sure exactly what's causing it, but with the market heading downside, I'm more interested in the reloads on the shorts. Like the weak names that came in there, I'm going to probably have to give up Meta at some point. We already showed you Apple. Intel now really wicking down to the bottom. If you're watching something like, strong names out there, Alphabet retesting 119. So again, you didn't break the high, and you've got a series of lower highs, and now you're breaking. Now you could be breaking support. This is what 119 looked like. Late break, hold a level. There's a bit of a gap here on something like an Alphabet 2 said downside. Just hit the low of the day on Apple. So we got our wish. Now the only reason I want out is because of 170. So I just feel like the low of the day has been supported. Crazy wick there. And again, it just keeps bouncing off the low of the day. I'll rejoin this one back to the upside. It's Intel I do want to hold a little bit deeper on this move. So all systems go. Ring the register on those reload shorts. Market giving it back up here. I don't know if Meta's going to be able to withstand this. It did make one little wick in there. It took some out there, some out there. So we hold into a small piece, and I'll rejoin if we can hold a lower high here on META. So yeah, the market a little bit sleepy, but I think it's rinse and repeat. If you got the weak names under VWAP, I just keep shorting the pops on those, I suppose.
Yeah. All right, I'm keeping my eye on Meta, as Neil was talking about. I was looking for a 240 retracement, possibly, which was, the whole dollar level, and VWAP on my chart, anyways, right close to that 240 level. Looks like it's on my chart here on the 5-minute, you can kind of see that 240.5 is a bit of a level. So see if this ends up holding up. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at a lot of interactions around this level over here, 240.5, and it dips right into that 240.5. That 240.5 looks like a flat top, even though you wick above it. But I was thinking, get the better level or the safer level, which is VWAP 240. That area may not give it to me. This red candle getting bought up for the moment. We'll see how it closes, whether we'll print a new high or not. How long do we have on this 5-minute candle? We have like 18 seconds left. We'll see what it does. But this is, that was the 5 chart on Meta. So that's my look there. I don't have much at the moment. I'm keeping my eye on these small caps. I have Zella on watch. XELA, what's up?
Stay nimble.
Stay nimble. I'm staying nimble. I'm trying. I'm also looking at XFOR. It's holding 2. Talked about this one. Do I have it up on here? XFOR. Yeah, last one. It's holding 2. We got above 207. Now we're retracing. Let's see how we dance around 2. We had 2 as a clear resistance level. Prior to that, yeah, I'm not really too sure what's going to go on here.
I wanted to answer a question in the chat. Actually, I did answer it in the chat, but I just want to maybe say it out loud. So Jessica DeMarco was asking in the chat, like, why do you prefer a 3 minute to a 1 minute? I know a lot of day traders. Look, a 1 minute's pretty popular for day traders. And then if you've been tuning in since the very beginning, I actually did use a 1 minute chart when I started out, and I found what was happening was maybe it was the market conditions, whatever it was. I was over trading on a 1 minute chart. And so it was a little bit on the 3 minute, for like mean reversions, I was just seeing consolidations and entries, a little bit more patient with them. Sometimes I feel like that's not even longer enough. You'll see me use a 3, a daily, and then a 15 minute. And I almost find like the 15 minute is where I want to, if I can't find the entry in the setup on the 15 minute, when I come in the morning, I don't want it. Like that's where I find most of the good entry points. So, you know, like example here, C3AI. Like now, when you pull up to 3, okay, it looks like a little bit noisy. Maybe you have an entry right in here. You're like, okay, well, I'd go on. You know, there's a wick top there. I'm shorting it in here. But it looks pretty noisy to short that as a wick top. But when you pull the 15 minute up, you know, suddenly, okay, you've got the nice hammer candle in there, and we rejected the high. Were you to pull, you know, if the next thing comes in consolidation, not breaking the high, that to me says if I'm being patient in an upward trend for a mean revert, then I'd short that to the high of the day. But it still looks pretty decently strong here on AI. Don't need to rush into that trade. Show me a little bit more weakness, better consolidation, and then join the party to the short. That's essentially what I'd be looking for something like that. So it just gives you a better look, I think, a more patient look on the higher time frame. That's generally what the higher time frame is for, so that you can slow down a bit.
I want to chime in there because I do something similar to you. I use the 1, and I have 4 charts here. So I have 4 trading stations, 1, 2, 3, and 4. But I have 12 charts on my side screens. I have 6 for daily movers, and then I have 6 for the big cappers. Thanks for that shot, man. Perfect. So down here, those are the 6 big cappers, and the 2 indexes. This is the NQ and the ES, and these ones over here are the daily movers, and they can be whatever I want, right? And so these are all 5-minute time frames, and then I use them as 5 and dailies. So I use this for micro entries. So my trading screen, which is this one, this is usually the 1, and these are always the 5 and the daily. And the reason, let me just make a quick little note with respect to my development as a trader here. So there were patterns that I was able to see on the 1 minute chart that I didn't necessarily see, or I didn't recognize. Maybe that's probably the better word. I didn't recognize on the 3 and the 5. So, and that's talked a lot about multi-time frame recognition and multi-time frame confirmation. So if you're able to kind of use multiple ones, whatever they are for you, as long as the data shows that they work and that you're profitable.
I don't know if that's true of you.
I think do whatever floats your boat. So I use the 5, the daily, and sometimes you guys see me. I use the 15. Like we'll load up like, okay, what are the levels? And then we'll have these charts back here. Come to my screen for a sec, Mahad. So then this is how it loads up, and then I have these floating charts over here. And then I can go into these. I can go into the daily, 15. So I couldn't agree more with what Neil says. You definitely need to have those on. Meta is curling back into highs. It just made a 5-minute candle to make a new high as the market regroups here. Is Biden done talking? Yeah, it looks like he's done talking. Yeah.
I should have punched long when he stopped talking. For the love, I should have punched long when he stopped talking.
Yeah. So
but I wanted to quickly, just for a quick second.
Go for it, Neil.
Because Palantir's at $10. Thank you in the chat for pointing it out. Every single, if you're honestly, it's a huge help. Eventually, my dailies usually work out.
There you go. Come to my screen.
But yeah, Palantir making a nice breakout here. If you can see on the daily, $10 is a good level, but that's like 10, 25, 10, 30. That's been the wall. We get through that, and jam. I don't know. I got nothing else for you. But the last time it was long Palantir, it was essentially into. I got out. I got something out of like quarters.
Yeah.
And then it rugged. So I know it's at $10 even. I think working into the long makes some sense here. This is again the 15-minute that I'm just sort of pulling up here. maybe working into the long as it hits the supply zone, but that's like 75 to $1. So like it could, if it pulls back, you could have like a really, really wide range here for it to pull back in. But this is what I mean about the 1030 on the 15-minute, man. Like that's what you're aiming for. And I almost think breakout above that price if we get there. So I work long into it, maybe off this 80 area on a dip, or if it holds a bit above 10 even. But on a break of 1030, I might just put a stop order now to go long above 1030. Just because that's been waiting. I know it's up 5%, it seems ridiculous, but that level on the daily, if we see that break today, we waited long enough. I had to stop that day to add to the position above 1030. So I don't think there's any reason not to like it. I love big levels on the daily chart.
Yep.
So we'll go with that. Ooh, I almost said Amazon. Apple on that last move up.
Oh, baby.
Just came right back, and we got reloaded on Apple. So once again, Apple stays inside the pocket. A bit of a lower high being put in there. The market just made another run at the highs, the previous high of the day. The ES is making a challenge 3 handles away from the high of the day on the S&P 500. So I'm going to be shorting Apple into VWAP once again. Out in front of the low because the buyers just have been emerging there. I can't explain it. Sometimes, look, it's not 170 even, but it's close enough to it that, I'd tell you Apple's got some support at 170. And the buyers are just starting a little bit early in front of that level. So, I'll take advantage of that fact by rinsing and repeating. As I mentioned, Meta, so this is what happened on Meta. We talk about the front end and the back end of trades. So on the way back down, so I figured, okay, I'll take something out because on the way down, I don't want to sit on it. But then when it started making that turn, I was trying to get long in here and maybe not aggressive enough. Sometimes cross the spread to get in. I was not. I was just sort of bidding it up every single time. I didn't even get any fills in there. I'm still long a piece, but quite frankly, the intention was to see the dip and get the consolidation and then, kind of add to the position on the way back up. It was the right idea. It just wasn't the correct execution there as we are still heading to said high of the day. AMD is certainly strong. Airbnb, I see people talking about there in the chat. Shout out Ghost Dylan saying Airbnb is going, but I want to get to AMD for a quick second because that's not everything's breaking out here as the market keeps on challenging and then turning. It gets frustrating because you get to these levels and then like the short just works and nothing's continuing. AMD to 102.5 again. Like eventually we got to break it. We got to break these levels out. AMD's got to break that top. NVIDIA's got to get to and break the high of the day. Alphabet, has got to get above VWAP and hold. The 119's been great. I know Sean's been on that level, but get above VWAP. Like the market is dying to break out here, and instead, this is the afternoon of reload the weak stock short. Oh, not afternoon, lunchtime of. So I got that one. We'll see what happens with Meta. CCL, just acknowledge Claudia in the chat saying CCL high of the day.
Oh, wow.
The airlines were strong this morning.
And I saw Norwegian on there. Norwegian was up a big. Let me go to those real quick.
Was there any action on that?
I'm going to look real quick here, Neil. I got them. Cruise lines, they're all up 4% or more. RCL up 4 and 4.4. NCLH, Norwegian up 5.
Flying.
CCL up 5.4. I'm looking and see what the hell's going on here. But my blotter's hasn't been working. And I reached out to them this morning and said it's not working. They know.
Yeah.
So what's going on here? Watching Royal Caribbean Cruises, hearing investor business, daily swing trader buy stock. That's bupkis. That doesn't mean anything to me. Looking. I don't see anything here, but if I do, I will let you know. Crazy volume on CCL though. 21 million shares, followed second by NCLH at 6.15 million. But I want to talk real quick here, Neil, about Palantir, because you were making a good point about this, and I didn't get a chance to make it. I tried to interrupt, but you were deep in the patch. Do you want to get to CCL real quick?
No.
Okay.
Go. Stay on this one because
all right. This is a good one,
finish
Neil.
the thought.
Because Michael Moss talked about this. He was talking about these gappers after earnings, and he's like, they make a big move, and then they retrace that key resistance level, previous resistance level. So look at this 9 area that it came back down to. So it makes a big move, and then he's like, look, this one's going to trade in and around this area. Look for it to be above another key resistance level. Look at this.
That's legit.
The 200. The 200 EMA, it's now reclaimed it and wants to stay above it. So this is an interesting one for swing trades, and I think you're onto something here. And I think that continuation to, like you said, that 10.25, that will be the tell if we stay above there.
Well, you see, now I'm just like, why aren't we all long at like 9:30 or something like that?
Yeah, right?
Like, it's always a good thing to educate yourself, but then like all you see is, oh well, okay, fine. If it breaks out, that just means I should have had the long $1 ago.
Yeah. It's a hell of a look there. Yeah, sorry, but
Speaking
yeah,
of-
CCL.
Speaking of breakouts, so $11 is here on CCL. This is a 15-minute. Come to my chart here. This is a 15-minute. You're already breaking out that recent high. Again, my daily doesn't really like me. It's not exactly a parabolic move in here, so I think maybe a little bit of patience is worthy in terms of looking for it to make that 11 break. Maybe it has to pull back in here, give you a little something. It's at the resistance point right now. So with the market testing highs and failing, maybe it's like just be patient and don't rush into it. I see there's still some chatter about Zila every now and then. So while I was having a few PC issues, that's when Zila made the breakout. So I'm not going to sit there and have a stop order if I can't really manage it. But Zila did make the break, and I guess we didn't really talk about it. So Zila made the break of the high of the day. This is it testing the high. You get the consolidation pullback. There's your breakout. It almost got to $9, and now you're maintaining the break with a bit of a stair step up. Some would say you could short that. I've been guilty of that sometimes, depending on the stock here. But this looks, as long as we're holding that previous breakout at 750, this looks pretty juicy that it could make a secondary push. The key is, can it give you a nice consolidation off 750, maybe start making some higher lows again, and then I will like it. As I said, I just got back into Apple. It's starting to roll back to the low of the day. That's starting to work. Intel's the other short that we're in, and it's just hanging on view up. So I got the reload. I got some out as it headed to the downside, but now it's resisting. And the reason why I think it's resisting, so if you look at what's going on in the chips, I don't think everything is super strong. I told you, I'd like to see, AMD was trying to get to the high, couldn't break. NVIDIA, not so much. But TSM is not having any troubles today. Just straight shot to the upside. I know you guys were pointing it out earlier today, probably a bit of a missed opportunity. Now you're holding above 90 even and just continuing to trend to the upside. So that's what's bringing the chips up. On the off chance that it happens, I am still and have been waiting very patiently for Micron to get back to my level. That's that 65 area. The daily speaks for itself at 65 even, going back for last year. And once it gets up there, I'm looking to short under, I'm looking to short over. 65.50 is a reverse as far as I'm concerned. At least Meta does seem like it wants to go. It's charging back into the upside. I think 242 is in play. 243 is the resistance. I'm looking for a place to add back into it. I still hold a piece to the long, but not enough, as I took out some aggressively here, thinking we're going to get in on the dip and then miss that dip. We could reestablish here above 242, and then my entries become the quarter.
Feeling awfully silly not having gotten into this meta trade, Neil, to tell you the truth here, because it
wasn't clean.
I got to tell you the truth. Looking at the 5, you just feel like it was like this. This was the play. It was a higher low, higher low, higher low, off VWAP. Again, higher low, higher low, higher low, off VWAP with a flat top. Same thing with yesterday. It was similar. I should have been onto it. I wasn't. That's a boo-boo on my part, but it's been very nice above that 240.50. You got $1 from it, even higher if you're quick with the keys. You got up to 73s there, so a bit of a top brewing possibly here on our friend Meta. I'm not really seeing anything in terms of other big cappers moving right now with the same vigor that we saw this morning, maybe with Tesla and Amazon. We're not seeing that at the moment. Tesla, this is Tesla's chart over here. We've made a bull flag. We're up to 174. We're holding that 172.5. Do we get up, or do we start stepping down into VWAP? We also saw Amazon with the relative strength. It's below VWAP now, still, dancing at that 115. It could get up to that 115.90 quite easily, you think, here, if there's a market move. But it's just, it's not the same kind of strength we saw this morning, which is to be expected. Yes. It's looking a
little better, Amazon, if only because it's kind of shifted away from that, the even dollars at 115. But yesterday's high, you're seeing a bit of a hold of two things. One, yesterday's high has been a supply zone. And then if you look at where it broke out from, right at the open, 114, the breakout at the open was 114, 40 to 50. And then yesterday's high is, 114.80. And that's exactly where the supply is on the stock. So at least if you're long this, you know precisely where you're wrong. Once it breaks this consolidation underneath, I wouldn't even wait for 114, like 114.20. I think you give it up and you can be long at the absolute bottom. It's not perfect. Oh boy.
Pump it.
I'll tell you what just happened. Intel, so yesterday I did not reverse when Intel did this. I feel like that's ridiculous, and so I'm gonna wet the beak here.
Wet the beak, baby.
So, Intel has broken trend. And I said it was tricky to short this thing off of the bottom because of how far it had gone down. So we're shorted off the lows. You're seeing Apple hold those lows. You're seeing Intel start to break out here. There is so much of a gap that even giving this back into like 2880 just makes sense to me here. The other thing, my daily hates me. The other thing you're working with on the 15 is look at the supply zone you were trying to break.
Oh, we're flying.
If this thing had broken 2850, it was gonzo. I'm always taking shot shorting that. But if you hold that supply zone and break back out, and the market heads higher and sustains the break and gets to 1-2%, Intel should at least be getting back to the open. So nice little consolidation at the bottom. It was worth the shot shorting it. I'm reversed long. Obviously here I'm still in Apple. I think I just got a little bit more into Apple. I'm giving this back into 171.25. I still like the overfills at 171 into here. But with the market starting to go or continuing to go, Intel, that's a clean reversal for me. We'll see what happens on that. What else is going on here, guys? Let me know any names that you guys are interested in that we have not covered. I just saw a question for CompSRX. Why is QQQ up and AMD so down?
Because AMD was an absolute rocket yesterday, so you got to assume and it's not down either. It's up 1%. It's up 0.83, sorry.
So the interesting, sometimes it's like
higher low, higher low.
I know, but it's like the price action. Like, what is it settling into? I get it. Like, it's not. It doesn't want to break out. It's beneath yesterday's highs when everything else is running. But the price action on it after that wild open has been higher lows, trending up into a bit of a bull flag and a potential breakout at the top here. It's not like if you've been long it all morning, you probably have had a frustrating time, but. If you sort of waited till 10 o'clock, I would say like that first half an hour, if you let's say you liked the long in AMD, but like none of it made any sense at the open to maybe you got stopped out going long in that range. At 10 o'clock, well, what's your thesis? Okay, so after the breakout, it's held the consolidation pullback into 100. So that zone got held, and it's been making higher lows, turning the upside. Like since then, it's been doing exactly what you would have wanted. So I wouldn't be too angry with it at this point.
I mean, if you bought yesterday and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get back my gains, you haven't today.
Yeah.
I got into futures positions here on the MNQ. I'm long 15.538. I took one out here into the 15.553 top. Sorry, I'm zooming in because I can't really see that well. So let's see what these futures bring. 13. Did I say 15? 13.56175 high of day. Excuse me. Yeah, if I said 15. 13.56175 high of day.
15.
Bring this in here, Mahad. Come in for the shot here, baby. That's the food.
I threw some wedges on there.
He threw wedges, and
I
they
was
don't
gonna say,
actually
if
come
the
with
salad
wedges.
came with wedges.
I like it.
That's just weird. Although, you know what? Sometimes they put some interesting things in the salad.
So what I'm trying to say is we're breaking out through a bit of a top. Here's what I see on the NQ. I just wanted to speak about this. I want to see how it traded after Biden got off the mic. We had about a 13.540 top that we danced around since about 11 o'clock or so. And we got through it. And when we did, I front ran it by a couple of points. And that was the idea here, to front run the break. And we're retracing into, this is what I'm looking for, at 13. How many times am I going to say 15? 13.56175 break. Looks like we're moving up there. I know I'm getting angry now because I can't talk. It's like my second mess up. The center of the center, baby. If you were watching earlier, you know what I'm talking about. Remember I was like, Coinbase wants to make their center.
Oh, yeah.
The center.
That was good.
Yeah, that was tough to listen to. Anyway, we're moving nicely on the Fuge, and it would just be aces, Mr. Fuge, if we could get up to that 13.561. That's my next profit target.
And Sharif will be auditioning for a role in Riverdale when he says things like aces. That's how they talk in. Well, I think that's how they talk. I have no idea. You know what? I shouldn't say I've never watched that show because, there's shows that you watch with my wife, and she liked it. I've read Archie comics as a kid. So that was one of the things at one point on Netflix, and eventually I was like, okay, can we stop this? Because now it just kind of, it was okay, it was watchable, and then it started to really, really suck. I was like, are you still into it? So we can maybe do something else? And she said no, so I'm like, okay, thank you. Let's stop watching this
Speaking
piece
of
nonsense. I'm still...
Archie.
Huh?
Speaking of Archie.
We're staying with
You know
Archie.
I have two Frenchies.
We're staying
right?
with Archie.
I have two female Frenchies that go by the name, and I didn't name them, so don't at me. Betty and Veronica.
Okay, so hold on a second. So
I didn't name them.
So who named them?
Okay,
is that okay?
so I'll tell you the story.
You need to
remember
tell us the
Williams
story
Landing in Liberty Village?
Of course I know what.
Okay, so it shut down, but there used to be like a nice spot, and the manager there, him and his girlfriend ran the place at the time,
Okay.
and they were spending so much time there they couldn't take care of them. No, they just listed them. They had to give them away.
Oh,
and so I picked them
okay.
up. Then I went to buy one. I didn't want to buy both, and they didn't want to split them up.
Oh,
They're like,
good for you.
no, we're not
Good
going to
for
split
you.
them up. So I made a deal for the pair, and the
kept the
rest
names.
is history. 2015, baby. It's been a minute. We are running up, though,
market's
on
running,
these
by the way.
futures here, Neil, man. We are moving, baby.
That's a nice
The
story.
future. Yeah, the future is the future. Here, let's go to the future real quick. We're looking for that 13. Oh, my goodness. 13,561. We just got up to 13,556. I'm sitting at 6 zeros, baby. So let's go, Mr. Future. Decent trade on the NQ June contract, Neil.
So put to the test is going to be view up on Apple right here. So it's been like 171 quarter here. It just made the over push. I get my last entry in there. Meta, oddly enough, as the market starts going in, I got to reload on Meta. So that's maybe not the best sign that it's coming back. I took one out in Intel. But the other thing that's also happening I wanted to get to is
baby.
AMD is breaking that high we were just talking about. So here's 102.50. I want to see a little more volume up here before I chase this. Because remember, I reversed long into Intel. So jumping into AMD on a breakout, I don't feel like that's necessary. It could be good. WAL has broken the high of the day. It only took till, where's my clock? 11:47 for this to finally make this move. It rejected 36. Well, yesterday, it rejected it right at the open, and now it has broken 36 even. Daily hates me, but the 15 minutes is going to be good enough for a WAL. You've been stair-stepping to the upside on this stock. I liked the 33 break yesterday, at least the 32.5, 33 area break, but it gapped through that level. Now you're through this 36. This is essentially all the way back here, and you got to think about 39 even. So the area is 36 into 39 when you look at before this thing rugged the last time. So great recovery for WAL. If you're a shareholder of this, you've got to be pretty happy with what you're seeing. Although the one thing that I have to be concerned with, of course, is going to be Apple. Everything now obviously working because I'm long 3 names and short 1. And the name I'm short on Apple, which was good before, again, daily sucks. It's trying to curl here off of VWAP. If this curl doesn't succeed, then we're going to get stopped out at the recent high there. NASDAQ 0.5% and challenging higher. The ES, not quite literally at the high of the day, but and you're close enough to it that you might as well call it high of the day.
Yeah, the ES actually, can you believe it? It's actually
Did we wick the high?
a little higher percentage-wise than the NQ. 0.55 for the ES June contract,
Yeah.
0.51
Yeah, you're right.
for the NQ. Interesting. So we're out of that 13,560 and a half. We come up to on the NQ, so there it is. That's the end of that. And what's the low on the NQ today? Just quickly here. 13,483. Sorry, that's not the low of the day. That's yesterday's close. 13,483. We got a low of day of 13,474. Okay, so we're ways away. We're much nearer the highs. So let's make those levels. Note those levels. Okay, so let's look here at the other trade we were looking at. XFOR. Let's get out of this future trade. XFOR, what are we doing on this one? We're still hanging out at highs. That's what we're doing. 207 high. How come it didn't load the chart for it? Excuse me here, guys, while I make the necessary adjustments. XFOR. There we go. Yes, 207 high. We're right back up there. Now, I got to say, it's a little, I don't want to say illiquid, but when I look at these candles, I can immediately tell you what the liquidity looks like on this. Now, it's done 6.65 million shares on the day. but it is also a $1 now, just recently $2 stock. So that's not really saying much here. But there does seem to be.
It seems light.
It seems light, right? And I have to agree with you on that. So to me, that worries me a little bit, but it doesn't put me off completely. It's up 18%. It's showing up on my scanner. I know it's getting a lot of eyes. And again, it's at high of days. So what are the levels on this one, though? You got to think right away that $2 level got tested a couple times here. Look at this. You got one touch, two touch, and a bounce. You got to bounce both times and a higher high on the second attempt. So it's fantastic off 2, but VWAP's at 190. So I'm not discounting either of those levels. Keeping my eye on XFOR slow mover, Neil.
So I just want to go, I'm going to say one quick thing for John Bonus in the chat there. I like that. I like it when we see, I love when I see new people in the chat.
Yes.
If you've been around here for a while, I'm glad you're chiming in there. Try to respond to everybody. A lot of times it's easier to see some things like super chats or members that have been around for a while and you're accustomed to seeing them. But the question was like, why staying short Apple? So two things. One, relatively weak, so I'm going to favor the short until it breaks, like Intel, right? So I'm favoring the short. The play has been into VWAP, but I generally dislike a stop out at VWAP. I don't like using that indicator for that reason. I think, quite frankly, a lot of times when you stop at that price, it just sucks. So general trend to the downside. You're holding a consolidation low. I can't pull back too far there because I have a crazy wick on the chart. So I'm looking for that overfill at VWAP that holds resistance. Now, the last time it wicked up here, you had 171 wicking to 122 and then pulling back and then lower highs. So you establish that high, give it basically like to the supply zone, like a 30, 31, maybe like a 25 stop, something that is not the actual even level that everybody else is putting it on that line, give it the over, and then give it one more chance to pull back in. I did exactly the same trade sort of thesis with Intel that we're short off of the bottom because it was relatively weak. It gave it that chance to pop above VWAP, come back in, re-short it, that's the reload, then it looks strong again, get out and reverse into the long, which I should be taking another leg out right here. So it's more just about the process. I tend to be, like one of the things that I think I do, and almost to a fault, is I'll be hesitant to give up on a price area. I'll usually go back to the well like a couple of times, and maybe that last time you're just inevitably going to be losing on it. But if it's working, it's working. And the other way around it is, if the market reverses and flushes, well, I feel like I want to make sure you give that one a chance because it's so darn weak. Right? Like, be a little bit more hesitant to give up on a relatively weak name in that particular case. What ended up sort of working out, we reversed into the long. That's starting to go here on Intel. Maybe we stair step up like every 5 to 10 cents. I'll look for a slow little pullback or a consolidation, get some out, reestablish long in front of VWAP, and maybe off to the races at 29.5 there. But Apple didn't really make that same break. As a matter of fact, it's starting to come back in here. So it didn't make that same break. Again, same setup, just a stronger hold above VWAP there for Apple. And it's a VWAP setup, so I'm going to respect that one. Apple comes back in. I will take most of it out in front of the low of the day, just like we've done before. And all I see is Comp SRX. Uh-oh, AI. What does that mean? Well, okay, well, I was short this name kind of the first time it tested 25, failed to break. I was short, tried the reload off of VWAP there. Again, very similar play on a stock that was pulling back in. It's stair step up. I wouldn't say uh-oh yet, because if you want to just all of a sudden be holding support on C3 AI after it sort of failing this 25 breakout, you pop in here. What? If this thing wants to be holding support up top above 25, that just gives you a dip entry. So it's already got the nice gap consolidation. I tried the failure that could have pulled back into 23, clearly didn't work out there, but the long still valid. I think if it gives you a 2480 to 25 hold, I might favor that one. So kind of pulling back in here, hold the trend, look for a consolidation like you saw the last few times, and then maybe work that long over there on C3 AI. Not there just yet, but that definitely could be a bit of a setup. Meta's starting to come back a little bit here. So Meta, it's been stair-stepping up. I mean, the trend's unbroken till it gets to 240, but I don't want to be adding to this. The last time it wicked to 240.50, that was the place to add, but it was really fast. Like, it slammed down. I feel like that was when Biden was talking, and it slammed to the downside and it kind of came right back. So I'll let it get to that zone before I make a decision on adding to this or not.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
All good, brother.
All
It's
right,
all
where are
good,
we
man.
at here, Neil? Where are we at? Okay, let's keep a look. All right, I just sat down. Where are we? Ooh, we're moving nicely again on Tesla, are we not? Here, let's load up the Tesla chart. And I have a new little move here that I do, whereas I put up the ticker once and actually it stays. So makes life a little bit easier. There you go. You guys can see that that's Tesla. There you go. So 173.99, Neil, and we held that 172.50. Looks like we're curling here. This is what you would call getting on the backside of the move if you were to get in here, because there's the move up, there the curl down. You don't jump, wait for it to curl, and here it's curling. Do we get continuation though? We touch the HOD again on the NQ and retrace. Tesla's not retracing though, so this might be an interesting in if we can get continuation here. It's not unusual to see this go up to like 8, 9%. Tesla's done it before, it can do it again. Hasn't been doing those upside moves lately. It's been more downside moves, sadly, but I wouldn't count it out. Anyway, I'm gonna keep my eye on this. Now, I'm not really sure how to take this trade. That's the thing here. Do I take the breakout? I don't really want to take out a breakout on Tesla. I want to get in at a good price, but at a level where I know we haven't really reversed the trend, right? Where it's still bullish enough for me to take. That's kind of what I'm looking for here. And I haven't decided where that level is. So I'll keep contemplating over that. Okay, so Sean's talking about AMD. So let's have a look at AMD over here. It's taking out the high. This one was a rocket yesterday. Somebody in the chat was saying, how come this one was moving down? Then we had a look and we're like, oh, it really wasn't moving down at all, Neil.
Strong.
Yeah, so let's look at the 15. The 15 is required because of that big boy move yesterday. And the big boy top is at that 103.25, I would say. We double topped a little bit off there. You got that initial touch 12.30, 12.45, and then you got a second near touch at around 2.45, 2.30 time slot. So that 103 to 103.25 likely to be a bit of a top. Now, when was the last time we were up here? Let's go to the 4 hour. Okay, so we were up here recently? No, we broke that level, that 102.25 level that we got to in March. No, that's been broken. Let's go to the daily. Where's the daily at? There we go. Okay. Oh, this looks like a hell of a chart off these October lows. Wow. Okay, so the next level we're obviously looking at here is that 105 level. Yeah, that's the 105 level because we've broken this level, the March level that we talked about. So now we're looking at this peak here, the 105 level. Above that, we're looking at the 110 level. That takes us back to July 2022. The 105 level takes us back to August, which is funny because we had, these were the August highs, right? Talk a lot about that because it was downward till October since then. So yeah, interesting. Let's see what this one brings. Let's go now to the micro. Sean's talking about this one on the micro level. Yeah, there's the top we talked about, 102.25 top break. That was the initial pop off the bell. You had a red to green move, and now you're going to take out tops.
I mean, speaking of takeout tops, it's just like that's what's happening right now. And the overall market is continuing to battle at it. Both the ES and the NASDAQ are they're at that churn zone. So if you got something at resistance, if it's under, I mean, shorted, and like we're saying with Apple, if you got something that's breaking out, I think you want to sort of structure your breakout if you like it on the daily or in the higher time frame. If it doesn't set up there, you don't have to take it. Apple's putting in a bit of a sideways move here at 171. So it looked like it was flushing into the low of the day there as the market got to that high, but now you're getting a higher low. If this ends up being the lowest it gets and then it retests the high, that sets up a reversal here. So much like Intel, I could see myself reversing. It has to happen first. I'm not saying anything, it's rocket science. It has to get there. Obviously, I'm still bidding, hoping it goes to the downside and the market turns. But just in case, I am open to the idea now of reversing. As a matter of fact, I'm likely to do it. Just going back to a name we have not talked about in a while because it's kind of grinding back in toward that high is this Tesla 174. The volume's really starting to, oh, you guys can't see volume there. The volume's really tapering up, but that's normal. So you'd like to see what it will set up is it's lulling everyone to a false sense of confidence, I would say, at 174, and then you could still get a break of the high of the day. And if the volume comes back in, try to remember you're in the middle of the gap on Tesla. So if you look at what happened last week on Friday, this was 177. all the way into 167. If you're now breaking this channel and filling in that gap, well, if you take out the high, you have $3 to go. So when I say lulling everybody into a false sense of confidence with the market resisting the high, that's set up not crazily for a 174 break on Tesla. You need volume to come back into it. That wall, I'd say a bit of a slow move into the upside here. So I'm waiting for it to break all day long. It finally makes that break. You go up to that 50 level, at least close enough to it that maybe I should have taken some out. And now you're getting a little bit of a dip. Not quite to the previous high where I think you reload it. But you know, I could convince myself to add to this position. And sort of always on a breakout trend, I'm looking to get more in there. If it holds the previous high, I'll just like it a little bit better because it shakes some people out. I don't feel like it's done that just yet, so I'll be reluctant to hold, to add to it just at any particular moment soon. I could see it, and I know some names out there that other people are looking at. I just saw Fisker from Tristan in the chat. I can't say that I looked at it, and part of the reason was because this was a day where I find that if Tesla's going to move, and you look at it and think Tesla's going to be a mover, then that's the EV name that you trade. But if you went long Fisker today, it's not like it's any worse for you. You know, like that's been just fine. Breakout at the open, higher low, slow grind, maybe not a lot of volume, but you know, you identify a bit of a catalyst for it. This gets real spicy if it breaks, you know, like 670 up.
Oh, yeah.
And the daily chart looks pretty interesting. Holding 6 for that long.
Looks like the meta breakout.
How many stocks are just like this? It's just there's a lot of charts that look almost identical to that daily, where you're just setting up for that big break and you want to make sure you catch it. That's about 30 cents from now on Fisker. The volume not fantastic, as I said today, but nothing wrong with the 3-minute as well. So congratulations. Congratulations! I think you could be long any EV name. Most day traders, it's like if Tesla's moving, they're trading that. If Rivian's moving, they're trading that. Mm-hmm. If NIO's moving, they're trading that. And to say where Fisker would usually be on the list, I don't know, 17th? I don't know how many names there are out there. But today it's perfectly fine. You could have had just about any one of them. I'm sure Nikola's even up today. You know, like
Nikola.
Well, I shouldn't have said that.
I know, right? Well, I'll look. I got an EV list over here, Neil. We'll find out. And it is up, my friend, 0.81% at the solid price of 71 pennies.
This is why that's stock.
No disrespect.
No, that is no seriously. Like that's, but it should be disrespected. It's not up. I know.
Well, 1 penny is one.
Yeah, exactly. It's up half a penny, Sean. It's up half a penny, guys. All right, yeah, let's stop making fun of it. Maybe we got some bag holders out there.
Nicholas
sucks.
Sucks.
We're making them feel bad.
How bad do you
sorry,
have
guys.
to be? No, but seriously, like on a day where every single EV name is up and the stock is doing this, like wow, it's just that's not good.
Well, they can't.
That's not good.
They got rocked there with that fiasco.
Let's go back to something strong for a second.
Meta is very strong, Neil. Meta is very strong.
Yeah,
I see you have NVIDIA up there. What's going on with that?
No,
up 1.8%.
So Meta's Meta. I'll get to Meta in a second. NVIDIA. You were just talking about AMD.
Yeah.
Higher lows. I mean, maybe not the dip on NVIDIA here, but I'm zooming out so you can see it's not as much of a dip. But then it held the open, broke higher lows all the way through. You're getting to yesterday's high. The only problem with the break of yesterday's high is, well, then you're like 280, 298.75 long into 300.
Yeah, exactly.
So like 300 is 300.
Yeah, of course. But that's not a bad move.
Yeah, we get to
$1.25.
You get to 300 on NVIDIA, I'm sure.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Daily
but
chart.
I'll take that $1. Give me that $1. What's up?
Did you just see that?
No.
All of this went black on my.
No, I didn't see.
All my browsers went black for a split second. Just whatever. It's just a little weird. But I'll be short 300 if we get there on NVIDIA. I think that's a big level. But look at my quote board. This is what I wanted to get at. Like if you're Nikola, if you're a shareholder, Affirm is up 6%. Context Logic is up 5%. GME is up 4.5%. Beyond Meat's up today. Roblox is pretty solid. Peloton's up 3%. I'm just talking about the names that have been beaten down. Ford's having a decent day, up 2%. Lucid's up. Rivian's up. You know, Tesla's having a good day. I mean, come on. If you can't be up on a day like today in Nikola, then
Get it together.
Get your ish together, which is something that they're probably having trouble doing. So we're getting another slight rejection of the high of the day. I want to say slight because it's not really screaming to the downside. So there was just this push in Apple, 2 view up, didn't really press above. So I think I'm a little more cautious with this trade. So if I were to reload it, it would have to be up top, above VWAP with a better entry. You're not seeing that, so you're still consolidating lower. I'm still bidding underneath instead of inside. But maybe I'm kind of talking myself into this that I should have some kind of a bid inside the range here, just to take a little bit more out and then still hold for the greater push to the downside. Everything else looks okay. I'm still being patient with Intel. That's coming back into VWAP. We did take some out. We took that reversal, 93s, and I got some at 95. I think I'm pretty much holding only the 95s now. So we got some out at 90s, and 29 even. Very creatively, 5 cents later, I got some out, and I probably get some out 5 cents again. And if it bounces off VWAP, I'm going long. Probably giving it that over-under now in the other direction, where I probably go long, even all the way down to 28.85 here. Western Alliance
Meta,
still valid for a break. Meta's
just going, bro.
It's still going, but the way I see it,
talking about it and not getting in.
I'm looking for reentry myself. Not reentry. I'm looking to add to it. I thought we were getting a little bit tighter into this here, like 240.40.
I was hoping for that too.
And the other thing about it is we keep talking about like where are you going to hold? How far can I pull back here? So if you go to the high on Monday, that was like 240.20 or something like that. So I feel as if like the breakout that it's trying to sustain here is still pretty good to this level. Like you had some rejection of these breaks here, so I feel like it's still good in this area. It's just not getting down there for any amount of time to be able to add to the position. Yet it's not breaking the high. So I'm going to offer Look, I'm going to get something out in front of 242 because, quite frankly, C-round number, might as well have an order out there. But I still am looking for a place to add to this because it hasn't been clean. Like every time I've added, it's been a bad spot, and the trend's been right.
Yeah.
So I want to shift to getting good entries on Meta.
Likewise.
And that would make more sense. I'm still looking for a place to add in on the stock. It just hasn't happened for me. It doesn't matter. The market's not really taking out the highs with any gusto.
No, and my trade on Meta yesterday was a VWAP trade, so it was a well-timed trade. Today, I did not get that opportunity, so I did not pull the trigger. This is where we got it. This is a similar area to where we got in on Meta.
I am overtime.
VWAP. Yeah, you are, bro.
Well,
you've been working overtime a lot lately, my man. You're putting in
Here's
hours.
fairness,
I want to say this real quick. Sorry, Neil. This is the move I got in on Meta yesterday. You and I were, you were right here when I got in. This is the dip trade. It was off a top break, and it wasn't as good. Today, if I had done the exact same thing, oh, sorry, this doesn't say Meta. If I had done the exact same thing later on, like right here, when we got in, and when we called it, excuse me, it would have been a lot better, but did not pull the trigger. Yesterday, it gives you a bounce, but it doesn't give you the same strength of a bounce that you got today. And yeah, I'm lamenting not having been in. Sorry.
No, all I was gonna say is like I don't mind being overtime because if you've been watching the show the whole time, it might have seemed like the last 15 minutes till 11, but like ish was going sideways on my platform from about 10:30 on. So like Sean was doing a lot of the heavy lifting while I was just trying to. Like I was only in a couple of positions at the time and wasn't really forcing anything, but it was like I had no idea what the hell was going on with my PC. I was only in 2 at that point. I had gotten out of Tesla. I was in the Intel short off the bottom, and I was still holding on to SMFL. Which I'm assuming. You know what? Can I just double check that? No. Well, no, not really, because load here. So I was long at 4, took some out 450, and took some out 5, which is holding for the dream. And I just had to stop in. So it was like right around this time, everything was going sideways. So I had a hard stop. Like it wasn't any funky key or any nonsense. Nothing that was going to fail on me, but I had a hard stop on this. I just thought I even thought I was going to get a reload. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here. Sean's going to jump in. What else we got here? Apple does need to get it ish together. So Apple, the short continues to work.
Yes, it does.
But if Apple reverses, it's over. This whole market is going to the moon if Apple makes that reverse. So it's still valid on the short side of the trade. I'm not upset with that fact. But if we break out, that's a reversal. And then everything is going to be to the long side, except for Nicola. So I'm going to log out. I'm going to let Sean take over here as we take you into the midday. I'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Maha did us dirty there. No, we can do it again.
There we go. All right.
Thanks for coming on, Neil. All right, guys, let's get back and complain more about Meta. No, I'm kidding, of course, but it's dancing at that 241.5 as we look to test high of day at 241.75. We're up at 73s there, high of day. break the high of day for yesterday. Let's just bring in the chart real quick here. Here is our friend Meta. This is the 5. We're going to flip to the 15 here on Meta. No, so we are above yesterday's high. So where are we daily here on Meta? Now I know 245 is the top. We haven't been around there. You know, obviously 245 is the top, but that's a wick. The closes are both at that 243 level. So 243 level, probably the better level in my book, the open and the close. But yeah, 245, there's the wick. We haven't gotten to those levels, but we are closer. It's just been a series of, you guessed them, higher lows since when? Since basically May 8th. So higher lows, higher lows, and then you have a succession of higher highs. So here we go, curling again. Now, I do the upgrades and downgrades on the board in the morning, and so I see when the names get upgraded, and Meta, you know, hasn't been upgraded lately, but it got a flurry of upgrades after it reported earnings, and so the price targets around there were all in the low 300s, 320, 315, 325, in and around there. So if you put any weight onto those price targets, you've got some upside. So yeah. We just want to throw that out there. Dr. J, Sharif, Amazon making your patented flat bottom break. Yo. All right, let's have a look at flat bottom break. Yes, I would say I'm seeing several touches off that 114.50. All right, so here is the 5-minute on Amazon. You like what I did there, Sean? Look at this. So I got, you know, I have a big cap, chart set, the big 6. So every day, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to put
and
these.
edit them up.
Yeah, right there.
I mean, you're
Just
solving many people's problems.
Yeah, well, the viewers
title
demanded
at a time.
it. The viewers demanded it, and the viewers got it. And I
could be the people's trader. You could be like the people's.
the people. I will
professor?
figure something. Yeah, sure. Here it is, guys. This is what our friend Dr. J is talking about. He's talking about a 114.5. Now, look. I don't know if you're going to get the big, you know, huge move down into yesterday's close, which is at 113.40.
This computer is not even working.
You're displeased with the computer.
Dude, I can't even move my charts. This is chugging around.
Neil is infected.
Was it super slow for you?
Oh boy.
Neil, watch the language, Neil.
Neil feels bad. He thinks that he's infected the computers. I don't know if that's accurate.
No, but this one's literally not
You may
moving.
need to restart there. You can go ahead and restart.
Restart?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I'm trying to come out here and help you out a little bit.
Yeah, I can carry
do
the
our
show
little
a
thing. I
bit.
think Parsa did something, the guy behind us.
Yeah, well, I know.
Shout out to Parsa.
Yeah, you were talking to him in the kitchen yesterday.
God.
But here's the 114.50 break, Sean. I don't know if you get that kind of aggressive move down. Maybe eventually to 113.40. That's yesterday's close. That'll be my a target I have if I take a short on Amazon. It is moving here, Sean. It is really moving.
Short?
To the yes.
We like that.
Yes, Amazon is moving
short.
short. Here we go, babe. This is the 5-minute. Let's have a look at the one. The one equally as bearish. We're below the 200. Yes, the flat bottom break of 114.60 now that I have a look at the 1-minute chart. And we were talking about this earlier. We're talking about being able to see things maybe a little bit more clearly, especially on the micro level on a smaller time frame with obviously confirmation on a larger time frame. And here it is. Living example, 114.60 was the break there. It looks fantastic. You're 23 pennies in the money if you took that level break. It's looking like lower highs and lower lows, so you've got in the right direction. Now look, it's still up 0.85% on the day, and it has been strong lately. That's evidenced by the daily chart over here. How many days? This is the earnings day, and then you have a couple of red days after that. After that, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 11 green days of 12 if today closes green. So you're clearly, against the trend here. Be cognizant of that. But the setup looks good. That 114.60 setup looks solid. I'll keep my eye on it. I don't have a trade in it at the moment, but I'll keep my eye on it. The one that I've been keeping my eye on the most, though, is this Meta. As it continues to print to the high side, looking to test 241.73. It's at 241.54 at the moment. So it's stair-stepping up series of higher lows all the way across and higher highs all the way through. Yeah, Sean's still getting set up there, guys. So we'll give him a bit more time. I think it might have something to do with the remote setup that he has with his other computer. So, yeah. Oh, IMPP is getting going here, guys. I saw this one earlier. Let's load up the chart on this bad boy. Yeah, this is the 3-minute. Let's go to the 1 real quick. Yeah, it's become a lot stronger lately. Now, you guys can't see it here because of the volume, but here's the volume. All right, so you have the initial volume, 1040. We're breaking that. The volume really coming in here, and that's what you want to see for confirmation. So a lot of interest. Now, you could short this off tops. I wouldn't. Maybe 3. 3 looks delicious probably to short sellers. But it's getting going here. IMPP, Immutup. Don't know what the hell this is. It's is it an ADR? Yeah, it is an ADR. What's the info on it? There's no info. No company profile. I have no data on it whatsoever. Let's check trade ideas. Let's bring in the trade idea scanner here. Shout out to Michael Noss and his crew out at Trade Ideas IMMP. IMMP. What does Trade Ideas have? Okay, float. Trade Ideas reporting at 83.86 million. No short flow to be spoken of. What are the, no, it doesn't show me 52-week highs. All right, so let's get this out of here. Let's start looking at the daily on this bad boy, see what kind of levels we're working with here. Okay, so former runner, goes without saying. Look what it did in December. It had a huge day, so right away, I know that this one can get going. It's done that on a number of days going back to November. Let me just put up the name for this one so you guys can know. IMMP.NQ. And we'll leave that on there so you guys can see that. Yeah, so this one looking like a 310 was the level we got to back on the 23rd of December, so I'll be looking for that. You got to assume 3 is probably going to be an area of resistance. We're near highs. We're at 286 high. We're at 284 right now, so look for 3. After that, another 340. That's this peak over here. IMMP. Really getting going here. Sean, how's it going over there?
It's not going too bad. We've got things fixed out. So I do think it was remote desktop.
Got it.
Again, so I logged out of it, ran over there, did some stuff, and now we're back into the game here. So
I love it.
How's it going?
Good. It's been okay.
Right.
I had an NQ trade, which was cool. Took that. MNQ, obviously. Took that.
Oh, the
trade.
micros, okay.
The micros, baby.
Well,
we're not a Rune around here, man. We'll have Rune on next week.
Let's slow down on that, yeah.
Let's slow down. He takes NQ, or I take, what does he take? He takes ES, not...
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what you take. That's the whole point.
Yeah, okay, I gotcha.
I mean, you can, we can say that a Rune only takes the NQs or whatever the ES is, but it's just a matter of how comfortable you are trading them.
Certainly.
Because you could take the minis, but take 10 contracts.
Yeah.
And it's the exact same thing, right?
Right,
So you got to,
absolutely.
or I don't know what it is. I don't think it's 10 to 1. Actually don't know what it is, but yeah, shout out. We'll have Arun there next week, and he's going to be on with you, so that should be really exciting.
Arun on the midday.
I'm
next
excited
week.
to do that, and Max will be with me, and Arun will be on the midday, and then that'll be what that is right now. So yeah, look, good so far. Oops.
Let's talk a little
we've
bit
had some good
about your
trades,
day.
man. I mean, the only trade that maybe you guys haven't looked at that I've been looking at here, just from what I've been hearing, is Softy, and it really hasn't gone. It's been a pretty profitable trade. Not really. It's profitable right now, but not that profitable. I just thought that with the market starting to break higher highs, that Microsoft was one of the names that really wasn't going.
Right.
So I just figured that if it had a chance, it broke VWAP, it broke the 200 period, everything was right there.
Yes,
we
sir.
started to break. This is where we're breaking it right here. The NASDAQ started to take out highs. Tesla bounced all the way back to 174 almost there. So I was like, you know what? I was short Apple. I'm going to talk about that. I got stopped out of Apple. Again, I keep saying this, trading a little bit more shares. When lines get hit, I have to get out or else I find myself in trouble like we've been the last couple of days. So anyways, right now we're going to be trading Microsoft to the long side. Only up 0.35, but honestly, man, it's been such a rocket. Like, I don't know what else to say about it other than the high is 313. I'm going to find out here. This is the watches that I look at, sorted alphabetically, MSFT. Yeah, 313.70. So we still got a ways to go before we get anywhere near there, but you're still not far off from 52-week highs. So a pumped up NASDAQ, in my opinion, should get this name going. So we are now long on Microsoft, and we're long at 311.85 right now.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of,
There it is.
you know, as we're 40 cents, 35 cents in the money on this one. And the same thing is true for us on Google, because we keep buying the 319s over and over and over again. But we just made a move up to the 12 period here. 12.
21. It's okay.
I said on the show, remember I said it, I was like.
You did. I'm like, no, he doesn't mean that.
Well, I did mean it. That's the problem. Okay. I was like, I set it up properly on eSignal, but then it wasn't matching on our platform. And I realized because eSignal I used 21, and on ours I used 12.
12.
So shout out to, I think it was David Ball or in the chat, and that was there. That was cool with that Keegan guy there, but he didn't have much to say this morning.
Yeah, well, he was talking to us. I mean,
good.
He didn't have a mic. He didn't have a mic. Yeah, he would have talked. He's an optional guy. Shout out to Keegan. He was only in the city for a quick little bit just to catch the game. I told him, you know, he came the wrong day because we had a little bit of a cold spell today, Sean, right? I mean, we've been
that's what I
having
told him, like,
decent weather until today. Today was...
Shout out to Calgary, though. He's used to he's used to some plus or minus temperatures.
Yeah, I was there last April. My guy,
I've never been to Calgary.
Cold. Oh yeah.
I want to get there. Anyone want to invite? Yeah, we'll check out the rodeo.
About an hour and a half drive. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Stampede.
The Stampede.
What it's called there.
It's a big event. I mean, a lot of Americans come up for it, so it should be known south of the border anyway. Calgary Stampede.
Where's Lone Sophos from? He's always in the chat.
No idea. Lone, what's up, Lone?
What up? What up?
I want to talk about IMMP here, Sean, because we're knocking on the door of that $3 area, and it's time for me to change.
You've been to Mykonos?
I have not, actually. I have not. I went to Santorini, but I have not been to Mykonos.
You can now grab private chartered boats in Mykonos, Greece from Uber.
Cool. So Uber boat.
Uber boat.
Uber boat, baby. And I bet you it's just
Uber
going to be
yacht.
included. Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
I don't know.
You know there could be Uber yachts. We have, okay, let's tell everybody about
Armenia.
what Canada is. Canada is one
the best
big
country in the world.
Collection of freshwater lakes. So we have a lot of places to...
Bookended by, of course, two oceans.
Yeah. We have a lot of water. Lots. Inland,
well, Muskoka.
Outland.
I mean, everybody.
Are you kidding? Simcoe, Ontario, Erie, we go on and on
Anybody
and on
in Minneapolis. Water. Minnesota is the state of lakes, I believe.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot too, so we'll challenge you guys any day, baby.
I want to be. I've never been to Greece, man, but I'm going to Italy.
Point is,
in the summer.
We could have an Uber boat in Southern Ontario in the summer, and it would absolutely kill.
Yes.
Because people love boats in Southern Ontario because we have so much freshwater lakes.
I made a joke, probably. You probably remember. You were probably watching the show. This is well before this was a thing, but I mean, it was just, it was going to happen anyways. Remember when I said Duber? So, I mean,
yeah, you have that. You have it. There it is. There it is. I like how you try to actually set it up.
Yeah, I tried this time.
Hilarious.
And that was, phone up Uber and get Chronic delivered straight to your doorstep.
Yes, sir.
And now it's like...
That's a normal thing.
Yeah.
It was just bound to happen.
Yeah, I was like, people are like, I'm just waiting for my delivery. Oh, you're grabbing,
Hold on.
pizza.
So saying there was already Uber boats in Muskoka a couple of years ago. I did not know that.
Yeah. I mean,
news to me.
I'm down with that.
Wow.
I'm down with
Love
that.
it.
The only reason I brought that up is because it was a recent news piece that just got... I guess right now, Uber, are they doing... I don't know if they're doing some sort of it's not Investor Day, we would have known about it, but they talked about earlier, there was that story that I brought earlier. You could phone from a payphone, from a cell phone, or you could phone, phone your order in now, and not just off the app. I thought that was pretty randy of them to do that. Shout out to Randy, he's over there on the ones and twos. So Google, unfortunately, we were off the air. I went for a walk, called the wife, but look what happened again. Damn you, Marissa, costing me another reload here on Google. But all good, man. There's 119, straight back fire to the upside. And I mean, to think about what we've been doing on Google today, and with a bang, because, wow,
baby.
Here we go. Your boy, I call it Mr. Softy, you call it? Microsoft going to the upside with Google right now, but we're still long Google right there. I'm going to hold this because honestly, I just feel like when it pops, I'll be so peed off if I just keep getting out. We got to have something on board. Small little 10% piece. We'll hold it. We'll see what's going on. But there goes Microsoft. Whoa, we got to fill up there anyways. We got to fill at 28. So that was good. It just pumped up to 37.40 right there. We're going to wait to see if Microsoft can get back up to the upside. But all right, Pack W. Were you guys trading any of this? Again, I apologize. I left and went no Pack W. Thank you for the question there to Triple J's there in the chat.
Dun, dun, dun,
Wow.
dun. Anytime I hear Triple J, I just think about Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
I love Jeff Jarrett.
And his music, and he'd walk down like this.
The pieces.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. He would do this. Yeah. Dun. Yeah.
And then,
oh my God. Or the chat. We're gonna get a roast in the chat.
I'm gonna get a guitar.
Yeah, I smashed it.
You one day.
And there were no holds barred. That was WWE Attitude Era, and yeah, they had attitude.
My brother bought me and my family tickets to that AEW, which I've been to before in Toronto.
Okay.
They're at Scotiabank in June, so we're going there. And it was a lot of fun, man. When we were there, I went to it. At the Coca-Cola Coliseum there. I think it's called Rico. Or no, I think it's called Coca-Cola now.
Okay.
There on the grounds of the exhibition. That was a hell of a lot of fun. And then we went to WWE in the wintertime, and my kids absolutely love it. But we don't really watch wrestling. But I did watch WrestleMania, which I thought was fantastic, by the way.
You know what else is fantastic? The move up on IMMP. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this one is rocketing up. Let's have a look at the chart. Wow. Where are we at here? 325 high. It's going to start squeezing. We don't know it's definitely squeezing. There it goes, Sean. 355. This is going to halt if it holds at 355. No, not quite yet. This one pumping to the high side. I would love halt levels on these charts, but here we go. We got to assume 55s for the moment, the halt level as we dance at the low 30s, holding above 3. Again, don't know the short float on this. We'll check shortly on Float Checker, but checked IBKR and Trade Ideas and nary an indicator there, Sean, on the short float. So we shall see shortly what I'll be able to do there. No pun intended. Yeah, so we'll see if this one holds above 3. I mean, it's dancing with 3 1/4 now. Not much really to report on this one. Tape. Not really telling me a whole lot here. Looking for size, moving up. Okay, so there's some size here at 33, moving up with the bid. I think this was at 30s earlier. Okay, so we'll see that gets taken out. So not as important there. Tape reading, bit of a mystery sometimes on these small cappers. So up 106%, guys. IMMP.
You don't know what you heard about me. Because I'm a mother. IMPP. We got out of Tesla. Tesla was, and Parsa was asking me behind me there when we were getting coffee. We were in the lunchroom. I showed you my salad. That was really pretty good. Your salad's in there as well. We have, Sharif and I have the exact same every day. As we get a pretty decent catered salad here. I
got to tell you, I like it.
People are loving the Nashville hot chicken sandwiches as well. That was the feedback that I got from the Nashville hot chicken.
I find like there is not
Katrine,
enough.
what are you eating over there? Hold on a second. What is that? Because I saw Neil eating it.
Cinnabon. Oh,
Neil was stealing Kat's Cinnabon.
Neil.
Oh man, there she is. She's on camera. Wow, Neil. It's Randy can take it off you at any time. I mean, I don't know why it's on you right now. There we go.
You know who's playing today?
In which sport?
Soccer.
No.
Man City versus
I mean, you understand we have like NHL playoffs. We had the NBA draft lottery yesterday. We have NBA playoffs popping off. We have PGA championships this weekend. And you're telling me about Man City?
I am. Man City versus Real Madrid.
Ooh la la.
And Champions League semifinal, second leg.
Okay.
So it's a do or die game. 1-1 on aggregate. No away goal advantage this year, Sean.
Wow.
Away goal advantage done with.
So you don't get the 2-1.
So no, so it would always be the aggregate, but the
Right.
tiebreaker would
Is
be
whoever
away
scores
goals.
more on the other side. Okay,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's done with.
Why did they do that? Just because they just figured
Harder
that home
to score away, man, in
No,
soccer.
but why'd they get rid of it? Is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, there's
know the
always
reason why it's
varying
there.
opinions about whether it is an advantage or disadvantage. It definitely wasn't during COVID in the bubble. There were no advantages.
All right, let's go, Man City. I'm just playing around with you.
Ala
know, I love
Madrid.
watching. Honestly, there's nothing. I'll wake up Saturday morning if there's any soccer on. Definitely love watching it. My kids
Yeah.
love soccer. My boy's actually starting his soccer summer tomorrow. Today's Thursday, tomorrow. Oh, I just got an email. I don't know if you saw me checking it.
No.
There's a curling coaches debriefing meeting that I'm supposed to be at. Curling coaches debriefing Zoom meeting tonight.
I didn't even know you played curling. I had no idea. Well, we're
Cut this guy's mic.
We're friends, but we're still getting more acquainted. Would that not be fair to say?
Yeah. So I coach every Sunday my kids curling.
Right.
So I had major reconstructive knee surgery.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah,
I knew that.
Yeah. So I can't, for me, even now, that's why it's on the Peloton. Like I've even been
Right.
advised, I'm not supposed to be on treadmills. Like the weight, putting on weight on my knee. Like I have an HTO, high tibial osteotomy.
Okay.
It's pretty bad.
didn't
And
know
plus
that.
I have cracks in my knee. This goes back from playing rugby in high school. And then I was bad because I kept playing, I kept on playing, I played baseball through, I played, sports through my whole life, and then just kept on re-injuring it and then eventually I had to get surgery. So I got that about 10 years ago. So woe is me, but that's not the point. The point is that, so I don't do that too much anymore, but my kids do. Anyways,
Sorry,
I have
we're talking about a lot. The chat's getting upset that we're not watching these markets because we're
Let's go to the
printing
markets
highs.
then.
ES
just go to
is at highs.
Microsoft.
4150 on. You just took some out on Microsoft? Yeah, well, it's printing higher. 31250 there on Microsoft, but the ES, we haven't said this a lot lately. Stronger than the
I wanted to
NQ
update Tesla.
today. Look at this. Here comes 4150. I remember Dan in the pre-market, Dan Emmons, shout out to him, early on in the chat, he's like, how quickly do we hit 4150 today? And we got close right off the bell there. We got up to 4145, then retraced. This is the ES June contract. Oh, I guess I'll have to put it on here too, Sean. I forgot about that. ES June. There we go. That's
just
what
do
we'll
June.
do.
Yeah, if you put too many words there.
Yeah, there we go. So that you guys know what's up there. And here we go, baby. 4150 and a half. That's a high of day. Let's go to the, I want to say the half an hour chart here because we're probably, there we go.
I mean, we are ripping on
we
Google.
are.
We're ripping on Microsoft.
We're moving on the ES and the NQ
We be
both.
printing.
So everything's moving up here, guys, except if your name is Tesla, except if your name
We
is
got
Apple.
out of that at
It's
172.
above.
You know what the funny thing about Apple is? It's just at that level. I would not short
Exactly.
Apple, to be
Neither
honest
would
with
I.
you. It's the
It's
same
dancing
thing.
with VWAP.
I was short. I'm not. I was short it, but that was the mistake that I made.
Okay.
Was doing that exactly by shorting Apple. I just felt like. And it wasn't a mistake. We did fine on it, but that was one of my last trades. Was short into here. We took some profit, but it was kind of messy there to begin with. But we had the first long in the pre-market, and then back up. We got a great fill. It hasn't been back there. And then we tried it, and then it broke VWAP, and that's what I'm saying. I had, to hold that short would have been fantastic because it did work. But I just think when it's late to the party, if it gets going, as long as you have your out, I shouldn't say I don't want to short it, but you can short it as much as you want to. I just feel like that out has to be respected there on Apple. So we'll have to watch out for that right now. Ooh, we got the names on the bottom right now. I like that. Was that there for you and Neil, I wonder? Good naming on the bottom there as we've talked about that. Okay, we said we want to hold on to Google, so let's go, man. We turned bullish on this one here today, and here's the Google trade that we have on board right now. Google retracing all the way back up.
Baby.
And remember what I said to you? I don't know if we were live or when I said I don't want to get out of Google because if it rips up, I'd be pissed off that we don't have any left on board. So there it goes. It's a nice move to the upside. And then the trade that we gave you when we started the show was this Microsoft long. And right now that's 65 cents in the money. We just took a piece out on that as well. But people saying Mullen moving. And this is, it's not probably. Just want to look at it. Oh, yeah. Mullen had the reverse, right? So
That was a while ago,
yeah, it was a while ago. It was back in May. So if you see down here, back in May, whatever this date was there, 4th, 5th.
Okay.
Nice move up to 180. And then there's a nice move for Mullen right now. It is starting to go upside and taking some names right now. Mullen on the move. Thank you for bringing that up in the chat, whoever that was. What's up to Randy? I see him in the chat. Not our Randy, another Randy. Shout out to Gary, sorry, not Jerry. Heather putting some, here we go. Heather putting some rockets there. Guys, come on, man. When you see 14 rockets on there, you know the stock is moving up, right? So there it is, a nice move up there for Mullen, and still going 147, 150. I mean, I don't know. The last time we were up here was just a couple days ago. So if we zoom back out on a 5-minute chart here, we should get a little bit of a better look. So trying to find you can't really see it because that bottom part's on there. Hold on a second. I just want to go back to where there was some big volumes. At what levels maybe we had some good volume. So volume off the open obviously is always here. But right in here we had, okay, so we're well past there. Back in 9:35 in the morning time. So a lot of volume done up here right where we are right now, 150, 140. So that goes back to the morning of the 11th. And then we hadn't seen really the highs from there. And it also goes back to where we are right now, 146, back to the 10th. So a huge day now for Mullen, up 20%, great. In a name that's been pretty destroyed, but that's trading for you.
Yeah.
Some of these names, we talked about Nikola before. I would just watch out. There we're at right now, 146 right here. That's that level. We're taking it out. Next stop, man, 150, 156. And then you're looking at that 158 break high. So, yeah, I mean, if Mullen is your game, then this is a good one here today. I think the trade was breaking this. So, oh, yes, sir. Google just came in and out. We are now out of that. We just got 119.80 right there on Google, right back. So for me, man,
that was man his money.
Oh my God.
Yeah, give me my monies. Give the man his monies right there, up to 119.80, but not enough, obviously, as we should have held a little bit more. But we are now out of Google on a decent trade right there. Much better today than previous days.
Yes, I feel that as well. I'm long this IMMP stock at 323. I have a dip trade ahead of 3 and an ultimate out below 290. I'm looking to take profit in front of 50. The wick there, 54s. I'll be taking it somewhere in the mid to high 40s. Should it make its way up there? Quarter position. Because, I just don't believe in these small cappers with the same amount of belief that I had, say, 3 weeks ago, especially for the continuation long. I have a really good example of, we talked about the cyclicality of some of these small cappers, and I have a good example of one that I want to bring on later and get Max's opinion on it because it's one of those ones that made a high, flushed below VWAP, consolidated, and then broke down again. It's those flat bottom breaks that we were taking so often in December and January. And then, they kind of stopped showing up. And then when they showed up, they were super strong and you weren't seeing that kind of breakdown play. Now we're starting to see the back end of the cycle, I would say, of the small cap cycle and possibly, that setup coming into play again. While I talk about that, let me talk about this, which is this trade on IMMP. We're 3 pennies out of the money, but what I'm seeing here is a possible bull flag continuation. That's my look on this. That's why I have resting orders and a dip trade. I'll be looking to take off a key level again with the ultimate out below 290. What did we say?
I have a new trade.
Go.
All right, that signifies new trade.
Go to his screen.
That's okay. Yeah, you can go to the screen.
AMD. I know that's a new trade. You can.
Yeah. So if this ever, I know you.
New position alert, baby.
That's an alert right there because we're firing. It's that story about Brian Shannon you said yesterday. Every time he got into a position, the guy was firing cannons.
Can't believe that's real.
So I mean, if someone had this for me every time I got filled, you'd be honestly, you'd cut that account right away.
And the loud or the volume was determined by the price,
right.
Or sorry, by the amount or the share size, something
risk
like
on.
that.
Yeah.
Risk on. There you go.
Crazy.
What do you got there? Tell us about it.
All right, so AMD, we talked about it being relatively weak earlier on, but then obviously that's flipped on its head. And this was the only, all right, I have to say something. We have one red stock today. Okay, thank you very much, but it wasn't for that. It was because it's AMD. And we were short. So first we were long. We were long rate. You can't see, but we're long into there. Didn't work. We got out and flipped the short. The short was good. We were printing. Obviously, we were up quite nicely on this because we shorted $100.80, and then that out is $100.09. So that's an 80-cent worth of some kind of trade. Nice downside move. But then when it came back up, I was like, let's short these little wicks up there, $100.75. But short we respected it into, at that point it was the 50P, or sorry, was VWAP right there. Shout out to VWAP again. And then it broke it, and then it ripped up, and we got out. So we tried the short, and right now I'm looking at this, and it's like, we could look at NVIDIA, we could look at all these plays, but we just ticked out to 03 there. So that high is 03. The reason why I'm zoomed out so much here is that yesterday's high is 30s. So that was good whistling there. That 103.30 is a spot, but I'm actually not going to hold for that. So that's kind of the thing. 103 is coming in right now. We just ticked it on the 1 minute chart. Maybe I can zoom in. We ticked it right, I move this. It's right there. There's a high of 103.02. So we started it early because we it was just in this area, but now you're starting to tick a little bit higher. I think we can, as Microsoft right now,
go baby.
This market is ripping, which is why AMD is of course going up. Now I feel bad. We got out of Tesla at the price it's at right now. Where's Google? I was happy. Okay, Google is still a good spot, but there it is. Let's go, Sharif. You ring the register for your trade, but there goes Microsoft right now. Huge move right back into the highs of the day. We happy we on this. It's Microsoft, and so far so good on this. We're going to put a little bit more shares on for AMD, but it is ripping to the high side, just taking out 103 right now.
There it is, baby. We take out that piece through the 340 break. We get in 323. There's 340 on IMMP. I'm still holding a piece. So let's see if we get that continuation through the $0.50. We danced around it last time. 354 was the level we rejected off. We retraced. It looked like a reversal candle, but hold on. We got bought back up and made a new high on the 5 minute chart. So do I sell here? Nuh-uh. So I'm going to let this one go. I'm going to see. I'm only holding a piece. I want to see if we can break through the $0.50 level. In fact, let's go ahead and sit on the other side of that, Sean, right now.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and sit at 53 because what's life without whimsy? So we'll sit around there. And if we break through the $0.50 level, baby, we will get filled. Like in this trade so far on IMMP. Looking bullish. Here come the high 40s, Sean. We're knocking on the door of 50s again. Let's go, man. Let's pass 50s because I'm sitting there at 53s. There's big boy size at the $0.50 level expected. They're not a surprise at all. We'll see if we can continue through, and then maybe I'll actually lament that I got out on in the low 50s rather than maybe holding into the 60s on this bad boy. But we shall, not overstay our welcome on this, guys. We continue to dance, Sean, with that 50 level on our friend IMMP.
If you make sure you dance with no pants, then
I haven't said that in a while.
You gotta get that OnlyFans going on there.
Come on.
We just got out. So we'll say barbecuing up. The chef is here.
Bang.
Oh, my guy took my barbecue, so that was good there.
Here we go, baby.
The city did not grab it, so that's good. And right there, we just got Microsoft, dollar in the money on Microsoft. $1.10 now on this name, and we just got a piece out once again into the high of the day. We're going to do that over and over and over again. If it comes back up to the high of the day, it's very similar to what we did there on Google. Google came right back right into a level that we liked, so we took it out. I mean, this has been quite the day, needless to say. All right, so then AMD as well, and it's funny because today, yes, the last couple of days, man, I've been thinking short, and it just hadn't worked out. But today we just said we wanted to go long. We talked about that. We flipped those bears.
Yep.
Although my guy, what's up, Keegan, was talking about it being a red.
0.35
Could
to
still
the
be
red
right.
side.
Could still be right, man. I mean, this market used to drop. This market used to rock and roll like, I don't know, 2 or 3%, like it was candy.
2020, 2021.
I was going to even say 6 months ago, even like
it was
the way this market's moving now. Kind of like what Dan was saying about that 4150. The ES seems to be stuck a little bit. The Nasdaq's doing quite well, but for right now,
have you seen Google and Meta lately?
I just talked about Google. We just murdered that stock to the long side. Oh, you mean on the daily or on the?
No, right
today?
Now it looks fantastic. Your friend
Bro,
Softy
we're
is throwing
$1.20
to
in
the
the
high
money
side.
on Softy. We're throwing money around like it's candy.
Yeah.
And look what we're doing also right now on AMD, dude. This short. I mean, we talked about shorting 103s. So I mean, there it is right there. This is 25 cents we just took on that short. So actually we got it at 80. It just went to 75. We're gonna put another bid down here as well. No, the market is rally city, right? So I don't know if we want to be short for too long on this name, but we'll take it for what it is right now. If there's any pullback, we already have AMD, so all good on this one right now. Tesla, though, continues, man. This is the biggest trade of the day by far, I feel like, unless you had a bigger one that I'm not sure.
I had a good futures trade that I'm really upset about getting out here and not letting it run, but, you know.
It was just more that Tesla. Tesla, you know, we had $7, $6.50 actually to the upside right there. And then we actually got out. It's funny because, like, you get, and I'm reading that book and it talks a lot about FOMO. And it's like when you get out and you're right and you look back and it's here at 172.50, you're like, wow, getting out at 173. I thought I got out at 173.20, but it's saying 173. Okay, so I guess a huge candle down there. 173, you look back and you're like, okay, you know, that was a good decision. But then you look back about an hour later, you're like, oh man, now it's at 173.80. And now I look and I'm like, okay, we're right back to where we got out. So all good on Tesla. I still feel like if you want to go short, you have to be very specific in this name and wait for that 174. So we will wait for that. As it's always a mistake when you get out when the market's ripping, right? Because hindsight is something that hurts traders, and you don't want to have it too much because you know, you always look back and you could never. I think it was Greg that was saying this or somebody. That you're never ever going to be right all the time, 100%. You could be right 99, but you're never going to get that top tick.
Nope.
Sometimes you are, and if you do, you're lucky, but never wrong taking out profits. So I feel like that's a very, very important thing to remember.
Another one that I like as well, which was an issue that I had early on.
Yeah.
Don't eat like a bird and poop like an elephant. Meaning, don't take micro boy profits and then take big boy losses.
I mean,
Neil.
I just feel like the whole like pooping reference. Like,
Well, I don't want to say the S word. You get the liberty of doing it.
What do you mean the liberty?
Well, we're not all big kahunas on the set, bro.
Fine, but I mean, you could. No, it's
I
not.
want to talk about this trade real quick on
go.
IMMP guy because I'm out of this one. This one was a retracement and a bulk flight continuation. Got it on the downside. Got it at 323. I would have liked to have gotten maybe another average in at 315, but there it is. Ride it through the top. Take it through the $0.50 break. It's still probably got legs, but you know I'm not going to wait around for it. It's still looking to make higher lows here. So the trend is on, but you know the bottom could drop at any minute with the small cappers. So be careful. I don't have a short float on it. I think I looked it up already on Trade Ideas. I said what it was, and it is 84 million, 83.86 million. So large on the larger side. And there is the Huadunk, the eventual Huadunk. There it is, and that's why I got out where I got out. Look at this, Sean. I mean, come on. I mean, look at this.
It's Huadunk.
Yeah, that is a Huadunk, right? And that is one of the larger candles.
Awesome.
There it is. So didn't overstay my welcome through the $0.50, but something tells me this 315 level might get bought up. So you get that big, what we call specialist breakout, breakdown, whatever. And then, yeah, I remember Neil was explaining to me why that was called a specialist, because they were called specialists, I think, on the floor.
NYSE specialist.
Yeah, NYSE specialist. Thank you.
Floor broker.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so we get that breakout.
Now?
They're unemployed.
No, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I
now
know,
they have
because
direct
they've been
market makers. They don't have.
Of course.
You know, remember the guy? So we were talking about the guys who're throwing the papers everywhere on the floor when you see the old. Yeah. So everyone used to stand or sit or whatever near their post. So that's why you say we're at post 9 here on the NYSE or whatever. So the guy that was sort of in charge of GE, you'd have to go over and talk to him in order to get your fills and whatnot. So they would be the special. So he would only look, and some of them, you know, ran multiple stocks, but generally speaking, they'd be in charge. If you're at a post like GE, probably your only stock, right? Right. So you'd have minions and whatnot running around for you as well. But generally speaking, that's what it.
The minions.
What?
Assistants?
Like it, yeah. I don't know what to say.
I love it, bro.
Yeah,
man, it's so candid. It's candid.
No. That's anyways. So that's the idea behind that. So
Got it.
That's what a specialist is.
Sean, Google. People are getting your Google. I think Sean knows about Google. Last time I brought it to his attention, he knew. So
yeah,
Google
I know, but
120.19 high.
Yeah,
oh, you're done.
Out. Yeah, because it came back into the day's high. We can explain Google. I mean, it's a great run to the upside right there, and we probably should have taken a 120 break. You know, because look what happened when it did break 120, ripped up 18 cents. I'm not I'm not down for breakouts. I'm not down for all that stuff right now. I think like we got good enough trades on board. And look, I want to make better trades all the time, but I'm pretty happy with holding this. Microsoft's now $1.12 in the money, and I've actually been. I just built again into this AMD. This could take this out though. 103.10 AMD is my target to get out, but we're short now 95 again here on AMD.
Something tells me this IMMP. I keep saying IMMP.
You're loving that stock, I noticed.
Yeah, small capper of the day, you know, up only 104%.
Max will be all over
Oh,
that.
yeah, Max will probably be all over. I looked to see if he was at his desk to let him know it was breaking through 3, but he's on lunch.
He was
so.
Yeah, he was walking around. I did see he's here.
Yeah, he's here. 315, it bounced off there, and there had been a bottom here. I mean, the last retracement, we danced around 315. We take off there on the specialist breakdown, and then we get back up right into the 30. So do we hold here, or is this kind of like a head and shoulder setup here on the 1 minute, you know, where we make another move up and then another breakdown below the neckline here? You guys say you can earmark 310, sorry, but then you have 3 to contend with, obviously. So we'll see how much that continues down. But the overall market, man, what can you say about this? Here comes Google again, 120.19. Let's bring in the big cap charts over here because, yeah, they're all the rave today. The one, obviously, I feel like I keep talking and having missed on Meta, even though it's only up 1.44% on the day. It was the one that I wanted to take to the north side, and I had opportunities and I didn't get in, Sean. But everything moving up. Softy at day's highs, 313.11. Middle chart here. Google, 120.20. This chart over here. And even Tesla just hanging out at that 173, above 173, between that and 173 and a half.
No.
What's up? AMD?
I have another important kitchen announcement to make.
Uh-oh.
The espresso machine.
It's broken, I know. It's been turning off this morning. So I turned it on. I went there. I'm like, how come the espresso machine's off? Usually Neil, Brendan, they're hitting before me. They turned it on. It was off. So I turned it back on.
Because it was on. I got when it was on.
Okay. No. You make a drink, it turns off. You turn it back on, it makes you another drink, it turns back off.
So it's like a one and
yeah,
done?
So it keeps telling you service, blah, blah, blah. But
It's like the Maple Leafs round. You know, one round and done.
Matty Chen says Sharif did it and spelt my name completely wrong.
I'm thinking that
What'd you say, Rob?
I love Adobe B. Reed. That's a
It
name
says
that we've been
why
buying.
it took him a bit to make the coffee, says Rob.
All right. Well,
Rob's
anyways,
still a champ for doing
regardless,
that.
we have thermos coffee that's being made.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I don't mind it. It's a French roast. It's all right.
Yeah, well...
Don't cry for
Max
me, Argentina. You
comes
know.
on in a minute. Would you like
This office
Tim's
is
run?
falling apart,
Would
actually.
you like a Tim's run? We should
someone going to Tim's?
elicit someone to go to Tim's and get some dark roast.
Elicit somebody.
Yeah.
Nah. Let's have.
Who's
for
willing?
me, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to.
Randy.
Okay, yeah. Randy is dandy to do anything.
It says Rob, so
around
we
it.
shall see.
Oh, Rob said do it with. Oh, I don't have my earpiece in. So
Oh,
he's
you don't
probably-
have your earpiece. Yeah, I thought that's why I was like relaying the information.
I'm okay for Tim Hortons. I actually don't mind the brewed coffee, to be honest with you. I'll probably have one more at most. Like I just made one here, and it's like it gets cold, especially sitting at this spot. By the way.
Well,
and
this
Darwin's
always
right.
cold
We
here.
had someone broke Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's not a scam.
Hello. Hello.
No? Well, it's probably a machine.
Could be, I think that's the
Are
home
you
of
with
Little League. That's the home-
Rogers?
No.
Okay. Rogers has a little thing now where it says likely fraud. So the number comes up, you
Ooh.
don't know, and they have it in their database. It
You know, I
tells
have
you.
blocked. I mean, Apple does block numbers.
Yeah.
And so does Google and everything like that. So, yeah. So, anyways, that's that.
Printing
so
at highs on the future, guys. 13.6. We're at 13.6 high. 13.6 and a quarter. The high of a day on the NQ. I can't believe we're even here, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's been a
like I
wild
did
day.
not anticipate for us to blow through the levels like this. When I sat down, I was talking about 13.5 retracements. They did not come into play, but you know one retracement that did come into play, 13.506 when Uncle Biden was talking there. It went up, then it went down, and then it went back up again. So if you had a dip trade anywhere around there, and you held, you were set. I took what did I take? The 38 break?
I'd love to find another trade. Ooh.
I'm
You
not
know
taking
what?
the things at highs, man. We're
Is
at
there
highs.
news?
To me, I just don't want to punch in at these levels.
You know what is going off right now?
Apple's curling up even now. Neil putting that in the chart. in the
Apple.
chat.
I told you about Apple. That was not going to be one that we would have shorted, but it's been good for that play. Nothing wrong with that. I lost money on that last short. So look at Qualcomm. Hello. Qualcomm right here on a 5-minute chart is beasting from 103.80 all the way to 105 right now. Straight line upside here for Qualcomm. I don't know. This is not what anything I have looks like, but it is straight to the upside. As there it is. So we still stay red, man. We still stay red on AMD. Tried to get it going there. Stay red on AMD as it just took out the top. So we'll flush ourselves on the toilet for that last part. And, you know, we don't have a problem showing our winners and our losers, and we will flush ourselves down the toilet there on AMD. And I sort of saying before, this was the only red stock we have today, and it was short early, left it alone until we got back to yesterday's. See, so this is where I'm going to get carried away again, because I see that it just wicked the top there. We got out, it's all good, but then now I have to deal with this. Do I just short it in front of yesterday's high again? Or do we actually learn from some of our past mistakes, which we're going to try to do, and play the?
What, the 21?
Yeah, we're going to play the break of that level longer, because if right now, if AMD wants to take it out, why not, man? AMD's been an absolute beast on the daily chart. It's trying to play long, so instead of me just shorting into infinity here, which hasn't been working, hey, man, let's try the long. I mean, we have the 21 period here for a reason. I think this is going to be a break long. Oh, you see how my 21 period is? It got like it's supposed to be checkered, and then now it's turning in. Oh man. Okay, so this is 103.30. I'm playing the long. Let's go. What is NVIDIA doing? Because if NVIDIA is still going,
we're just going here on the NQ, man. Is there anything going on here?
Well, they talked about possible debt ceiling by Thursday.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know.
Figured, I know. Yeah. Well,
they have a news conference set on for Sunday. Okay, so I'm just reading some headlines.
Yeah.
There must be something then. I mean, why would you set it for Sunday? I don't know. Okay.
No, they get everything
I'm taking
done
that 103. I'm
out
taking
of
that 103.
watchful eye of the media that works from Monday, Friday, I guess. Okay.
Oh, no, that White House media works.
Yeah, they do. Good call.
Do you remember former President Trump? He made those guys work in overtime, which is nothing wrong with that.
Biden doesn't work as much with the media, though. I feel like they try to keep him away from any unscripted.
They try to keep him away?
His people.
Oh, his people.
His people tried to keep him away
his
from
handlers?
the camera. Yeah.
Like, what, just got a wrestler?
Let's look at TSM for a second here, guys. 91.18. Holy cow. 87.75 is where we started the day.
Yep.
This one's up. What is this? Up 6%?
Fix my socks here.
6.1%. The SOXL is up too. Is it? You were just saying?
Socks has to be.
Yeah,
I mean,
I haven't looked.
that's
ETF,
the
but
triple levered chips, semis, SOXL.
Yeah, TSM
No,
at today's highs.
did you think I said socks? I was
SOXL.
pulling up my socks.
No. I thought you said look at SOXL. I knew SOXL is a semiconductor ETF. That's
Right.
Neil says it just broke 16, so it's strong as well. We know AMD's been strong from yesterday. I told you guys about TSM just right now, so there's a lot of, sorry, I'm just trying to fix my charts here. There's a lot in that sector going well. NVIDIA up also to almost 2.5% with decent volume as well. So lots going on there. What else is moving here?
I had that trade idea, and I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, AMD retraced back from that level, so we'll wait on that one.
So with respect to the futures, people asking what are the levels to the high side, and it's hard to know here because
the NASDAQ already broke them today. They
broke the
high from yesterday, so that's gone.
And we looked at that yesterday, and we saw that nothing was traded above this level, at least on this contract. You have to go to the index or the continuous contract in order to find levels.
There's traders that use Fibonacci, and you can find out certain retracement levels.
You don't like the continuous contract?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the levels, like here, this is what I want to say.
No, but I'm just saying the NASDAQ is just like, you're going to have to zoom back to what, last August? How far back are you going to go to that?
Yeah, it is August. Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're breaking levels every day. So.
I just want to talk about something real quick here.
Daryl, you're killing me with that Google comment, dude.
Oh, yeah, it's continuing to go here.
Nah, it's all good. It's just we bought numerous numerous times at 119. So the fact that it's at 120.20, respect it. But okay, go ahead, Sheree. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this is the June contract, and you can kind of see like it traded before the March. I want to call it like the March 13th, March 12th rollover date. It did trade before that, but you can't even see the volume there, and that's why I raised it up so you can kind of see how all the volume started coming in on that rollover date prior to that. You know, the levels, take them with a grain of salt. So I will look at the NDX for the levels if it goes beyond the scope of the current contract. That's kind of my thing. Maybe I'll talk to Arun about that when he's here next week, see what his opinion is on that, on how to chart levels that are far from where we are now. Anyway, looks like we are maybe slowing down on our ascent here on the NQ. Are we going to do that dance at 13.6? We're doing it right now. We're holding 13.6. We just dipped below it. Let's see what the rest of the afternoon brings. Don Montea saying August highs. Yeah, definitely agree with that. JJW, Sean, Sharif. When one is 19 like I am, it would be more rewarding to make monthly QQQ deposits instead of day trading. I think you could do both. I think you could make take a certain amount of your income and you're going to earmark that every 2 weeks, whatever, month, and you're going to put that in the queues. And then you take a smaller portion, I would definitely say maybe a quarter of that, maybe even less, and then allocate that to your day trading. And you're probably going to be subject to the PDT rule. I don't know if you're in the States or not, but that would be my advice. Do both. They're both good skills to have, and you don't have to do one to the exclusion of the other.
Yeah, before we go on, though, we of course do not, we're not financial advisors, nor are we licensed to do so. So, simply put, that just because you're young, I think that the saying goes, you can't go wrong with indexes. I mean, I think it was, generally speaking, I heard on Animal Spirits, the podcast yesterday, that for the first 40 years, I think they tracked from 1911 to 1950, the average return, because they're talking about inflation and all that stuff, and how it's been, we had basically rising rates for the first, sort of 40 years, and then and then they did the last 40 years where obviously we had pretty much zero, cheaper money. Now, this is just from them. And basically the return on the market, so I'm guessing it was ES, but it might have been the Dow and everything when you go all the way back, of course, was about 10 or 11% in both situations. Wow. So just and if you're going to invest, I think picking stocks can be a tough game to do. So I think that's one mistake that I made, speaking to myself personally. It's not a mistake. It's great to look down and see Tesla in the money 500% and Apple in the money, something similar, and Softy. I was buying Softy, this is pre-splitting and everything, 30, 40, 50 bucks. I mean, so is a lot of people. So no, but it's not about that. It's just about the fact that if you invest something in the indexes, then you take away that single stock risk of picking tops and picking bottoms. You could have invested in Meta and you would have obviously got destroyed over the last little while. If you invested mid last year, you still wouldn't be recovered, right? But if you bought the Qs, we just showed you that's higher than where, pretty close to, higher than where it was back when Meta did that epic collapse and so on and so forth. So that's just part of the game, and I think that you do want to, no matter what, trade responsibly. But I'm going to get the heck out of here. But before I get out of here, because Max is here right now,
what's on board?
What does that mean when I hit that again?
New siren, new position alert.
New trade alert. Because we've already switched over to Max, I just want to show it right now. It's Shopify. Shopify is now in the building to the short. So if you come over to my screen just real quick here, Rob, and then I'll get out of here. There is Shopify. Going to get it. There it is. So one last trade right there, Shopify to the downside. Let's just see if it holds. I'm hoping it does. And that is the trade right here. Shopify back down. It just touched. And it's funny because we got Max coming on right now. It just touched that 21 period on the 1 minute and bounced. So, Max is quite the guy, and you're about to see him very, very soon. So shout out to that trade opportunity. We missed it, but we're bidding 56. Bounced off 58. So, all right, Sharif, always a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
I'll let you know if we do that Tim's run.
Yeah, that'd be.
Are you down for that?
Oh, I'm very much down for that.
Hoping you'd say no, then I don't have to worry about it. If you want something, my friend, then that something is what you get.
Oh, so. Sean, man, you're the bomb.
All right, it's gone for me. Thank you so much. It's about to get much better with Max, so let's go. I'm out of here. Max is here.
All right, let's talk about the futures, man, because they are absolutely rocketing to the high side. What a move here on both the NQ and the ES. Surprisingly, the ES up 1.08%, the NQ 0.97, but they are both very strong. Here goes the 13,600 level on the NQ. That's come and gone. 615.50, the high of day, and we are very much close to the high days right now. We're at 13s, 14s. You're seeing a fantastic move up in Apple. That one had been dormant all day. It's looking to go positive. It's not far away. 172.07 is the positive level on my chart. If it makes its way up there, it'll go green. It's at 171.19 at the moment. Google just has been a rocket ship, man. 120.49. It's been, I don't know how many green candles in a row to the high side here on my 5-minute chart, breaking through that 119.50. Yesterday close, it's almost $1 above that now. That's been a good move for Google. So the NQ and all these big cappers moving up and moving up nicely here. I saw some people were talking about Airbnb earlier in the chat. Yeah, this one also very strong, 3 3/4% on the day. Look at this. We're at highs, 109.61. We're trying to hold 109. We dipped a little bit there, but it has been also very strong on the day, 105. Yeah, bottom there, 104.94 bottom. So it has been, right? Max with this guy. How's it going, brother? Yeah. Can they hear him? We're good. Okay.
We're good.
So
We're good.
They just had to get you up there at the board. You're good. You're good to go, Max. Man, we've had a lot moving today. We had IMMP. I dabbled with that one. I dabbled with some futures.
I didn't even see that one. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
man.
All right.
It's a bit of it's a good play. Have a look here. This is what I did with it. You know, it was a scalp. It was a quick one, but it's holding this level, so I'm thinking about getting back in. All right, so here's the big bull flag. Move up. We retrace. Come to the screen, guys. The big bull flag up. We retrace. I get in on what Neil would call the front side, so not the back side. I get out at the right level, but this is the level that I missed out on. It was clearly being bought up off this 10, 15 level, and an accumulation around the $0.25. I think I'm missing it out. I think we're going to break these highs, dude.
It's tough to buy at those random levels, eh? Like it's.
But this was a level, like a
Yeah,
level. This
yeah,
is
yeah,
where I
it's
got
that
it
level from
initially, got out, and then it came back down, held that level.
All right, interesting.
Right?
IMMP, 83 million float. That's, You wouldn't expect this. I guess it's not going that crazy yet. What's it up? 100 and
Just 100.
Oh, just a mere 100% on a 2.9 billion market cap. Wow. Okay.
I know, right?
Okay.
That's it.
That's a lot.
No, I'm kidding. Of course,
That's
when
enough.
I say that, right? I just want to.
Everything's flying, eh? I walk away, come back, and everything is just at highs. All these NASDAQ stocks popping off.
I wanted to talk to you about this one too. This is the one. Remember we talked about this setup, the flat bottom break after the high of day rejection. Remember I told you about these ones? They were running a lot in January.
Yes.
Okay, and then they stopped because, well, we were just very bullish. So here's the setup on this one. This is MOTS. Let me put this up so you guys know what I'm talking about here. MOTS. And it is an NQ stock, so we shall hit NQ. All right, here's this deal. Tell me what you think about this. This happened a lot in January. You had a big move up and then a flush down. Black is VWAP, okay? You have a breakdown below VWAP. And so what I look for is a sideways consolidation and then that continued move down below VWAP. And you got it all day today on this name. Before, you would have a break below VWAP, and then you would test it again and break through it. And what I'm seeing is we're seeing less of those as we get to the end of the small cap cycle, where they're not able to break back above. They're rejecting off here, and that's your key to get in. I mean, all you really need to give this is to the halt level, right? And this is the second one I've seen today. I want to find another one I want to show you, but there's been two that have done this. High of day, rejection, below VWAP, key, retraces, and rejects again, and then gives you an all-day type trade. On MOTS. There's another one I want to find it, but I'll let you be for now. Maybe tell everybody about the trades you had today.
Yeah, it looks like this computer has halted. So
Yeah, that's what's happening to me. This computer has halted. I love it. Yeah,
gonna have to restart it.
Yeah. Oh, you might not even.
Oh,
be able
wow,
to
it's
do a
that
hard
bad,
restart.
eh?
Yeah, so we'll let Max get set up there. Poor guy. I mean, he's trying to. There it goes, IMP. I knew this, man, and this is what I wanted. Oh my goodness, there it goes. We've said accumulation, and there it goes. Okay, so IMMP looking strong, looking very strong now. Let's see where this one heads. Do we continue to 4? What was the level that I talked about on the daily here? So many levels we talk about, forget almost instantly. Yes, so the level we are concerning ourselves with, I gotta, okay, where's the level here? 550. That's the next obvious level, the 550 level. Here's where I'm getting it from. Here is the daily on IMMP. This is where we're at right now, 377. The next obvious level, this peak over here. This is 5, where it actually closed, and then this is 550, where the actual peak. So you're going to have a range in and around there. I mean, obviously, if you're holding, safe me would get out at 5, but if you're holding for the dream.
NVIDIA is 40 cents away from $300.
Wow. Okay, so let's pull that up real quick. That's important. Let's take off Meta and put in NVIDIA. And I think Neil was actually talking about that level this morning, and we didn't even think it was going to come into play today, but here it is, bro. And he was saying, yeah, you know, if it's, maybe we should tell Neil that it's in front of 300, because I know that he was looking for this. So maybe I'll go find him maybe when Max sets up. But yeah, here we go on NVIDIA. This should be interesting. I mean, I don't know if I want to stand in front of this. Are you gonna take this 300 short? I mean, Neil wanted this 300 short. Yeah, he was talking about a 300 short on NVIDIA today, and I don't know how I feel about this.
I don't think I want to step in front of that at the moment.
Are you? Oh, you're still trying different things.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, you're going to have to do the other way, bro. Where you're going to have to go and, yeah. Remember how I showed you? Okay, so Rob will show you there. Okay.
Oh, is
so
this the one that has
keep
Brad or whatever?
Someone said 300 puts. Yes. I don't even know how to say your name. Into cable 300 put, they say. We're about 25 pennies or so away from that level, so we'll see what comes of that level when it gets there. What else is going on in the market right now? Let's see what we got on the small cap scanner over here. Not really much making a move except IMMP. BHC is halted. This one, a lot of people were talking about earlier, BHC. What the hell is this halted for? Volatility halt? No, it shouldn't be a volatility halt. Neil, NVIDIA 300. Okay. Yeah, so Neil's back, and I've alerted him to the NVIDIA 300. I'm not sure why BHC is halted, guys. This is definitely not a volatility halt that it moved down on. Probably news pending, but I don't have my news blotter working as well as it usually does, so I will not know the reason for that. But BHC, Bosch Health, is halted. Trades on the NYSE. It's up 23% today. Not sure why. You guys know news pending, says Anthony F. Okay, good, because my news blotter isn't working. So. And here comes NVIDIA 300. So we'll talk a little bit about this as it moves up. As it moves up towards that 300 levels. There you go. So they're working now. Max is back in the game, baby, and we're back in the game. All right. Yeah, it's been serious computer. Yeah. Oh, everything loaded super quick for you, too. Okay, well, here we go, Max. We're 10 pennies away from that 300 level. Yeah. Yeah, neither have I. I mean, it's just, and Neil mentioned it earlier. I didn't really give it much thought, to be honest with you, but now here we are. We're 20 pennies away, and we're dancing around that level. But I don't know if I want to take it in the face of a 1% move on the NQ. You're holding 13.6. You actually just went up to 13.633, so a lot of strength on the NASDAQ, even more on the ES, believe it or not. It's up 1.1%.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen these levels on NASDAQ since like August of last year. So, I mean, crazy strong move today on, I guess it's on that Biden speech earlier on.
Gotta be.
So I guess they're going to get the debt deal done, as everybody surely expected. But yeah, like the problem is that we were trading at 295 on the open, and like, do I want to take a breakout $5 away from that? No. Do I want to short it at such a key level? Not really. So I don't know what to do with NVIDIA. Maybe just watch the break, see what happens, try to find some clues on the tape. Surely it's going to be nuts no matter what.
You're struggling there.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go. Everything's
All right, all right.
good to go there. Again, we're knocking on the door of NVIDIA, man. Here comes 396s. Let's see what the tape shows. I mean, the book. There's a lot of size at 3. A lot of size.
Sean
at
says he's
300 there.
taking the break.
So Sean's taking the break north. You're taking the, but yeah. So Sean's
Obviously.
going north, baby, on the 300
Not financial
break.
advice there, guys.
Here we go. Yeah, well, it never is, right? But 98 highs, guys. 98 highs. We're at 95s right now.
There's some good size on that offer there. You got, what is that? 3,500 lots, let's say, at 300 there. Get this thing to load
What a
up.
level.
Yeah, this is a level. I mean, these round $100 levels are very important.
You front run the size here?
I don't think that you do
You don't
that.
front
Wow,
run the
this isn't
size?
even loading now? Jeez.
You front run the size? Mm-hmm. You front run, you wait for the break? Yeah, so Sean making the reference to the AMD break that it was bad. So if you front ran that size yesterday, it didn't end up working for you. So that's what that was my thinking. I've done this in the past where I've front run the level. It's you and your luck, whether it breaks or not. I mean, you can have some stuff going in your favor, the uptrend, the higher lows, all the boxes that you tick next to there, but whether it breaks that level or not, I mean, you don't know. So here we go. We're still dancing in the low 90s, high 80s with NVIDIA as we accumulate around that 300. So we'll see what 300 brings us today, man. I mean, you good to go with your?
I think
maybe?
so. Yeah,
right.
we're loaded up. The chart did crash.
Refill on my talking juice there.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Did you hear the machine is busted?
Oh,
we gotta
no.
put up with like
The nasty
instant
filter.
talking juice. Yes.
Filter coffee, yeah. Yeah, that's tough. All right, where do we come from on NVIDIA? So
We have a lot of
Literally
super chats I think I haven't gotten to.
10 minutes ago, we were in the 50s. Now we're at 300. We get a pullback here.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see NVIDIA pull back into like the 60s, 50s, and then get up to 300, and that's where I want to take that breakout. What's the high right now? 299.98. Let's check my other. Yeah, so that's real. So yeah, I want to see like pull back into the teal, get that like 299.50 kind of area retracement, and then just explode through 300 and take us to like 303. If that does happen, I think I'll take the breakout. If it just breaks 300 right now, I think we're up kind of high. We've made a big move, so based on the way that I risk things, I don't think I want to do that, although there will be some FOMO if that does happen, because this is a massive level on NVIDIA, and we are getting kind of, late enough in the day that maybe the break is good. I would rather see that at like 230 than 130, but yeah, I don't know. Big move on NASDAQ here, and I think those August highs were like 13,750. See if this will load up for us. Day takes a while. Come on, come on. Charts were fast for a while. Now slowing down a bit for some reason. I feel like this computer is angry. Oh, and NVIDIA's going, so forget this. So NVIDIA's bumping off that 200 again. So we got like 5,000 lots up there. That's a lot of size for a $300 name. This breakout could be quite something. I kind of want to take it, but I don't think I should. But yeah, here it goes. Here it goes. Can't print 299.99 yet. There's the 99 prints. Can it even print 300? Not printing 300 yet. Wow. So I guess there's a lot of people who are trying to get short in front of that 300 level. Yeah, 340 all-time high. NVIDIA, yeah, NVIDIA is the strongest stock on the year, I would say, and crushing through that 300 level. This is just the darling this year for that AI news. It's just sitting there, just sitting there. They don't want to take it yet. They're making everybody place their bets. I wonder if this acts like that Google 120 where it breaks it by 1 cent. highly doubt it based on the amount of size that's here on the offer. I feel like this goes at least 20 cents on that breakout, and then, you know, probably a couple dollars after that based on what I've seen. But I feel like, you know, they're not going to make this one easy on people. This is a massive level. The algos are eating this one up, chopping everybody around going into this breakout. So keeping the eye on that. APLD mover from yesterday, taking out highs now. So 665 was the pre-market high on this one. Now it's at 675, testing the upward channel. Trend line from yesterday, which I have on a different platform. I guess I can bring it down, whatever. So yesterday's kind of trend line right here, we just broke that to the high side, or we're testing that. So if we get past that 7 level, we're kind of breaking out from yesterday's move there. And yeah, that could provide some serious movement into the afternoon as we wait for that NVIDIA break, pulling back again into the 80s. So yeah, let's see if we can get a 60s retracement, and maybe I'll try to get in off the teal and bring that like into that 300 break instead of taking the break itself. A little bit safer that way. Yeah, Meta is making new highs as well, Google as well. So Meta recent high is 245. We're chilling at 243, just above 243 right now on Meta. So everything kind of taking out recent highs. Where's Amazon at? That one was strong today. Where's my Amazon chart? Okay, so Amazon's not even at highs yet, so that one's kind of just chilling out. Been the strongest stock recently, not today. Although we did do a decent move off the open there, but no continuation on Amazon. Meta trying to make a new high. 245 would be a new high. That should be a good breakout on 245. Hopefully that comes in like an hour, or tomorrow morning would be ideal for that one when the real volume is there at like 9:45. Yeah, okay, NVIDIA is still like hanging out in the 80s, so I think we need to get down a little further, collect some shorts on this one, and then we can explode through that 300 level cleanly, get up to, I don't know, 313 is the next level that I have for some reason, but I'm sure there's levels before that. Yeah, 305 probably next level on NVIDIA. I don't know that we get there today. What's the ATR on this? $8.51. Okay, that's pretty big. I didn't know that NVIDIA's ATR was that big, but hanging out in the 80s right now, not doing a whole lot of anything, I guess. I mean, volume's still up, so people placing their bets as we speak. Who wins?
You're still watching our friend NVIDIA, right?
We're still watching.
I come
still
here
watching.
and
Yeah.
we're still there.
The market didn't want to break it without you.
Well, Google is moving too, and Sean, I mean, are you back into that? No, he's not back into that. Google is yeah, we're at day's highs. 120.87. It looks like it wants to break 121. Meta's at day's highs, 243.21. I mean, AMD. Here comes NVIDIA again. Here we go again with the 300.
Oh, here it is.
We got so much size there on the book. Max, wow. But we're still dancing. Here comes again. Even 99's giving problems here, Max. We're not even getting.
So yeah, reserving a little bit on that 99 level. Haven't even touched the size on 300 yet.
Show the chart,
so
the charts, guys. Show the tape. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Max.
I don't know. I just kind of feel like if we break it right now, it goes 20 cents and then reverses everything, and then maybe takes 300 out again later on in the day. But yeah, like you don't really want to see it reserving 99 like this for a breakout like that, you know? Like you want it to kind of scream into the level and then like sit on the sides for 5 seconds, take it all, and then smash right through. But I mean, the tape velocity isn't there for this breakout, in my opinion.
No, but the direction of the futures is. And I mean, it's taking it up. And all the big cappers are moving up, except for Tesla. And it's kind of moving up too. So everything's moving up. I mean, does it have a choice at this point? Maybe I guess the question is, does it continue through? Do we get the break? And if we get the break, do we see continuation? Like the kind of same continuation that you would get like on a Google right now, which is just, you know, upwardly inclined on its own. Wow, here we go.
Well, like, and also is this the is this the turnaround on the futures if this is a fail break?
Right. Right. Exactly.
And that's
Very good
totally
point.
possible.
Yeah. Another good point.
But we will see. I tried to load up the futures, didn't want to load the day chart for me, but I believe that the highs of August on NASDAQ were 13,750, so that would be a huge breakout.
Are we talking about the NDX?
On NQ? I'll look at my phone. I was just looking at my phone.
Okay, so the NDX, the level in August made on the index itself, August 16th, had a high of 13,720.
Yeah, exactly. 13,735 on the NQ futures. So, yeah, like we're at some serious levels here on NASDAQ. Are we actually breaking out for that move back into the highs, bull market back on?
Bull market.
I mean, who knows? As NVIDIA still sits here, still teasing everybody with this 300 level.
I'm drinking tea like a muggle.
When Google did the 120, was that yesterday? That was yesterday. It hit 120, pulled back almost a full $1, and then went. This is looking like the same kind of characteristic as what Google looked like yesterday. So do we need a pullback back into 299.20, like this 50 period, and then we shoot back up into the 300 and collect all of the shorts and smoke through everybody? Speaking of Google, new high of day again, going for 121.
And Meta. Yep.
Yeah, Meta 243.50. So that 245 level coming in hot and fast.
It's like we're fixated on this 300 break.
I mean,
all the
this
while
is
everything else is moving up. Why are we not trading everything else? 121, 120.99 now on Google. Here comes 99 again. The iceberg showing up again. Can you come to the book real quick? On NVIDIA, 99s. It hasn't been to 3 quite yet. Someone's obviously trying to front run it in a way that's, I haven't seen this before. Usually we get to the level, right?
Yeah.
Usually you don't see the iceberg on the 99. So interesting little take. Here it comes again, though. A lot of rejection, a lot of action around here. Do we get the break? I feel like I should have a dip trade in the 80s and just work my way up through this.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like I wanted the 50s before, but now that the teal keeps coming up, like now the teal is kind of pushing in. So now even if we get a dip into like the 75, we've touched the teal and we're good to go for the breakout. That's what it did last time.
Right.
When we broke 299 cleanly. I just feel that like this level is so obvious, the long might be crowded, and I'm kind of nervous about taking that. But yeah, I don't know. This is looking.
Let's go, NVIDIA.
This is crazy. It's like what is
that?
that?
300 level.
10,
Wow.
A 10 top on that? What do you? What's the way to say a 10? Dex tuple top or something?
Deca.
A deca top?
Yeah.
We got
Deca
the
means
deca
10,
top.
I think. Yeah, decade, deca. Yeah.
Deca top here on NVIDIA at 300.
You're hilarious, bro. Again, we're dancing with those 99s. Iceberg showing up again at 99s. We're not even seeing the size at 300 get tested or get eaten up in any way because of the defensive 99 iceberg there, which is still holding out max. I'm not seeing anything print above 99s on the tape, and I'm not seeing it go to 300 on the book. But there's a lot of accumulation here. Now some red comes in, but then some orange outweighs it. Orange on my tape means over the ask. So that's usually a bullish signal. But wow, what a dance we have here at the level. Look at this, all this accumulation. Yeah, I mean, all the while, everything else is moving.
Yeah,
and
everything else is flying.
Apple's retracing. Apple was a dud earlier on. Meta, what 50s? 78s now, bro.
Wow,
on
so Meta is
78's
probably getting
high.
to that 245 today. That's interesting.
Like, NVIDIA has to break 3 here if all these guys are making. Well, it doesn't have to do anything. I mean, I'm talking out loud. I'm thinking out loud here, you know?
I'm thinking that if this does start to print 300, I might just punch and, you know, risk the 10 cents for that breakout so that I'm in at the 300 price and now like I can risk it properly. I feel that if I try to take the breakout, I'm going to get filled at like 20s.
Yeah.
And then now I have 20 cents risk. So I'm thinking if this starts to print 300 at all, I'm just punching it.
Yeah.
That's my
Whether or not
that's
there's
my
liquidity
idea.
there, that's you and your luck.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm trying to make a decision here.
Yeah, Yeah.
Yeah, I got nothing here.
I feel like
don't know
dip
if I wanna
trade.
jump
Dip
in
trades. Forget.
I just wish I was holding the futures one. What's the news on BA? I don't even know. There's
BA?
news on BA. Someone asking there on Boeing. It's probably trending with the overall market. Again, my blotter not working that well lately, guys, so unable to tell you. Are you seeing anything specific on BA?
Well, it's definitely going up.
Yeah, well, so is everything.
They had a press release today.
Comes 99s again. And every time we make that move up on 99s, that renewed selling just really steps in there and brings it right back down. Right when the size on 99 is getting taken out, and then you feel like the 300 is about to come to the top of the list there on the book, that new selling comes back in real quick. So we continue to do that dance. The next obvious level for me on the NQ, 13650. Nothing special about that level except, it's just the even point level. I was going to call it even dollars, but they're not dollars on the future.
Well, I mean,
today.
they kind of represent dollars, no? Kinda? Yeah, we're still hanging out here. News on Boeing was that the CEO is going to speak at some conference. I feel like that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Smash the like button, guys.
Yes. Smash the like. Smash the like for NVIDIA long. Smash it for short. Smash it for in between.
Yeah, and if you're long in this market, you're probably a happy camper today.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have been very upwardly bound, Max. And here comes 99 again on NVIDIA. How many times are we going to do this dance? But as we do the dance over and over, I got one eye on the future, because if the future gives out here, you assume that there's going to be a big flush here on our friend NVIDIA, as the buying may dry out for the moment. Here comes again, 99s. I'm seeing orange on the tape. 99's getting eaten up, Max. I don't know how you're seeing it there, and we're back to 98.
Yeah, this is, nothing's happening.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm getting some. Madrid scored? Who scored? Someone's yelling Madrid. I need to find out immediately who scored. I'm sorry. Champions League. All right. What are you guys talking about? It's 3 o'clock. It's 1:30 right now. So we still got an hour and a half till the game, Max. Ala Madrid. Are you a City? Are you going for City, or are you going for Madrid, or you choose not care?
Sorry.
As long as it's not hot. What did you say, Rob? Go Wrexham.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wrexham
I just started
FC.
watching that, actually. I forgot to watch it initially,
that
but
the,
it's kind of funny. Oh, here's the pullback.
We're getting
All right.
a rejection
Here's
now,
the pullback on NVIDIA.
Yep.
So this is the spot where it's going to make the decision. Future's kind of turning around
Yes.
slightly. So, yeah, this is kind of what we expected. If NVIDIA doesn't break that 300 nicely, futures turn around a little bit. But, I
baby.
mean, they're not going crazy at all. It's just like a little bit of a wick high on futures. NVIDIA just got to 60s. Does it get to 40s? That's where I'd like to buy around the 50 period. Maybe we wick 299.50, get back above it, jump in, then we continue going. That top, though, that's a pretty good top there. That's, what time is that? 21 to 30. Plus 2 more wicks here, so that's an 11 top on NVIDIA there. That's a lot of highs there.
That's a few.
Yeah, I mean,
Apple.
I don't hate the idea of shorting in front of it. It's just like I wish I could get out for less than 20 cents, and I don't think that I could. Obviously, you do now get 50, 60 cents on that dip, so maybe now's the time to get in. Kind of wish I got the 40s there. Are we holding 50? I don't see any size on the book at all.
We're holding, but
We are holding, but like I'm not seeing anything that's kind of giving me the indication that I should get in yet. Waiting for that.
I wonder if we
Waiting for
reject
something.
off here. And Apple's at day's highs. I wonder if an Apple short here is warranted. It's not day's highs, but well, in fact, it's at that. It's at yesterday's close, 172.07. That's yesterday's close. We're right at that area. Apple's been weak. Is this an interesting short, especially with us at 13,650? Again, that's not really a level that I have. It's just it's an even level on the NQ. I wait for confirmation here. I'm going to look for something on Apple. I like the level that it's at. yesterday's close, which is also near high a day. We're slowing down on the futures. We'll see what we do here with NVIDIA, but Apple looking interesting. I wonder if an Apple short is warranted at this area with just a high of day break here above 15s. I think that's exactly what I'm going to do, Max, and there I go. So short Apple. Don't like my entry. Tell you the truth, I'm missing out on like 10 pennies here that I really would have liked to have had on this trade, but I wanted it in around here at 04s, but it was going down without us, so we'll see what happens here. I think this is a riskier trade, if I can be quite honest, because it's a counter trend trade, and it is off sort of a random level on the NQ, 13650. It's not exactly a concrete level. So we shall see. I'll give it a very small amount of room. It's going to be to the break of this area here, 11s or so. It won't be, I will not give it anything more than that. So 172.11-ish area. That'll be my out on this one, but wow. Yeah, we're holding out here.
I'm long NVIDIA, 299.64. Bounce off that 50, wouldn't even print 50s. So let's go NVIDIA. Let's go break that 300 now. Bought it on a slight pullback, so I'm not giving this very much room to go. This either goes or it doesn't, and I'm out. Yeah, futures still kind of trending up on ES at least. So maybe give it one more dip, and then we fly on NVIDIA. We shall see how this goes. But definitely like a dangerous area to get into this name, so not trying to get smoked on it. But yeah, all this buying comes in once you step down. People definitely trying to buy the dip here, possibly trying to cover their shorts that they just accumulated at 300, but there's really no size on the buck to do so, which would be scary if you were short 299.99 right now. How are you covering that short? You got to cover it on that 300 level and execute on that level and hope you don't get slipped too hard. As we trend back into the 300 level, let's get into the 80s, get into the 90s. Maybe we add on the 300 break. Maybe we punch a little more size on the level itself. We shall see when we get there. But yeah, NVIDIA looking good so far. 10 cents in the money, nothing to write home about.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
good trade.
Let's see.
Accumulate around there. We'll see if NVIDIA can break that level. I'm doing the dance with Apple, and yeah, we're dancing. Apple was leading. Now I'm taking the lead here as we reject off yesterday's close. That's the trade here, guys. Taking it off resistance, what I perceive to be resistance, which is yesterday's close. I was kind of hoping it would coincide with a market dip. The market has been very upwardly bound. It's been one green candle after another here on the NQ. And, you know, it was due for a little bit of a breather. Then Apple comes into a key level and we jump it. So that's the trade. The out is the high of daybreak on our friend Apple. That is sitting at 15s, 172.15s. We are in short at 93s. It is not a good fill. I was displeased with it. We got down to 85s. We're trending down now into the high 80s. We'll see what can be made of Apple. Now, if we really retrace here on the NQ and the ES and we start really giving up the ghost, so to speak, what's the profit target here on Apple? Well, I'm seeing 171.20 as VWAP. VWAP now. We'll see where VWAP is if it makes its way down there. But let's not count, you know, our chickens before they hatch, because we're still taking a counter trend trade, and it may not work out in our favor. So we'll see what happens there. Daryl Finch covering a bit on the Apple, but I got it all at 172.8. I'm short with you though. All right, man, let's do this together. Let's see what happens here. It's not a random trade. It's off a level, so that makes me feel a little bit better about it. And I know that there is a definite out. But when I look at some of these other big cappers, you know, I'm seeing them curl down a little bit, but not with any vigor. Tesla's just waking up here. While everything else is curling down, Tesla decides that it wants to touch high of the day again at 174.12. Oh, baby. Tesla's awake. It's up 4.5 points. And
Okay.
yeah, what? Nice trade on NVIDIA, Max. Okay, so you
Yeah,
back in the 80s
I really wanted to add there in the 50s, but no ad, sadly. We are just going to stick with the shares that we have, maybe punch a little more on the 300 if we get the chance. But yeah, looking really good there. Made a new low by like 5 cents and then can't even get lower than that. And now people are getting smashed on the offer as the NQ, you can see on this little 1 minute chart, bumps off the teal and trying to make new highs. So NVIDIA, super strong. Let's get over that 300, see what happens there. Could be a massive rug pull and straight back to the downside. But, you know, a massive level like this, you have to be involved, I think. These even $100 levels on large caps don't come around that often. I don't even remember the last time we saw this on NVIDIA, probably a couple years ago. So, yeah, pretty good here. We shall see. We shall see. How many 14 cents in the money? That ain't nothing to write home about on
Yeah, it's definitely
on NVIDIA.
dancing with that level, baby. There's no question about that. Apple continues to do the high 80s, low 90s dance where we're a couple of pennies in and out of the money. I'm just going to leave this trade. I mean, let's just let's leave it to kind of take care of itself. 172.15. Let's go ahead and put that stop in 172. Let's go here like that, and then just adjust to that. There we go. So now we have the stop placed in and ready to go, and that isn't it right there. So I'm gonna have to fix that. All right. So I'll have to come back to that once I send it back to Max. But yeah, there we go. NVIDIA accumulating again in the mid to low 80s. That's looking good for our friend NVIDIA as it knocks on the door of 300. It's a bit of a secular mover now, though, because I've got another red 5-minute candle coming in here on the NQ if it holds out. It is a fresh one, 24 seconds old, but we shall see if we get a bit of a dip here at that 13,650. But I have a feeling we're not. This is just kind of like a momentary pause in and the ascent up, and you do get your 300 break, which I don't think bodes well much for my Apple trade. So I wonder if this is an area to get out. It's just, you know, I'm trying to say to myself, I got a big red minute candle, red 5-minute candle, and I have a nice level that I'm in at. It's just the market, it's a counter trend trade. That's what's off-putting to me about it. So I might X this one.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about Palantir. What a move there. I don't want to take my chart off this NVIDIA for right now because we are about to hit that very important level. But Palantir getting into 10.15. 10.30 is the post-earnings high. 10.30 was last time's post-earnings high. So we're getting into some very exciting levels on Palantir as we get into the mid-90s on NVIDIA 97, 98. Can we print 300 this time? Let's see. Still the same kind of action, but you know, give it a minute here. Give it a minute. I may just punch into a little more size on that 300 if we get the chance. But once again, those high 90s proving to be resistance. What's the NQ trying to make a new high as well? So this could be the break or flush on both NVIDIA and the market as we get into 299 again. So 300 still not really hit. I feel like they're going to take it in one quick swipe.
Yeah, that's what I worry about, man. You get that big specialist breakout where you get
specialist breakout.
Yeah, you get that big break through the level and then an immediate hwadunk.
Yes.
It's less likelihood to happen on a big cap name than on the small cap cappers that you and I trade, but that doesn't mean it's not possible.
I've seen that happen on Tesla and Meta before.
Yeah, of course. What am I saying?
I've gotten, you know, in the 80s and out in the 50s on shorts on Tesla, and in the 20s and out in the 50s on longs on Meta before. But yeah, here we go. Printing 99s again. Okay. No like real selling off these levels, just people trying to step in front right now. So a lot of buying, not a lot of selling right now. Still printing 99s though. Somebody on EdgeX wanting that fill, and they get it and reload. They are not letting this level go easy on NVIDIA. Maybe we need to dip back into the 80s and then that acceleration right through. But yeah, this is feeling a lot like that Google trade yesterday. It's But I mean, it's the same thing, right? It reserves, then we get the pullback. Do we break by 1 cent and then just chill in this range again? Who knows? But yeah, just waiting on this breakout. Can it just happen? I'm getting bored.
Yeah, I just got to put in my stop. So just
Getting bored. Getting bored. Come on, guys. Come on, market makers. Break 300. Rinse everybody. Go up and down and up again. Let's see it. This is this is too juicy not to break. This is nuts.
It's right there, and it's still at 99. So let's watch this with you.
Yeah, 99.
Every time we come, so that iceberg at 99 still dancing there.
Yeah.
You can come to the book, Rob.
There we
here.
go.
Yeah, there we
Oh.
go. Back into 99 territory. But yeah, there you go. Again, rejecting. I mean, we could do this all day, literally, depending on how much BP is behind that iceberg there.
If we do this all day, I might have a heart attack.
Here we go again. 99 is coming in, baby.
All right.
And yeah, obviously, what's printing there at 99s is not really being reflected, honestly, on what's written in the book. And again, if you're just joining or just new. With trading, iceberg orders are orders that hide their true size. Okay, let's see what's going on here on Apple.
Okay, that's looking kind of good.
We just got a rejection of the levels and then got right back up here on Apple. So I need to be careful because even though I have my stop, I just want to make sure it doesn't get blown out because we wicked down really aggressively and then it got bought back up immediately on Apple. All right, let's go back into NVIDIA here as we dance in the lower 90s now. Separated by about 10 or 11 pennies from that 300 level as we danced with 99, 98s for a little while. Here we go again, though. 98 showing
Okay, that's
up back
starting to
on
get
the
a
book,
little
Max.
more aggressive, right? That's a little more aggressive buying it back up. But now we got this, well, we're reserving on the bid on 94s now. So someone trying to push it into the level. This could be the opportunity here. Won't break 94s now, no size on the book. So somebody's iceberging that level. Now we're pushing into 98s. Let's see if they reserve 96s, 95s now. If they really want to break the level, they will just reserve the bid until it breaks. Yeah, printing 99 again, still won't print 300. I am assuming this is just going to get taken in one little grab here, but we shall see. People probably have stops on 300 right now so that they can get filled before the break if they are short, not wanting to get slipped.
So
we'll
it
see
did
what
print
happens.
300, Max, because
It has printed 300, yes.
There, I just saw another 300 print come in there. So
all
99s
right.
went away, and then they came back real quick. Wow, bamboozlement central.
All right.
And big cappers are not exempt, and I saw a lot of orange come in on my tape there, meaning over the bid, but we did not get a move. Here we go again with the dance with 99s. Not happening yet, Max, but I don't know. What's your heart rate at? You should check your Apple Watch after. Do you have an Apple Watch? No. Okay, no. You should check your heart rate after to see what's happening. All right, my heart rate is displeased at the moment with me because of what's happening here on Apple. We're about to get stopped out if it breaks through high of day. High of day is 172.15. Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
50s, and there we go.
40s.
The break comes in.
Now we're
nice print.
printing 50s, 60s. Let's go, NVIDIA. It's now $1 in the money off that 300 break.
Wow.
Let's see if it continues here. Don't want this to really print 20s. You want this to keep going right away. Now printing 55s, high of day 65 on NVIDIA. 67, 70s. Let's go dollars. Forget pennies. NVIDIA is flying, guys. Market takes out the high too.
Wow.
I might just take out some of the position
Apple
there and stop on 300 for the remainder. That is a nice breakout. Hopefully, people got filled on that. Wow. I highly doubt anyone got filled. That went straight to 45. You got filled at 15s?
Wow.
Well, that's a money fill. And now we are printing new high of day once again. Get through that 75, take out 301. Let's see 305 by the end of the day. That's a great breakout.
Trade.
And if you can get filled 15s, then that's something. That's what a
I'm
break.
out of Apple.
What a
that
break.
ended up wicking me out. Where'd you get? You got $1, eh?
Yeah, we got $1. We got half the position left. Chilling.
Still pumping to the high side.
Yeah, let's see if we keep going on this one. If this prints back below 300, that'll be a mega short. This has to go. Sean says it will print back below 300. This has to go, like to 302, 303 to be a successful breakout on a $300 name. But yeah, this is looking good for now. bouncing off the teal on the 5-second chart above me. So yeah, that's how strong the trend is. And maybe NVIDIA can pull us into those 13,750 highs from last August. Yeah, good breakout there. What else is going? Google, new high again. Meta,
Apple
new high as well. Everything is mooning.
Microsoft, Sean still has, that's knocking on the door of 314. 313.99 high of day. Google 121.40 high of day. Apple's at high of day 172.49, looking to break through that $0.50. Meta high of day 243.84. It's just Amazon really that's kind of far away from the high of day. It was strong earlier. Even Tesla close 174.22. It's at 174 right now. Both the futures at high of day on the NQ and the ES. 13,644 and 41.78 respectively. 10 minutes left on the show.
That went by pretty fast.
Yeah, it did. You came out a little late though.
That's
didn't
true.
You? Yeah,
that's true.
I know that Neil got off a little late because he was dealing with that issue that showed up on his keyboard.
So we got a reserve now on 380 on NVIDIA. Expecting that to break, but if it doesn't, then we'll be sent back to the downside. But market's still ripping. We're still holding high here, expecting like 302, 303 by the end of the day on this name. That 300 break, absolutely money. And yeah, the lowest price you could have reloaded at was 337 cents there. So, you know, not even giving you the dip buy in close to 300. Now we're printing in the 40s. Do they get bought up? We're back into the 30s now. So we'll see if that 300 level gets broken back to the downside. I'm expecting no, but you know, anything can happen as the futures kind of turn around there for a bit. But are we touching the teal? Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Where do we get to? No, we didn't get to it. Yeah. What a move up. Yeah, NVIDIA. Great. I got to tip my hat to you, Max. Great trade there. Getting in on that dip. Apple just blowing through yesterday's close. Now it's up 1/3%, taking it up to 172.65. I got out here right at the break of 18. Oh, baby. That was a rocket ship. I had to make sure that I was watching that to make sure that the stop triggered because it really squeezed there, especially when NVIDIA broke through. The entire market started going, right? So Apple's buying just kind of propelled it up. TSM still not taking a break though. 91.39, guys. This one is up now, 6.44% on the day. It's been a slow mover to the high side, but it has provided you with ample opportunities on these 5-minute retracements here that it's done. 91.44. What's the daily on this one?
When TSM trends, it just trends.
It does, and you know what? It has such a light headline here that you almost suspect it can't be the reason. And it's because Japan looks like it's going to subsidize some of their chip manufacturing there with Samsung. And,
well, you got NVIDIA going up 3%
again.
and AMD going up again as well. So sympathy in the chip space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything everything's flying off of that Biden speech, I guess. I saw what he said. I didn't think it was that important, but
well, here's
it's
the
not
thing.
like they have a deal reached. He just said we're going to reach one, right?
I think what the market's taking from this is that Biden's position was there was no negotiation. Can't use the debt ceiling as a negotiation tactic, and now he looks like he may be interested in negotiating. Whoa, what happened there? A whole lot of selling just came in there, and I saw a big red print on a lot of these big cappers, including the Fuge. So we'll see what is going to happen now, or whether it's just momentary. So we'll see what kind of reaction we get. But, you know, we're extended on the day. I mean,
we are definitely extended. That is a fact. I mean, everything is up big, but the market just keeps going.
And
I guess
Bitcoin, Max.
Was that debt deal like the last thing that was holding the market down? We get, you know, likely Fed pauses. We get CPI prints that are kind of light. We got PPI that was kind of light, I believe. So now there's nothing standing in the way of us starting to make moves up. I don't know. And you got Bitcoin up there. It's making a move.
Come to the chart if you're able to. Bitcoin waking up. It just took 27,000 again. Dipped below 27 for a little bit there overnight. And now we've just retaken that. So even BTC getting in on the action.
Nice little double bottom liquidity grab
Little bit,
action
right?
down
See
there.
that?
Hey, I like that. I like that.
Jobless claim in the morning. I don't think we had jobless. We had that last week.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow, Brendo saying. Thank you for that. Who was that said in the chat? Kinda Ready. Kinda Ready says jobless tomorrow morning. Thank you for that. Yeah, and if in case you're looking for something to kind of keep you apprised of where we are with these financial numbers, the watch list every morning has a breakdown below the market summary of all the Fed speakers and exactly what time to expect those economic numbers. So keep your eye peeled for that. And if you want even more insight, I use the investor.com trading app, and there's a calendar in there that shows you all the important economic numbers for the day. Dan Emmons saying bonds, new lows. Okay, haven't had a look at treasuries. Let's see what treasuries are up to. I'll have a look at that after, as for some reason the charts are absolutely distorted on this platform. I don't know what the hell this platform does on its own time. Sometimes I load it up and it's just, it's done different things. So yeah, shout out to that. Apple continuing to go here, max 172.74, the high at day. It's at high at days right now. I don't see any independent catalyst coming in here on Apple to account for this move, but you have to assume, obviously, it has something to do with this big, exactly, and with the market being up 1.3%. Sean so eloquently finished my
Still
sentence.
below that key 175.
I want to
though.
mention the ES and the NQ now both exactly 1.3%. There was some relative strength on the ES earlier. That has since been, that gap's been closed.
Yeah. Ponzi Fonzie asking for a Lambo trade. I don't know,
trade.
man. I don't know. Depends on how much buying power you have, but
much
I
does he
like
wanna put
AI.
down?
I like the idea if you're swing trading of getting long AI. This thing has been trending up if the daily will load for me, which it probably won't. Oh, here we go. All right. You know, you get that liquidity action down here below 20. We break back above 20 on good news, and now we're trending back into these highs here. So if you want a swing trade to get yourself a Lambo with a hell of a lot of buying power, then yeah. I think AI through the high, get into the 40s. I could see that happening. Let's try to grab the short float here on trade ideas. AI. Yeah, still 32%. This is obviously a month delayed, but yeah, probably still in that same range. So 31% short. We got a recent high that's about $10 away. And you know, if we scroll back on the daily, if it will let me do such a thing, yeah, probably not. Okay, you got, look, you got like 55, you got 60s, you got 70s, 80s. So AI has room to go for sure, and has just been squeezing the past 3 days. It's very choppy action, so you know, try to ignore my little whatever the heck I was doing on this thing today. But yeah, basically, you know, trending up, but getting the longs out all along the way with all these dumps, and then it just like slowly comes back up. So when I see action like this, my thought is the algo is trying to accumulate shares, and that is likely, based on this short float, somebody who's very short trying to get out. So yeah, if they don't succeed at doing such a thing, maybe we see 40 or 50 bucks soon. Because like Volkswagen squeezed to 1,500 on like 35% short flow, right?
Wow, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, that was the original short
That's the
squeeze.
pink sheets? They're on the pink sheets, right? VW?
I don't
They're on
remember.
the OTCs.
Yeah.
VW is not on regular exchange. It's on OTC.
Yeah. It was in
Oh, it's
Europe?
in Europe.
Okay.
Okay. VOW3. It's on the German market. The Deutsche Börse. I love that. When my buddy was dating a German, this is like 20 years ago, and he's like, oh, I'm dating this German girl, and he started calling her Bundesliga. And I had no idea why the hell he was calling her Bundesliga, but it sounded German, so I went with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then years later, I became a soccer fan, and it all makes sense. Bundesliga is the name of the German league there. So, yeah, shout out to Mark Fiore. Mark Fiore knows who he is. All right, so...
The German league. My friend is German. And we used to go out at lunch and watch the World Cup when it was on. And he was crazy about the German team. I think the guy was Mueller, the old guy.
Oh, yeah. Robert Mueller. Yeah. He's a rock. He's awesome.
He used to be awesome. He's kind of old now, right?
He's with, I think he retired from Munich. Yeah, I'm just looking at, the reason I'm not concentrating, I'm looking at Apple, man. Apple's really getting going here in the futures, moving back up. Apple was all of a sudden it wants to be like the leader of the pack. What's going on? We're going to test 173 here. 172.82 highs. It's been quite strong. The NQ curling back into highs, 13,669. The NQ here. So interesting developments. Apple looking like it's relatively strong again, but here comes Google again, 121.50 incoming. Wow. And your Nvidia is waking up as well. It's tracing into highs. It was back in the 60s a second ago. So the market finding a second wind, and Apple participating in that second wind as we move up here. TSM as well, 91.49 now, knock on the door of that $0.5 level. Wow, TSM has been very strong on the day. Where are we here on Tesla? We're close. Yeah, we're 20 pennies off the highs there, but man.
Like Google's got to be a fade at some point, right?
Neil says 123 and what? On the
weekly, 122.40 I have as the next level on Google. I feel like, if we get up there today, like that's got to be a fade. That has to be a fade.
All right. Okay. So we are overtime. Well, we're not actually overtime. We're just right on time.
We're right on time.
2 o'clock, guys. We're going to send you up to Brenda, who's at the big desk. But what a day it has been in these markets, Max. Solid trade on NVIDIA. Very happy for you. And yeah, let's take it into the close.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a pretty exciting afternoon here as we continue to grind our way not only through day highs, but and then some. It's all about tech leading once again, as we saw Google having quite the afternoon, along with some of the other major names. We saw Apple performing or outperforming the overall market. Here's how futures are looking currently at 2 o'clock. A couple hours left, as I mentioned, 1.28 there for the S&P 500, 1.37 for the Dow, the NASDAQ, 1.3 as well. Great afternoon. Crude oil with a huge move. We saw that kind of setting up pre-market this morning. If you were with us, we were talking about 3%, or not a 3% move at that point, but still pretty impressive nevertheless on the way to the upside for crude. Half an hour left here for the futures market here in Chicago. Wraps up at 2:30 on the pit session. 0.5% for Bitcoin and Ethereum as well for the afternoon. Again,